He wears a fur-lined collar and a slight smile. He is a demon lord. Not the kind who rules through terror and despair, though he knows that version well enough. In this world, demon lords build labyrinths to harvest human fear. It's just the job. Most of them love it. He does not. Welcome to Avalon, where another demon lord would fill a dungeon with carnage and dread. Procell, the city-planning Dark Lord himself, built a city. A traveler with a heavy pack walks toward European-style rooftops in warm light. A skeleton chef pulls bread from the oven. An elf haggles with two warriors over the price of something. Procell's dungeon runs on hope and smiles instead of screams and despair. The despair buffet gone wrong, by every conventional measure. And somehow, it works. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Back to the beginning. Procell wakes up on a cold stone floor in a vast empty hall with no memory of who he is. He sits up, holds his head, and asks himself the only three questions that matter. Where is this place, and more importantly, who is he? A woman with fox ears and a revealing dark outfit approaches him, her footsteps echoing on the stone. She notes that he has finally woken and asks who he is. Before he can answer, a dark shadow beast lunges from the side. The fox-eared woman does not flinch. The shadow resolves into a massive, muscular lion beast with a thick mane and glowing eyes, standing at the woman's shoulder like a very large, very dangerous pet. It does not wait for introductions. It leaps. Procell scrambles backward across the stone floor, arms flailing, face drenched in sweat. The lion's claws slam into the stone inches from his face, leaving a crater. It roars. Procell shouts back, which accomplishes nothing. His mind races through every possible exit and finds none. He needs a way out, anyway, right now. Something in him answers. He raises his hands and shouts, "Create," and a handgun materializes out of thin air in a scatter of digital light, one eye blazing. He fires. The lion's head comes apart in a burst of bullets and bone, and the beast drops. The creature dissolves into dark particles and is gone. Procell stands there panting, staring at the smoking gun in his hand, genuinely unsure what just happened. The fox-eared woman starts clapping. She explains that create is a skill that uses magic to materialize objects from memory, proportional to their weight, with the exception of living things or magic-coated items. Procell realizes he just pulled a firearm from a memory he cannot name. He does not even know who he is. The woman extends her hand and smiles. She tells him he passed. She announces the birth of a new demon king and gives him his name, Procell. She is Marcosius, the demon king of beasts, and she tells him to call her Marco. She is, she says, one of his kind. Marco leads Procell through stone corridors, her large foxtail swaying ahead of him. He asks what a demon king is and whether she knows him. She does not know him personally, only that the higher-ups told her he was coming. She tells him it is quicker to show him than explain. They arrive at a large hall where a glowing orb floats above a stone pedestal. Procell leans over the crystal and sees his own face reflected back. It is the first time he has seen himself. His eyes go wide. He reaches out toward it, and a voice cuts the moment short. Marco steps in and warns him not to touch it. The crystal is the core of a dungeon and the source of a demon king's power. If it is destroyed, the power is gone. She summons a thick seal-marked book from thin air and begins explaining what demon kings actually are. Floating images appear around them. A jungle temple, a dark city, a castle on a cliff. Marco tells him that demon kings create dungeons, reign over them, and lead demons. Procell takes it in, looking slightly overwhelmed, slightly determined. The system is simple. Lure humans into your dungeon, harvest the emotional energy they generate through fear and triumph, and collect dungeon points. An adventurer cheers over a treasure chest in the background, blissfully unaware he is a snack. Marco closes the book with a snap and tells him that is the job. Then she holds out her hand and offers to be his parent and support him for the year before he leaves the nest. And so Procell's dungeon creation begins. The first task is forming demons, the guardians who harvest human emotions and protect the dungeon. Demons are born by combining two metals, each producible once a month by a demon king. Procell holds his metal and studies it. The metal reads Create. Marco demonstrates with her beast metal, summoning a spectral flame wolf above her palm. Fire metals call fire demons, beast metals call beast demons, and so on. Procell's Create metal is different. It can change its attribute to anything he chooses and lets him select from a vast range of possible demons. The cost is that he needs 3 metals per synthesis instead of 2. Marco, rendered briefly in chibi form with spinning eyes, declares this the most exciting thing she has ever heard and immediately volunteers to source more metals from other demon kings. Procell tells her to calm down. Procell lines up 3 metals: Beast, Fire, and Create. He wants something auspicious for his first demon, something that will matter. He raises his arm and calls out Synthesize, and the metals converge in a burst of light. In the silence before the result, Procell reaches toward a small light in the dark and asks himself what he actually wants from this new life. The answer arrives quietly: a friend. The day he was born as a demon king, he shivered in loneliness, and what he wants more than power or victory is someone to grow alongside, someone to be with forever. He holds that thought as the light builds below him. From the light steps a girl with fox ears and long hair, wearing a traditional rope-belted outfit, her eyes still closed. The display identifies her: Celestial Fox, rank S, her eyes open. She takes one look at Procell and launches herself at him. Marco's face goes through several expressions in quick succession. The Celestial Fox wraps her arms around Procell and shouts one word: Daddy. Procell insists he asked for a friend, not a daughter. Marco, grinning, suggests his deep subconscious had other ideas, then drops the word Lolakel under her breath. Procell shouts at her to take that back. The fox girl, delighted and unaware of the argument happening over her head, announces she is a Tenko without a name yet, and demands that Daddy name her immediately, then climbs onto his back to make the point more physically. Marco steps in with a serious warning. The first 3 demons a demon king names become contracted demons, bound to their soul permanently and irreversibly. Naming carelessly is a mistake. Procell takes the point and tells Tenko he will name her once he knows her power and personality better. Tenko pouts magnificently, then declares she will work hard until Daddy approves of her. Procell privately notes she made a very nasty face just then. Marco leads the group to the Whirl of Chaos, a place where low-level demons spawn infinitely from a dark, bubbling vortex. She explains that it is a training ground. Procell and Tenko can test her abilities and gain real combat experience. From the dark liquid below, a massive, multi-eyed, tooth-filled monster bursts upward. Tenko does not hesitate. She flips upside down in midair above the lunging monster and drives a devastating downward kick into its head, the impact sending a shockwave across the arena. She calls the technique Gold Dance. From the clifftop above, Procell shouts that she is amazing. Procell calls Create and materializes an assault rifle, digital squares scattering around the weapon as it forms. Marco wipes sweat from her brow, visibly shaken by the sight of a gun appearing from nothing. Procell opens fire on a distant monster while Tenko runs across the terrain below. Tenko stares at the rifle with stars in her eyes, then quietly concedes that long-range combat does not really suit her style. Tenko knows exactly what she wants. She announces she needs something that goes kabang. Procell creates a shotgun. Tenko takes one look at a monster lunging behind her, shoves the barrel into its open mouth, and fires. The result is dramatic. After the battle, Marco and Procell stand together in the barren landscape while Tenko runs and plays in the background, apparently having the time of her life. Marco tells him the weapons are remarkable, and Procell admits he does not know all the details but understands how to use them. Marco says that is a relief. Then she tells him it is time to start thinking about what kind of dungeon to build. Procell stares at the horizon and does not yet have an answer. The answer comes when he looks at Tenko. If he builds a standard dungeon, she will have to fight for her life against every adventurer who walks through the door. He created her as a friend, not a pawn. He gently pats her head, and she beams up at him, completely unaware of the weight of the decision forming in his mind. He needs a dungeon where these kids do not have to battle. Marco and Marcosius watch from a distance as Procell and Tenko stand together at the edge of the training ground. Marco calls him the Demon King of Creation and calls him mysterious, but says his quality is enough. She predicts that in a year he will be a fine Demon King. Marcosius agrees things look smooth. Then Procell turns to look straight ahead, smiling slightly, and thinks about his final task. Morning. Procell opens his eyes in a large ornate bed, yawns, and finds Tenko asleep beside him. He stands at the window and thinks about what he was born to be, a demon king who feeds on human fear and despair. He looks back at Tenko's sleeping face and gently pats her head. He wants a dungeon where she can make friends without hurting anyone. He still does not know exactly what that looks like. Breakfast is served. Marco, wearing an apron over her usual outfit and wielding a spatula with great confidence, announces that she has prepared a meal as befits a proper guardian. The pan contains 3 objects that are entirely black. A small horned girl in the background whispers desperately for someone to let her take over. Procell stares at the charcoal on his plate and privately wonders if this is some kind of punishment. The actual breakfast, prepared by someone more qualified, is eaten at a long stone table. A winged demon woman stands in the back, a skeleton stands to the side, and the group sits together. The conversation turns to the upcoming evening party, the gathering where all demon kings will convene. Procell confirms that building up strength before that event has been the goal. The small horned girl confirms it with a quiet yes. Marco explains the evening party's purpose. 10 new demon kings, including Procell, will be presented to the assembled lords. Any who appear weak will be targeted. She tells him that if he wants to protect Tenko, he must demonstrate strength there. She mentions his skeleton army as a potential asset. Procell, flanked by 2 skeletons, sweats noticeably. The day before the party, Marco suggests a trip to the Crimson Cave to accumulate more battle experience. The cave is exactly what it sounds like. Hot, crowded with lizard-like monsters on every rocky ledge, and thoroughly unpleasant. Tenko fans herself and complains about the heat and the sheer number of enemies. Procell looks around and notes that this is a dungeon without a demon king. A dungeon's crystal is the source of its demon king's power. If the crystal shatters, the dungeon and all its demons perish. But if only the demon king disappears, the crystal runs out of control and spawns demons endlessly. The Crimson Cave is exactly that, an abandoned dungeon still churning out monsters with no one to direct them. The cave's original master, the demon king of fire, is gone. Marco, as an acquaintance, now looks after the place out of a sense of duty that Procell finds quietly impressive. Mid-thought, a small explosion erupts behind him. Tenko comes sprinting toward him in tears, holding 2 halves of a broken shotgun. Procell examines the snapped barrel while Tenko explains there was no time to be careful. She needs a new weapon immediately, and also there are a lot of monsters. A wall of large lizard creatures looms behind her. Procell smiles and tells her not to worry. The reason they came to the Crimson Cave, he says, was for exactly this moment. He raises his hand and calls out his skeleton army. Dozens of skeletons rise from the ground. Tenko takes one look at the rattling bones and runs screaming in the opposite direction. One skeleton calls after her, asking where she is going. Procell, entirely unbothered, explains that this is also a field test for the skeleton's practical capabilities. He turns to the assembled undead, who are now holding assault rifles he created for them, and gives the order to ready. The skeleton army opens fire. Muzzle flashes light the cave as monsters are torn apart by coordinated gunfire. Procell watches from behind the line and thinks through the logic. Low-level monsters cost no metals to maintain, but paired with weapons produced through Create, they become a legitimate fighting force. The combination works. Tenko spots a second wave coming from another direction and shouts a warning. Procell orders the skeletons to turn left. The skeletons debate which way left is. One loses an arm in the confusion. Procell calls ready again, the rifle barrels swing toward the new targets, and he gives the order to fire. Back at the table, Procell and Marco debrief over tea while Tenko terrorizes the skeleton army in the background. Marco points out that the skeletons are useless without a commander who can direct them precisely. She slides an earth metal across the table and says it has good affinity with the undead. Procell immediately sees the opening. Earth plus Create plus one more metal could produce exactly the kind of commanding demon he needs. He checks his available metals and realizes he has 2 monthly Create metals available now. Tenko is sulking behind a cloth, and Procell asks what is wrong. She thinks in small, quiet thoughts about how she does not like the skeletons, about how Procell and Marco keep using complicated words she cannot follow, and about how that makes her feel lonely. Marco starts to scold her for being selfish. Procell notices. Procell gives Tenko a quiet pat on the head, and Marco lets the lecture drop. The conversation shifts to imitation metals, fake versions of the original monthly metal, which require enormous amounts of magic to produce, but can be made without limit. The rank of the resulting demon drops by 1, but the supply is theoretically unlimited. Procell's eyes light up. He says he wants to try it. The imitation metal that forms in his hand is not a Create imitation. It reads human. Procell turns this over in his mind and realizes what happened. The Create metal copies the attribute he most recently changed it to, and when he created Tenko, he unconsciously shifted it to human out of his desire for a friend. The same thing just happened again. Tenko, meanwhile, has found a new gun and is cheerfully examining it. Procell looks at her and smiles. He tells her to cheer up, because what he is making now is her little sister. Procell stands with his arms wide as 3 metals float and glow before him: Create, Human Imitation, and Earth. Tenko and Marco watch from behind. He calls the synthesis, and the light builds. A young girl with long hair, pointed ears, a military-style hat and coat, and an air of absolute calm steps out of the light. The display reads, Elder Dwarf, rank 5. Marco stares and asks why it is not an undead. Procell explains, he wanted a master blacksmith who could maintain and modify weapons without relying on create. He will deal with the undead problem separately. Marco shrugs and accepts this. Before anyone else can speak, Tenko sprints across the room and seizes the Elder Dwarf's hands, shaking them vigorously. She announces that she will call her El-chan. Marco watches Procell produce a second child-sized demon and quietly calls him Lolicel. Procell says nothing, which is probably wise. Tenko plants her hand on her chest and declares herself the older sister, with all the authority that entails. El-chan picks up Tenko's shotgun and examines it. Tenko watches, confused. Then El shoulders the weapon and a burst of air erupts from the barrel, and Tenko jumps back in shock. El's eyes go full star pattern as she analyzes the mechanism. A weapon that fires metal balls using gunpowder, simple in construction but profound in principle. Tenko protests that this is her gun. El thinks quietly that if it is her, she can do better. She fires it into the air. The boom knocks Tenko off her feet. Procell watches with wide eyes. El raises the shotgun and makes her position clear. She understands her role. She will make stronger weapons. She will make more weapons. And this gun has ignited her imagination in ways she cannot contain. She pledges herself to her master with the intensity of someone who has found religion. Procell says he thinks enthusiasm is a good thing. Marco, watching El vibrate with creative energy, tells him he has made another peculiar character. El, the elder dwarf and master of blacksmithing, is introduced properly. She is, as Procell puts it, stranger than expected. She spends almost all of her time in her room. The mine area, which Procell assumed was empty, turns out to be full of golems El built herself while no one was looking. Marcosius makes the mistake of touching El's shoulder. El spins around and levels an assault rifle at her face before anyone can blink, tells her not to get in the way, and goes back to her computer. Marcosius stands there with her hands up, shaking. Procell, watching from the doorway with a sweat drop, confirms that she is a very strange girl. Marcosius finds Procell with a smile and a leading question. What day is today? Procell figures it out mid-sentence. The evening party. Marcosius presents him with his formal wear, an ornate military-style coat with fur trim and a cape, crafted specifically to ensure no other demon king looks down on him. Procell admits the coat is a bit much and hard to move in, then immediately says it is not actually that uncomfortable and that Marco looks beautiful. Marco laughs and takes the compliment. Stola's, visible in the background, looks like she is processing several things at once. Procell asks about a dress for Tenko. Marcosius explains there is no need for a demon to wear formal attire. Procell makes a noise of protest. As they walk, Marcosius mentions that Tenko has been visiting El's workshop lately. Tenko, walking away down the corridor, shouts back that the two of them simply do not understand El-chan. Then the wall explodes. El arrives through the rubble on the shoulder of a giant golem, which is carrying a large wooden crate. She apologizes for the weight. Procell looks at his dungeon wall and then at the crate. Inside it, packed neatly, are rows of modified assault rifles. El reports that modifications are complete, production has been increased, and all maintenance is done. She yawns. She did all of this in the time since he last saw her. Tenko rushes forward and holds up a massive drum magazine shotgun with a gleam in her eye. She informs Procell that El-chan modified it for her and attempts to explain the technical specifications using words like 4-gauge and mithril in a sequence that suggests she memorized them from El without fully understanding them. Procell and Marco stand in silence. Tenko trails off, slightly flustered. El steps forward and introduces the weapon properly. She names it the EO-01S. It uses 4-gauge rounds for increased power, has a semi-automatic mechanism with a drum magazine, and the body is reinforced with mithril to handle the load, making it simultaneously lighter and harder than the original. Marcosius translates for Procell. It is a gun that can repeatedly fire rounds capable of blowing people up. El holds the EO-01S out toward Procell with both hands, her voice intense, asking him to look at it more carefully. Then something shifts in her expression. She catches herself, pulls her cap down over her face, and apologizes for getting carried away. Procell looks at her and realizes he had her wrong. She was not strange. She was trying to live up to his expectations from the very first day. Procell kneels down and pats El on the head. He tells her she did well. El looks up at him with a blissful expression, a faint blush on her face, and thinks a single quiet thought. She is happy, Daddy. The group assembles for the evening party. Elle points her rifle in the wrong direction, and Tenko shouts at her to move the muzzle. Procell pats both their heads simultaneously. Marcosius watches with crossed arms. Procell tells her he has done everything he can, and now there is only enjoying the party. He is hoping to get hints from older demon kings about dungeon design. Marcosius asks him to repeat the word enjoying. 9 other new demon kings were born at the same time as Procell. He stands before their silhouettes and thinks that, because they share the same circumstances, they should be able to get along. He is genuinely looking forward to meeting them. Marcosius watches him with a small, knowing smile and says nothing. A massive lion griffon with a snake tail looms behind Marcosius as the group prepares to depart. Then something moves at high speed and Tenko is simply gone, yanked away by a white rope-like substance before anyone can react. Elle raises her rifle. Procell shouts. Tenko hangs bound in spider silk, gagged, held by a woman with multiple eyes on her forehead who looks down at her with calm interest. Procell reaches toward her. Elle sweats. The multi-eyed woman says something about taking a claim seriously. Procell feels it first, a magical signature identical to Marco's, radiating from the creatures surrounding them. He understands. These are Marco's contracted demons. The lion griffin Goroguna, the Arachne Amorite, and the beastman Tartarus Kurayami stand assembled, and Marcosius sits atop Goroguna's back looking entirely at ease. Tenko is freed, still dazed. Procell tells her the rough handling was just what the evening party involves. A voice cuts through the air, calling out to the children of the stars. Marcosius looks down and says the timing is not ideal. It is the invitation. Procell grabs his head as his consciousness begins to slip. The world shifts. They are standing in a lush green garden under a blue sky, which is not where they were a moment ago. Procell turns around. Marcosius tells him to look behind him. That, she says, is the stage of the evening party, the home of the creator of all demon kings. The Demon King Palace, a Gothic castle of immense scale, spires reaching toward a clouded sky, its architecture built to make every visitor feel small. Procell and his companions stand at its base like insects. Procell has been comfortable around Marco for months. He forgot, standing in front of this castle, what she actually is. Demon kings are beings who lure prey into dungeons and feed on fear and despair. All of them, including the ones about to walk through those doors. He has been treating this like a networking event. It is not. Tenko and Elle look up at the castle spires. Procell thinks about what a gathering of beings who feed on suffering actually looks like as a social occasion. They will come threatening. They will target anyone who relaxes. The evening party is a hunting ground. Marcosius smiles and says that is correct and tells him to go. Procell stands before the palace with Tenko at his side, Elle nearby. Someone ahead of him says this is his crucial first stage. He looks up at the gates, a bead of sweat on his cheek, and agrees. Inside the palace, a grand ballroom fills with creatures of every description. Procell exchanges pleasantries and medals with a skeleton demon lord in a formal suit, trading a death imitation medal for a flame imitation medal with the practiced courtesy of someone pretending this is normal. The skeleton rattles its jaw and seems pleased. Marco is somewhere in the crowd, laughing with old acquaintances as though this is a reunion. Procell is surrounded by murmured words he cannot quite make out. Assessments of his usefulness, calculations about how to kill him, questions about his attribute. Every smile in the room has a second meaning. He is glad Marco warned him. Marco, for her part, is having the time of her life. Procell sits with his group and asks Marco whether the skeletons are drawing too much attention. Marco says it is fine. Demon kings who see only skeletons and laugh are inexperienced, which makes them low priority. The ones worth watching are those who see through Elle and Tenko's identities. Those are the dangerous ones. Marco warns him plainly. His creatability is a target. Other demon kings will try to destroy his crystal to claim the power for themselves. He needs to filter allies from enemies, and fast. Tenko, eating at the table, asks whether Marco herself can even be trusted. Procell says her name sharply. Marco laughs and explains that parent demon kings are structurally prevented from turning on their children. It is built into the system. Tenko chews on this along with her food. Marco reassures the table and tells them to enjoy the party. Across the room, a girl in a dark, ruffled dress walks past a skeleton attendant and smiles to herself. Her eyes are shadowed. The skeleton laughs at something. The girl does not. The girl smashes a skeleton's head off its shoulders mid-sentence and laughs. 3 skulls spin through the air. She holds one up and announces that whoever brought skeletons as attendants must be a truly miserable demon king. She introduces herself as Strauss, the demon king of wind, and makes clear she cannot imagine sharing a generation with someone this pathetic. Procell tries to introduce himself. Strauss looks through him. She glances at Tenko and Elle eating at the table and calls them pathetic and useless kids. Procell goes very still. His face does something that is not quite a smile. Strauss flicks a wind imitation medal at Procell as a condescending gift and tells him to make something strong and proud with it. Then she steps aside to reveal her own contracted demons, a Pegasus and a winged humanoid, both radiating power that Procell can feel in his chest. The magical pressure coming off Strauss is real. She is not posturing. Marco, watching from across the room, notes privately that Strauss is a wind demon king who has been absent for years, and that she walked into the skeleton test without seeing it. Tenko watches Procell carefully. He is gritting his teeth. He tells himself to maintain composure. Elle and Tenko are his friends, not pawns, and what just happened was part of the plan. He repeats this to himself until his jaw unclenches. Procell offers his medal in exchange. Strauss refuses it and says if she ever used his medals, failures like his demons might be created. The insult lands clean. Procell's eyes go sharp. Across the ballroom, a cat-headed man in a tuxedo and a fox-eared woman watch the exchange without moving. An unseen voice tells Strauss that from its perspective, her demons are far more of a failure than his. Strauss goes rigid. She shouts back that she will not be forgiven for insulting her children. The voice calls her a failure too. The room holds its breath. Light floods the space. A voice announces the birth of new children. Procell and Strauss find themselves standing on a raised stage. A crowd of demon kings below them with glasses raised, cheering. Neither of them knows when they were moved. The crowd roars. Cheers! The creator's voice fills the hall. For entertainment, it announces, this banquet will feature a war. New demon kings will compete by destroying each other's cores. The crowd reacts with shock and excitement. The first round, the voice says, will begin with those who could not wait. Procell and Strauss stand on the stage and stare at each other. The matchup appears. Demon King of Wind, Strauss, versus Demon King of Creation, Procell. The crowd roars. Strauss declares she will show him exactly who the failure is. Procell stares back and thinks the same thing. In the white waiting room, Marco is furious. New Demon Kings are supposed to be protected by a non-interference rule until they are independent. Forcing them into a war as entertainment is insane. Procell holds up the pseudo-crystal the creator provided for the game and tells her it is too late. Everything lost in the simulation will be restored by the Demon King of Time. Marco calls it honestly crazy. Procell agrees and says they are doing it anyway. Procell explains that the game uses pseudo-crystals and that the Demon King of Time will restore any losses afterward. Marco realizes she was maneuvered into preparing Procell for exactly this scenario by the rumors she heard from previous Demon Kings. She asks whether he has come up with a dungeon idea yet. He says no. Marco stares at him. Procell admits his original intention was not to fight at all. He was thinking of making something that would not even be called a dungeon by conventional standards. But Strauss will come at him with full force, and he knows it. A vision of Strauss standing atop a rocky peak surrounded by winged demons and a Pegasus makes the point clearly. He has two options, and both of them are going to hurt. He needs a combat dungeon. He does not want Elle and Tenko injured. He does not want to lose to someone who called them pathetic. He looks at the pseudo-crystal in his hands and pulls up the dungeon interface. 1 level, 3 floors, the limit for this game. He makes his choices. A maze offers robustness but takes time. A glamorous hall drains magic. A heavily chained fortress is slow to penetrate but equally slow to use offensively. Procell stands before the glowing screens and asks himself which combination actually matches his current combat capabilities. He needs the right answer, not the impressive one. His forces, Tenko and Elle, are exceptional. The skeleton army is numerous but unreliable without direction. Elle's golems are powerful but slow. The guns Elle mass-produced are ready. He also has a new Create medal from the creator, plus the Death and Wind imitation medals from the evening party. The golems could block a narrow corridor and buy time, but time alone does not win this. Marco watches Procell hunched over his thoughts and asks if he has come up with something. He tells her to take this seriously. Then he straightens up, turns around with a holographic screen full of plans, and says, "This is his dungeon." The rules of the pseudo-war are simple. Each Demon King generates a 3-floor dungeon in the white space. Invade the opponent's dungeon and destroy their crystal. or defeat the Demon King directly. The last one standing wins. The crowd watches a large display showing both dungeons side by side. Procell stands at his cave entrance. Strauss stands before a classical temple. Inside Procell's dungeon, Elle moves through the first corridor and notes the ceiling is low and the path is narrow. Straightforward stone construction, no flourishes. She calls it lazy. She wonders where her demons are. Two glowing eyes appear in the darkness at the end of the passage. Strauss stands at a distance looking at Procell's cave entrance and calls it a trashy dungeon, exactly like its maker. She announces that both sides are ready. A massive silhouette rises behind her. The creator's voice calls the start of the war between the new generation of children of the stars. Strauss teleports directly into Procell's dungeon using magic, bypassing the entrance entirely and dropping into the throne room in a single move. She sits on the throne and thinks through the logic. The obvious play is to protect the crystal in the deepest floor, but she is not the only one who knows that. She is not waiting. Rosalite, Strauss's winged contracted demon, reports that her attack formations are ready and that Procell's side has shown no movement at all. Strauss finds this suspicious. Procell could be unmotivated, or he could be confident in his defenses. Either way, she sends the copies and half her main troops to invade at once, aiming for an instant kill. Meanwhile, an elf girl on Strauss's team realizes that direct combat in the white space is prohibited, and the only path to victory is through the crystal. Strauss points forward and the charge begins, a wave of winged soldiers pouring toward Procell's dungeon entrance with weapons ready. She will be their ruin, she declares. Squad 1 charges. The winged soldiers hit the cave entrance and immediately jam. The opening is too small for their wingspan. They can only enter a few at a time. A girl with glasses on Strauss's team watches in shock. On Procell's side, a red-haired elf girl smiles and says the invasion has begun, and now it is only a matter of time. Procell, standing with his group including the skeletons, says the crystal will be destroyed soon. Strauss and her angel companion Rosalite wait for contact from the troops inside. Nothing comes. Rosalite tries to reach them telepathically and gets no response. Not defeated, just silent. Something is wrong. Strauss does not wait for an explanation. She calls for the second squad and moves. Rosalite's spirit form floats above the dungeon, invisible, watching Procell from above. She thinks he is too weak to detect her. Procell turns and says it is her spirit, and that the dungeon is connected to his consciousness so he can sense her presence. Tenko asks if he can see spirits. He says no, he does not need to. Strauss's elf scout enters a long, narrow stone corridor and immediately notes the problem. The ceiling is low and the walls are close. Her flying demons cannot maneuver here. She looks down the passage and spots two shapes in the darkness, holding something. The shapes resolve into golems. The golems are holding weapons. A spirit scout finds what is left of the first wave. A winged figure lies in a pool of blood, feathers scattered across the stone floor. The walls are splattered dark. She looks up with a face that has forgotten how to form words. Strauss sees it herself now. The corridor is a slaughterhouse. A winged soldier slumped against the wall, a hand lying still in a pool of dark liquid. She stares at it and asks what did this. The second squad arrives through the door behind her. Two mechanical golems stand in the corridor, their single eye slits glowing in the dark. One of them is holding a machine gun with an ammo belt. The barrel is pointed down the hall. A winged creature is shredded by dark projectiles in the corridor, dark fluid spraying the walls. A girl in a dress watches from the far end of the passage. The shocked woman's face goes completely blank, pupils dilated, mouth open. She asks what this is 3 times, then screams the question. Procell feels it, Strauss's fear and despair, flowing through the dungeon connection into him. He stands in the dark with his head bowed. He reaches up and adjusts his collar. Then he pulls out his handgun, looks at Tenko, and says it is their turn. Flashback. A dragon lies dead on the floor. Strauss stands panting over it, sweat on her face, a sword in her hand. The large lion-headed demon king Astaros watches from above and claps his massive clawed hands. He tells her she passes. She was born under him as the demon king of wind, and this is the moment it became real. She did not know her left from her right at the start. There were times she wanted to run. But her contracted demons supported her through every hard stretch, the winged fighter who stood over her when she fell, the companions who stayed. She chose to become a great demon king for them. She walks forward. A blood-splattered corridor. Strauss stands in the distance, her back turned and laughs. Not a clean laugh, a cracked one. She chose this path. She is going to see it through. Strauss looks at the aftermath of her failed strategy and understands what went wrong. She assumed the high-power attacks could not be sustained. She sent almost her entire army forward on that assumption. They were annihilated. Her odds of winning are now lower than Procell's. The demon king of creation, who she called a failure to his face, has better numbers than she does. A lizard demon lord reviews Strauss's dungeon design with a red-haired girl. A maze with pitfall traps, a gorge, a lava zone, all built to exploit the flight and mobility of her demons. He calls it not bad. The girl is not thinking about dungeon design right now. Astaros, the lion-headed demon king who served as Strauss's parent, told her before the war to give it her best, whether the result was a win or a loss. The experience would be enormous either way. The younger Strauss pushed back, saying he was talking like she would lose. Now in the present, Procell thinks about those words with a single tear on his face. He did not take them seriously enough. Everything is too late. Strauss is startled by the sudden appearance of her contracted demons outside the dungeon. Rosalite and the others have gathered around her. She asks why they are not inside guarding the dungeon. She looks at the cave entrance in the distance and realizes Procell is advancing. Rosalite explains. She heard Strauss scream and pulled everyone out. The demon king of creation has started his advance. The first floor of his dungeon, Rosalite says, is a nightmare. There is no other word for it. She asks if the real demons, not the copies, could break through. The pigtailed girl reacts with alarm. The group debates the odds. One girl says there is no way even the real ones could survive that floor. Another asks if there is any other option. Then a small winged creature floats up and tells them not to worry. Anything lost in this war comes back, so they might as well scare the hell out of him. Are they not the future great demon king's companions? Strauss wipes her eyes quickly. She turns away from her contracted demons, rubs her face, and turns back. Their lives are in her hands, she says. She was not watching her friends die. She has thought of a way, even if the chance is small. The plan. Masamune and copies form a wall of wind to block the gunfire. Phobos and copies run through at high speed, with the copies acting as decoys. Rosalite casts strengthening magic from the rear. The diagram shows Pegasi and small dragons in formation, arrows marking each group's role. It is a desperate plan. It is the only plan. Strauss tells her companions plainly, the further forward you are, the lower your chances of survival. One girl says she has already made her resolve. They are going through the front, Strauss declares, right through whatever trap he built. For the fallen comrades, too. The charge begins. Mechanical golems lock onto them in the corridor. Strauss shouts the commands. Masamune wind wall now. Rosalite strengthening magic on everyone. A magic circle blazes to life behind them. Strauss sends the dungeon's guardian demons forward as decoys, buying a moment of targeting confusion. While the golems calculate which group to prioritize, her real forces close the distance. She tells herself. While it decides, they move in. The ground itself explodes. A trap Strauss did not account for. Rosalite's voice comes through tight. Now that the decoy troops are dead, all targeting will concentrate on them. Gun barrels click and align in the darkness ahead. A creature tries to shield the terrified girl with a wall of wind. Something massive hits it anyway. The corridor goes quiet for a moment. Then it does not. Masamune goes wild. The wind wall is failing. The Pegasus Phobos strains at the edge of its endurance. Strauss shouts Masamune's name. The rider on Phobos sees the gap closing and thinks they are almost through, then stops and says nothing. Phobos collapses. The rider shouts to stop and thinks, the yellow air is poison. The Pegasus rears up in the darkness, wings spread, shrouded in shadow. The wind creature is hit by multiple projectiles, dark fluid spraying across the stone walls. With his last strength, he clears the poison. But they have stopped moving, and a stationary target in this corridor cannot fully dodge. The elf girl thinks this clearly and cannot change it. Rosalite is struck by dark energy and falls. The fox-eared girl watching screams her name. Rosalite reaches toward a bright light, tells them to leave the rest to her, and says good luck. Two winged figures fly through a corridor of light. One calls out to the wind. The other follows. They are not done yet. Strauss collapses on her knees in the stone corridor, dress tattered, barely breathing. Masamune and Rosalite are gone. Only Phobos remains beside her. She looks up at the doorway ahead. She made it through the first area. She says their names quietly and tells herself it was because of their brave sacrifices. Strauss kneels in the corridor, looking up at a large white hippogriff standing in the dark passage ahead. She asks herself what this is. Strauss looks at the mechanical construct waiting on the second floor and asks if all 3 floors are like the first one. Her heart breaks. That is where the fight leaves her. Procell arrives. Rorono and Quina flank him as they enter the large hall where Strauss stands, the pseudo-crystal on its pedestal behind her. Strauss looks at them and asks what they are doing here already. Someone tells Procell the battle is finished and he can destroy the crystal whenever he wants. All losses will be restored. Procell stands before the throne in the hall, his face in shadow, and says something that is not a polite response. Strauss runs. Her friends were slaughtered. She will not lose easily. She holds up the dragon medal, the one that boosts all abilities at the cost of an uncontrollable berserk state, and screams that she will win with her crazy ace and compensate everyone's deaths. The emerald dragon, synthesized from wind and dragon metals, fills the hall. It surpasses S-rank demons. It has traded intellect for raw power through berserk. Procell, Quina, and Rorono stand at its feet, tiny. Procell shouts that this is the genuine final battle, and calls Strauss by her title. The crowd watching the broadcast reacts with awe. The Demon King of Wind's trump card. A woman with long light hair watches the screen with a quiet, worried expression and thinks Procell's name. The emerald dragon roars, a wall of scales and teeth and fury, its shadow swallowing Procell, Quina, and Rorono whole. A jade dragon born from the fusion of wind and dragon, it stands as one of the mightiest creations possible, and through berserk, it can surpass even S-rank demons. Procell reminds Quina that she already knows the plan. They move. Quina charges with her rifle. Procell and Rorono open fire from behind. The dragon takes the hits and barely reacts. Its hide is too dense. Procell calls the order to commence combat, and they pour everything into it, and the dragon's eye does not even flicker. The bullets are not penetrating. Procell and Rorono look at each other. The scales are too hard. They need a different approach, and they need it now. Procell shouts in frustration. Rorono reports that Strauss has disappeared from their sensors. She is no longer in the dungeon. Procell processes this and realizes what it means. Rorono shouts, "Daddy," and the world shakes. An explosion throws them back. Somewhere in the chaos, a fox-eared girl stands over something that has stopped moving. Quina fires at the massive multi-eyed monster at point-blank range, and it does not stop. It lunges. She has no room to dodge, she screams. Quina is knocked across the hall. Procell shouts her name. Rorono reports the problem. The emerald dragon is wearing an armor of wind that is dramatically reducing bullet penetration. That is why the attacks are not working. But there is something else, she adds. Procell looks at Quina and makes the call. He tells her to use the EO1S's true power. The full auto shot. It might be able to break through. Quina asks if he is certain. He tells her they will be annihilated as things stand. He leaves it to her. She says yeah. The 3 of them run from the blast radius as the EO1S fires in full auto, the explosion behind them enormous. Procell tells Rorono he did not know about the full auto function. She admits it is still in development and would break on use, which is why she held it back. The dragon's massive eye turns toward them in the smoke. The dragon begins shedding its own scales. Procell watches and asks himself if it is doing what he thinks it is doing. The answer arrives in the form of blade-like claws, extending from the newly bare limbs, moving at a speed the armored version could not manage. Tenko is hit. Blood sprays. Procell shouts her name. Rorono reports that the dragon created a storm of its own shed scales as a dispersal weapon. They cannot get close. Tenko lies on the ground in the foreground while the dark silhouette of the berserk dragon crouches in the swirling storm above her. Procell catches Tenko as she falls. She looks up at him weakly, says she is fine with a small laugh, and calls the dragon troublesome. Rorono stands in the foreground with her back to them, weapon raised. Then Tenko asks for something she has been waiting for since the beginning. She asks Procell to give her a name. Rorono tells Tenko that if she becomes a contracted demon now, the power boost might change everything. Tenko tells her to stop. Rorono asks why. Tenko holds the shotgun and explains. She made a promise at the beginning. Procell would name her when he could trust her. She cannot earn that trust by losing to one lizard. Procell stares at Tenko's injured back and goes quiet. Marco's voice comes back to him from a memory. Demons are not stupid, they have their own will, and a demon king who names carelessly risks having their position reversed. Procell stands between 2 fox-eared women in that memory and listens. Now he understands what he is about to do and why. Marco told him that Tenkos are intelligent demons, and that many demon kings have been outmaneuvered by their own contracted demons. She told him to identify whether he could truly trust them. Procell told her he would not hesitate anymore. He turns to Quina and calls her name. Procell shouts it with everything he has. Quina, that is her name. She is his first contracted demon. Quina looks up at him with wide, stunned eyes. Quina turns back to look at him, and Procell smiles. The best demon, he says, is the one he put his trust in, his first friend. A voice from somewhere says Daddy. Another voice answers yeah. The emerald dragon is hit by a massive circular explosion of white light. Quina, the newly named contracted demon, steps forward with her hand outstretched and announces that the real fight starts now. She is no longer just a fox-eared girl with a shotgun. She is something the emerald dragon has not met yet. Quina calls transform, and the energy around her shifts. Procell, kneeling behind her, gives the order to go. His face is shadowed. He has done what he can. Now it is her turn. Procell shouts her name with a wide, fierce grin. Quina smiles back, just slightly. A foot in a traditional wooden sandal steps down onto stone, and feathers drift through the air. The contracted demon is a demon king's ace. A demon king's naming power amplifies the demon's abilities, and Quina's transformation is no exception. She grows into her adult form, stronger than the emerald dragon. She leaps toward it. Quina glances back at Rorono, who looks away with a small thanks. Then Quina turns to the monster and fires the Iwo-1S point blank. Again and again, the blasts deafening in the corridor. The monster's head takes the hits. A line of observers watches. Quina smiles quietly. A girl runs toward a dragon surrounded by light. An elf-eared girl looks down with a somber expression that is not quite defeat. Quina delivers the final blow. Gold dance. The emerald dragon's crystalline head shatters into fragments. The announcement comes. The winner is the demon king of creation, Procell. The crowd roars. Marco waves from below the stage. Procell calls her name and she calls his back, and for a moment the hunting ground feels like something else entirely. Marco grabs Procell from behind in a hug that presses his face into her chest and tells him he did an amazing job. He flails. She smiles and thinks privately that the win was not only because of her power. Procell stands with his arms around Quina and Elle and tells Marco that it was all thanks to his friends. Marco smiles gently and says, yeah. Then she announces she is overheated from the excitement, fans herself, and walks away telling the two of them to get along as battle friends. Procell watches her go and turns the phrase over in his head. Procell is surprised to find Strauss and her contracted demons nearby, all restored by the Demon King of Time as promised. Strauss's companions urge her forward. She hesitates, then looks at Procell and starts to say something. Procell tells her plainly. He looked down on her, and he was wrong. He did not think she would break through the first floor after seeing it. Her dragon brought chills. She should be proud of all of them. He thinks about the despair he felt flowing through the dungeon connection, the grief of someone who treats her demons as friends. That grief was real. Procell extends his hand and tells her he is glad she was his first opponent. He asks her to be friends. Strauss stares at his hand, then at his face, and says he is actually a nice guy. Procell looks confused. She gets flustered, looks away, and admits she is glad her first defeat was at his hands. She apologizes for making fun of him. They shake hands. Both of them are smiling. Procell tells her he is happy to have made a friend like her. Astaros, the lion-headed demon king, puts his hands on both Procell and Strauss's heads and thanks Procell for giving his daughter the experience of defeat. He presents Procell with an original dragon medal and a pigeon demon for sending letters. Strauss, grinning, hands over an original wind medal and promises to write a lot. Procell reflects that the evening party, for all its terror, turned out to be a genuine experience. A large, lizard-like demon lord approaches Procell and comments that Marco must be proud of her last job. Procell asks what he means by last. The lizard man looks at him with mild surprise and asks whether he has not heard. Procell runs down a long corridor. Somewhere else, Marco stands against a full moon, her fur stole around her shoulders, gazing out into the distance. A demon king's lifespan is 300 years. When the 300 years end, they vanish without exception. Marco is 299 years old. She has less than 1 year. Procell did not know. He was never told. He thinks her name as the realization arrives. Procell finds Marco in the hall and demands to know why she said nothing about her lifespan. She asks whether he ever asked her. He asks if she is really going to disappear. She gestures and says once the lifespan is up, they are simply finished, just like that. Poof! Marco sits and smiles and says she is glad her final job was being his parent. She can disappear without worry now. Then she asks whether he has come up with a dungeon idea yet, whether the evening party gave him anything to work with. Procell looks down. Then a light builds at the bottom of his thoughts, and he says he understands now. Marco looks surprised when Procell says the word city. He stands surrounded by Quina, Elle, and the ancient elf, all of them curious or skeptical, one of them holding a book called The Devil is Making City. He has been thinking about a dungeon that does not hurt his friends. But that was not enough. He needs more than that. He saw Strauss's despair when she lost her companions. He felt his own grief at the idea of losing the people around him. He does not want those feelings. Not for himself, not for anyone in his dungeon. He stands on a balcony with Quina sitting on the railing beside him and looks out at the dark. That is why. Procell stands in a stone archway, arms slightly spread, and announces it plainly. The dungeon he will make will be a city. At the table, Elle tells Quina to eat her vegetables. Procell explains his logic to Marco. Instead of despair and sadness as fuel, he will use happiness and hope. If a dungeon feeds on feelings, why not those feelings? Marco watches him from across the room, holding the diamond he gave her, and thinks privately that she is so glad her last job was this one. Procell spends time in Marco's library and finds exactly what he expected. Extensive records on how to build a dungeon, nothing on how to build a city. Quina falls asleep at the desk. Elle works on her laptop and says she will help if it involves weapons. Procell asks for more than that and gets 2 polite refusals. Marco suggests a direct approach. Go look at an actual city. Procell considers this and agrees. The next moment he is standing on a grassy hill in a traveling tunic, looking at the walls of a large settlement in the distance. The commercial city of Aklaba, population roughly 100,000, the largest city in the region. Quina says it is huge. Elle notes it is a human city. Procell says it should be excellent reference material and tells them to go. The city's walls immediately fire a volley of arrows at them. They dive. Procell holds up his cloak, which now resembles a pincushion. The problem is obvious in retrospect. Bringing a demon into a human city was always going to end this way. Quina transforms her fox ears and tail away using her ability. Elle notes that dwarves are actually recognized as one of the established races and should be fine. They try again. The interior of Aklaba is extraordinary. A central fountain, half-timbered buildings, citizens moving through cobblestone streets. Procell stares at it with the expression of someone who has just found his reference material, and then some. Quina and Elle look around with wide eyes. He asks if it is amazing. It is. The problem with bringing Quina and Elle to a human city is that they are demons, and their instincts are not subtle. Quina wants to crush people. Elle quietly loads her rifle. Procell shouts at both of them. 2 rough-looking men then approach the girls with an invitation to dinner, citing their recent dungeon earnings as proof they can afford it. Procell explains that these are his companions. The men call him Daddy, and the situation devolves rapidly. Quina asks whether to crush them. Elle says full of holes. Procell tells both of them to stop, then thinks privately that he feels the same way, but they absolutely cannot. The men apologize at high volume. Procell notices their gear and realizes they are adventurers. The city is full of adventurers heading north toward the dungeon of the Demon King of Time. At a food stall, the girls eat donuts while the stall owner explains the situation. The Demon King of Time is one of the strongest in existence. His dungeon is impregnable, and the treasures inside are legendary. Adventurers from across the region come to try their luck, and merchants follow the adventurers. The city of Aklaba grew because of him. Procell files this away. The Demon King of Time stands before a massive clock face, small clock ornaments adorning his collar. His dungeon is high difficulty and impenetrable, yet the treasures within are real. Adventurers gather for the treasure. Merchants gather for the adventurers. A city grew from the traffic. Procell stares at the money gesture and understands the entire ecosystem in an instant. Procell decides they should visit the Demon King of Time directly, both to pay respects for the evening party and to establish a relationship. Elle and Quina say boo. He tells them there is no downside to making allies, especially not with the strongest demon king in the area. They walk 80 kilometers through increasingly lean and empty land. It is a very long walk. 80 kilometers later, the group collapses in a desert landscape under a crescent moon. Elle's legs are sticks. Quina is face down. Procell hunches over and prepares to create a tent, then notices a group of adventurers camping nearby with no equipment whatsoever. They are heading into the Demon King of Time's dungeon without so much as a bedroll. A merchant in a covered wagon approaches. He He introduces himself as being from the Kurtard Company, the largest commercial firm in Eklaba. He would like to sell Procell some supplies. Procell looks at the potions on the table. The sign reads 30 gold. Procell points out that the city price is less than half of this. The merchant explains travel fees, escort fees, and overhead. Procell says even still. The merchant smiles. The merchant explains the situation without apology. Adventurers who get injured in the dungeon are 80 kilometers from the nearest city, on a road where demons appear. They have no choice but to buy. Life is heavier than money. When you balance the two, 30 gold is cheap. Procell looks at the long empty road stretching into the dark and cannot argue with the math. Procell finds the merchant's logic revolting and also correct. Then the thought arrives. It would all be different if there were a city between Eklaba and the dungeon. He thanks the merchant, who tells him to continue favoring the Kurtard Company. The group camps under a crescent moon in the vast, quiet dark. The next day, Dantalion's dungeon tower, a massive clock-faced structure against the sky. The Kurtard Company merchant is already here, set up outside the entrance. A blacksmith has a stall. Several other merchants have the same idea. Procell looks at the commerce clustered around the dungeon entrance and thinks, everyone has the same idea. Inside the dungeon, the first floor is a full-scale battlefield. Knights clash with multi-limbed creatures. Archers leap through the air. A bird monster with rows of teeth circles overhead. Procell stands at the entrance, taking it all in, and says, "Oh," twice. Procell covers his ears against the noise and walks through the crowd. Quina points out that he said he was going to greet the Demon King of Time, but apparently did not think through how to reach him in a 100-floor dungeon. Procell admits he had not thought about that. Then a voice from somewhere shouts, "Master." Everyone stops. The adventurers, the monsters, the entire dungeon floor freezes mid-action. A knight hangs in mid-swing. A monster stands motionless. One adventurer looks around and asks if they have stopped. The group finds themselves in a grand hall with a massive clock face on the wall and a throne beneath it. A voice explains that time has stopped and that they were invited while it was still. Procell looks at the clock ornaments on the collar of the figure on the throne and understands. He is already here. Procell, rendered briefly in chibi form, holds out a box labeled Demon King Manju and thanks Dantalion for the evening party. Dantalion laughs and says he does not dislike polite people. He asks what Procell wants. He mentions that after the party, new Demon Kings were officially given permission, or perhaps duty, by the Creator to build dungeons and participate in wars. Dantalion asks whether Procell has decided on a location for his dungeon. Quina starts to answer for him. Procell stops her and says he has already chosen. Everyone looks at him. He turns toward the throne and says his dungeon will be between the commercial city of Eklaba and the dungeon of Dantalion, the Demon King of Time. Dantalion's expression shifts. He says, "Oh." Dantalion points out that Eklaba's adventurers are his primary customers, which makes Eklaba his territory. Building a dungeon on the road between them means Procell is operating inside that territory. He appears behind Procell without moving, hands on his shoulders, eyes glowing in shadow, and asks if Procell is trying to go against him. Elle raises her rifle. Quina reaches for her weapon. Procell steps between them and tells them to stop. He explains calmly, it is a misunderstanding because the dungeon he is building is a city, and it will not harm Dantalion's profit. Dantalion's eye behind his monocle stays level. Then he steps back, holds up his hands, and says, "Just kidding." Marco had already contacted Dantalion before Procell arrived. She told him an upright person like Procell would probably come to pay respects. Dantalion gives permission. A city will not compete with his adventurer traffic. He will require compensation for Procell operating in his territory, but he tells him to go ahead and do as he likes. Then he adds that there will be compensation. A masked figure with white hair and a featureless face tells Procell that his create metal is very interesting, a key to S-rank demons, a characteristic unlike any other. It asks how he feels about that. Marco's warnings replay in Procell's mind. A blonde woman nearby tells him to be careful. Many people want the secret of his metals and weapons. The masked figure walks toward the clock mechanism and asks what Procell will do. If he does not like the terms, he can find somewhere else. Procell's companions watch him. He sweats. He has already decided. Procell explains his reasoning. Giving the metal avoids immediate conflict and could turn Dantalion into an ally. The city will benefit Dantalion anyway. And there is a rule that senior demon kings cannot act against new demon kings until they are officially mature. By the time Procell is mature, Dantalion's lifespan will be nearly gone. The risk of conflict is structurally low. Quina calls him clever. He accepts the compliment. Dantalion turns back and explains why he acted hostile despite knowing Procell was coming. It is frustrating. Procell asks what is frustrating. Dantalion rushes at him, grabs his shoulders, and begins speaking at high speed about how lucky Procell is to live with Marco, to share a roof with her, to see her from morning to night, to exist in what must be a paradise of daily contact. Procell thinks the word scary 3 times in a row. Dantalion, revealed without his mask, as a young man with light hair and a monocle, confirms that he and Marco are from the same generation, and that he has never even been allowed to hold her hand. He asks, with visible effort at composure, whether Procell has perhaps slept with Marco. Procell shouts no. He thinks about Marco's habit of walking out of the bath without clothes and decides, for reasons of continued survival, to keep that information to himself. Dantalion gives Procell a time medal and a water medal as a gift from a tender-hearted senior, in addition to the Create medal as compensation. Procell, Elle, and Quina leave the hall carrying a box labeled gift set, all 3 of them wearing the same blank expression. Elle calls it inscrutable. Dantalion calls after them to say hi to Marco. Then he asks one last question. Is Procell really sure about that location? The location is a vast, bubbling, poisonous swamp. Dark liquid churns across the entire midpoint between Aklaba and the dungeon. The air smells wrong. Procell, Elle, and Quina stand at the edge of it with identical expressions of horror. Procell walks into the swamp and collapses face first. A skull icon labeled poison floats above him. Quina shouts. A small frog watches from a bubble with large, innocent eyes. Procell says from the ground. He did not notice any of this when they passed through at night. The entire midpoint is poisonous swamp. There is no way to build a city here, except that overriding the area with a dungeon should fix the geology. But the air and water are a separate problem, and a city is always affected by its environment. Elle says she can address the geology through her earth affinity, but the air and water are beyond her. Procell insists the location is still right. The distance between Aklaba and the dungeon is brutal. They felt it themselves. A city at the midpoint becomes a supply depot, a rest stop, a foothold for tired adventurers. He needs it to be here. He just needs to solve the environmental problem first. He thinks about the merchant. The merchant said a city here would change everything. He is right. Treasure from the dungeon is heavy and the road is long. A market at the midpoint would attract traders and buyers. The economics work. Elle points out that the air and vegetation are still a fundamental obstacle. Procell needs something that can manage nature at a comprehensive level. He has a water medal from Dantalion. That covers one problem, but the air and the natural vegetation require something broader, something that can administer nature itself. He is still working through the problem when a small bird demon lands on his arm with a letter attached to its leg. Elle says it is a communication demon from Stolas. Procell reads the letter. Stolas asks how things are going, mentions a new demon she made from the medal he gave her, and warns him that some new demon kings who felt threatened by his performance at the evening party are apparently forming an alliance. Be careful. Procell looks up from the letter with a new idea forming. Stolas also gave him an original wind medal during their farewell. Wind, nature, air. Procell's eyes go wide. Elle looks at him. He says that is it. If he uses the wind medal from Stolas, he can create a demon with dominion over natural forces. Elle stares at the letter's postscript about the alliance of new demon kings and says nothing, but her expression says enough. Procell stands before the swamp with Quina and Elle watching from behind. 3 medals float in the air: human imitation, wind, and create. He thinks through the synthesis. Wind alone is not enough. He needs something with more reach over nature, something with the power of the stars. He shifts create into star in his mind. He calls the synthesis and shouts for the demon to be born. From the light emerges a tall woman with long hair, pointed ears, ornate wing-like attachments, and one arm raised behind her head. The display announces, Ancient Elf. The ancient elf stands in a faint aura as Procell begins to explain her role. She looks at Quina and Elle, and her expression changes completely. She lunges forward and hugs both of them simultaneously, shouting about how cute they are. Procell tries to continue speaking. Elle thinks the word huge. The ancient elf rubs her face against Quina and Elle and announces she wants to eat them. Quina screams. Procell asks her to please listen. The ancient elf says she understands her role, master. Elle, in chibi form, wipes drool off the ancient elf's face and tells her to clean herself up. Procell thinks he has made another peculiar character. The hope-eating eccentric has a type. The ancient elf raises her hands and calls purify and improve in sequence, and the swamp transforms. The poisonous water clears, the air shifts, the dead vegetation begins to change. In an instant, the foundation of the city is ready. Quina shouts in amazement. Procell says yes, the city's foundation is ready. Back inside Marco's dungeon, Procell packs a large chest while Marco stands in the corridor behind him. She tells him she heard from Dantalion. He turns around. He says the location is perfect for the best city. Marco smiles and crosses her arms and says city, as if testing the word. Procell says he only just decided on the location. Marco asks if he is leaving her dungeon today. He confirms it. Quina and Elle are helping. He explains the mechanics one more time. The crystal given to new demon kings after the evening party must be placed in the deepest part of the dungeon to establish it. A flashback shows Procell and Stolas each holding glowing orbs, with the silhouettes of other new demon kings behind them. Once the crystal is placed, it cannot be moved. A demon king is permanently anchored to that location. The dungeon mayor supreme, once he commits entirely. A figure with long light hair smiles and says she is sure a strong defensive dungeon would prevent any problems. Procell says he sees. A large black bird with a red eye has been following Procell through the corridors. Marco notices and asks if it is Dantalion's. Procell confirms it was in the gift set. It is surveillance. He is building a dungeon in Dantalion's territory, and of course he would want eyes on it. Procell decides to let it watch. Inversely, it lets Dantalion see that he is not a threat. He will hide the things that need to stay secret. Marco suggests he build a teleportation circle in her dungeon so she can come visit easily, every day if she wants. Procell points out that would make leaving pointless. Two small chibi girls pop up to announce that everything is packed and the golems are ready. Procell tells them he will be right there. Procell apologizes to Marco for not having a physical gift, since parent demon kings are limited in what they can give. She says she is sorry about that. He tells her she gave him more than enough. He holds out his hand and a light builds in his palm. Marco looks down at a small jewel on a chain around her neck and goes still. She holds it in her hand and says it is so pretty. She has never seen this type of jewel before. Procell tells her what it is called. A diamond. It emits light endlessly. Procell tells her their bond will not change and he will never forget what she did for him, just like that diamond. Marco laughs softly, then pulls Procell toward her by his collar. She tells him that is not fair. It has been over a century since she last cried. Procell says he is glad she likes it. Marco leans in close and tells him she has thought of the perfect present in return, something that is not physical. He asks what she means. Marco kisses him. Afterward, she looks at him with a finger to her lips and a playful expression. Procell stands with his hand over his face, deeply red, not moving. From somewhere in the corridor, the surveillance crow radiates jealousy so intense Procell can physically feel it. Marco notices his reaction and pushes him backward onto the bed, leaning over him, and asks if he wants to continue. Procell makes a noise. Procell declines, politely but with urgency, citing the need to leave and not keep people waiting. Marco accepts this and tells him he is right. He calls her name. A small voice from the staircase asks if Daddy is coming. Procell walks away carrying his chest, looking back to tell Marco he will invite her once the city develops. She tells him she will be expecting it and to get going. She watches him leave, holding the diamond, and thinks privately that giving a jewel that shines endlessly to someone who is about to disappear is a little harsh. She smiles anyway. Marco holds the diamond and thinks about what Procell gave her, knowing what she is. He knew. He gave it anyway. Procell stands before the open landscape with Quina, Elle, and the ancient elf behind him, holding the glowing crystal that will become the heart of his city. The first step. Procell raises the crystal and calls out construct, his eyes blazing. He tells the land that this place will become his dungeon. The crystal settles into the stone pedestal and the ground responds. Swirling lines of energy radiate outward. Quina watches with wide eyes. Procell explains that the area is now officially his dungeon, and from here the process is the same as the evening party simulation. The interface opens. A 3-floor plan, one level the maximum allowed. The first floor expands to 10 kilometers on all sides, the largest possible flat land area. The grid blazes across the landscape toward the horizon like a city being drawn by a god with a ruler. The second floor and beyond will hold resources and living space. For resources, the water and produce can come from the first floor. What the city needs is raw materials. Procell calls for a mine and a mountain rises from the ground with a sign on its side. El and the ancient elf have already purified the land and air. The basics are done. The problem is that a crystal can build a dangerous dungeon, but cannot build houses or maintain infrastructure. The city has to be built by hand. Procell turns to his companions, holds out the crystal, and asks if they will help. All three of them say yes at the same time. El puts on a construction helmet and picks up a shovel. The ancient elf floats above the site. Quina cheers. Procell tells them to begin. Building their city, start. A few moments later, everyone is exhausted. Procell wipes sweat from his forehead and sighs. Quina is slumped over a stone wall in the background, surrounded by golems. Procell calls for a lunch break. Quina says she is tired. El, eating a sandwich with complete calm, delivers the verdict. They do not have nearly enough people. Procell gestures toward the golems and the summoned demons. El asks him to look at the field of grass they are trying to turn into a city. He says, fair enough. The plan: 2 compatible demons for each of his main subordinates, created to assist and work alongside them. A Yuko for Quina, a dwarf smith for El, a high elf for the ancient elf. 6 additional demons on top of the existing forces. It is still not enough, but it is a start. Procell checks his dungeon points and finds he has none left to create more demons. The deeper problem is that a normal dungeon can be built with DP, but a city is an exception. Every house, every road, every wall has to be built manually. This is harder than expected, but he has ideas about the manpower problem. The skeleton army is an option, but they are difficult to direct and more likely to slow things down than speed them up. Procell checks his remaining metals. 2 imitations, both of them. He thinks about synthesizing them, but wonders what the point is of one more demon. Then he looks at the metals more closely. One is a death imitation, traded at the evening party before the battle with Strauss. The other is a human imitation. Procell remembers the skeleton demon lord in the tuxedo and thinks, death represents undead, human represents intelligence. If he combines them, he might get a demon capable of commanding the skeletons. Procell spreads his arms and calls the synthesis. The 2 metals floating before him as spectral skull and human shapes appear in the air. Quina and El watch. The synthesis completes. Procell looks at the result and says, huh. Without his create metal in the synthesis, he cannot control what spawns. Any demon is possible, including ones he cannot handle. He imagines 3 delinquent skeletons with pompadours and leather jackets, and thinks that if something like that appears, city building is the least of his problems. A bright light and a rush of wind. Procell shields his eyes. From the smoke emerges a large skeleton wearing a crown and ornate patterned robes, standing with composed authority. Procell introduces himself carefully. The skeleton looks at him for a long moment. Then it bows slightly and speaks. It is pleased to meet its lord. Its name is White. It is a duke of the underworld. Procell thinks the word jackpot. He can sense real intelligence in White despite his rank. He asks whether White can understand the skeleton's speech, and whether he would be willing to command them for the city-building effort. White offers a demonstration. He gestures to a nearby skeleton, which performs an acrobatic bicycle routine involving the entire skeleton army stacked in a tower formation, all giving thumbs up. Quina watches with wide, blank eyes. Procell shouts that he asked for a demonstration, not an acrobatic team. White holds up one of the skeletons and introduces it. The skeleton has long eyelashes. Quina looks at it and says, what? The skeleton says, oh my. White calls her Suke-san. Procell decides not to ask follow-up questions. White asks about the city-building comment. Procell explains his vision. A city where people can live happily, not a dungeon for killing. It is different from a demon's normal work. White listens. He says, White explains what it is like to be a demon, born fully formed, ready to kill, cycling through lords and battles without end. After many rebirths under many demon kings, he began to feel the loneliness of the cycle. He looks out over the field. Procell realizes this is why Quina and El reacted with bloodlust in the human city. They were born for that purpose. He never thought about what it cost them. White has read through the skeleton's memories and found that Procell treated them well. Better than most demon kings treat demons they consider disposable. He calls Procell a kind person. Procell thinks privately that he mostly just did not know what else to do with them. Then White throws his arms wide and shouts that city building is a splendid idea. White kneels before Procell in the grass and pledges his loyalty. Not because Procell is a demon king, he says, but because he has wholeheartedly acknowledged him as a true king. The display reads, White, rank B. Quina grabs a tree and declares she will work until her bones break, which Elle points out is not funny. White dons a military helmet and begins directing the skeleton army with an operation chart. In his off hours, he teaches himself architecture from books the dwarves brought. His ability to communicate with and coordinate all the undead transforms the construction speed. He is, Procell thinks, effectively a second leader. With White connecting everyone and optimizing the workflow, the city rises faster than Procell thought possible. Then, during excavation, a geyser erupts from the ground. Quina jumps for joy. Elle says warm, "It is a hot spring." The girls immediately claim the hot spring. Procell and White end up in the water as well, which creates an awkward moment. Procell says they probably need to divide it by gender. White says he has Suke-san to think about. From a hilltop, Procell looks down at the nearly completed city, a central roundabout, radiating roads, European-style buildings, and a hot spring. White, Quina, and Elle stand beside him. The city was ready for its final stage. The city is complete. Buildings finished, infrastructure in place. Quina shouts. Elle confirms the systems are perfect. Procell smiles. The chapter title appears. Oath of the Beginning Apple. The ancient elf reports that the housing is complete and the fields have been blessed. White says their feelings about it are much stronger for having built it themselves. Procell confirms. All that remains is to call humans in. The city has been camouflaged during construction, visible only as an entrance. When they decloak it, everyone on the road between Aklaba and the dungeon will see it at once. Procell suggests celebrating the completion under a special tree. He explains that when construction began, he planted a tree on the hilltop overlooking the city. They walk through an orchard toward it, large dark fruit hanging from the branches. The apple tree of beginnings. Procell created apples using his skill on the first day of construction, then discovered that apples do not exist in this world. He began cultivating them. This tree was the first. The ancient elf notes she has never seen this fruit before. The ancient elf blessed the tree with everything she had, which is why it bore fruit in days rather than years. The potato elf reports that the potatoes are ready too. An apple falls and Procell catches it, takes a bite, and pauses. The fox-eared girl takes a bite. The potato elf takes a bite and goes blank. The fox-eared girl laughs. The taste is extraordinary. The potato elf stares into the middle distance. The ancient elf smiles with her eyes closed. White and the group stand under the tree as the sky opens above them. Quina says she will never forget the taste of this apple. Procell says me either. White says the same. Procell thinks, this city will succeed. He is certain. Procell rallies his team for the final preparations. The potato elf asks whether he has chosen a name for the city. Procell smiles with light behind him and announces it. The city of hope and smiles, Avalon. Getting ready. The skeleton lord, wearing a chef's hat, carries bread. Procell reads. The potato elf looks like she has not slept. The fox-eared girl looks up. The city opens tomorrow. The next morning, a group of adventurers staggers through the wasteland between Aklaba and the dungeon. They are furious, exhausted, and out of supplies. One has collapsed. They failed to account for how brutal Dentalion's tower actually is. If they could just find somewhere to rest. They look up. A city has appeared on the road where there was nothing before. A sign points toward it. Inside Avalon, Quina is already screaming that they need all the help they can get. Quina, wearing a maid outfit and moving at a pace that suggests she is running on spite and fox instincts, is the shop staff. She is responding to every customer exactly as the manual instructs, which is technically correct and humanly unsettling. The bald adventurer watching her asks if she is all right. She is not. Procell stands in the city square and counts the people who have arrived in half a day. More than expected. This was the right location. Then someone nearby shouts something amazing. The adventurers cannot believe what they are eating and buying. The fruit eliminates fatigue. The water is extraordinary. The bread has a sweetness they have never tasted. A mithril sword costs 2 gold coins. Their blunt steel sword cost 4. The bald man holds the blade up and watches it shine. The decorative sword in the shop window is drawing a crowd. It is not for sale, but it is doing its job. Everyone wants to know who made it and where the workshop is. The adventurers discuss whether this is a dwarf city, an elf city, or something else entirely. Procell watches from the edge of the conversation and thinks, it is a city built for the coexistence of humans and demi-humans. Procell introduces himself as the head of the city and apologizes for eavesdropping. He offers to show them around town. The adventurers look at each other. He thinks, these are the people who will spread the word. The inn is beautiful. The young woman runs ahead with delight. The hooded man notes the designs are unfamiliar but masterful. Then White steps out from behind the counter to welcome them as the inn's master, and the room goes very quiet. White gives the thumbs up and explains the room rates. Private rooms for 2 silver coins, large rooms for 1 silver coin per person, warm blankets available for rent. No meals included, but the inner garden has a free well, and there is an onsen. The witch girl and the young woman react to the word onsen as if it is a divine announcement. The young woman declares she wants to use Avalon as her base. The bald man points out their finances. Procell listens and realizes the gap in his planning. Adventurers who want to stay need ways to earn money locally, not just spend it. He is working through the problem when Quina crashes into something in the background and shouts for him. Quina is more wrecked than she was after fighting the Emerald Dragon. The customer line stretches out of sight. She begs Procell to make more demon subordinates. He hisses at her not to announce that he is a demon king in front of the customers. The witch girl blinks. Down in the basement, skeleton chefs wearing aprons bake bread, kept there specifically because they would cause a scene upstairs. Procell cannot make more demons. He is out of dungeon points. The young woman and the witch girl offer to work part-time. Procell offers 6 silver coins per day. The witch girl shouts that this is too much and immediately agrees. The young woman declares they are in, and that they no longer need to return to Aklaba. Procell thinks, a part-time job. He forgot that was an option. White reports that the skeleton workforce is running smoothly. The masked figure in the ornate robes asks about the bread reviews, and is visibly moved by the answer. Procell tells his team they have overcome the immediate crisis, but in a few weeks the rumors will bring more adventurers, and the city will be in much more disorder. They need to grow faster. Procell thinks about what the city needs as it scales. Part-time workers help, but they cannot maintain quality of service or keep order indefinitely. He needs a professional, someone with real expertise in the service industry, someone he can trust to run the management side. He looks out over the city street and thinks about what that person would look like. A merchant in a horse-drawn carriage rolls toward Avalon. Noting that the rumors of a city that appeared overnight appeared to be true, he decides to inspect it. The sign at the road's edge reads, "Welcome to Avalon. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme City is open for business." Avalon's shops are a controlled disaster. Customers shout for bread, swords, and stock that is already gone. 2 girls in uniform stand behind the counter and cry. The city planning Dark Lord's opening day is going extremely well, by which we mean it is complete chaos. A red-haired woman in an apron claps her hands and orders the crowd into a single file line, telling them it is not nice to scare children. She has the authority of someone who has managed worse. The blonde girl watching her notes quietly that the human part-timers are pretty good. In the back courtyard, Quina and Elle talk about the human staff. Elle points out that the dwarves tend to get into arguments with customers over craftsmanship disputes, and the human staff helps mediate. Then Elle asks whether Quina's transform is holding up. Quina says wearing the human form is too cramped. She bites into an apple and says nobody will come back here right now. The door opens. The red-haired woman stands in the doorway and sees Quina and Elle in their actual forms. Fox ears, pointed ears, the works. Everyone stares at everyone else. Elle says it is too late. Quina tries to transform. The red-haired woman finishes her sentence. So they were not human. The news reaches the shop floor. The staff are fox demi-humans. Some customers draw weapons. The witch girl with glasses steps between them and the counter and tells everyone to put their weapons away. The red-haired woman defends them without hesitation. They were working hard, were they not? And then she points out that a fox demi-human in frilly clothing is, objectively, cute. The male customers process this information and react as though they have just discovered a new religion. The red-haired woman winks. Elle gives a thumbs up and notes that for a city built on coexistence between humans and demons, this outcome is actually better. Quina looks at Elle with an expression that contains several complicated feelings. The group reflects on their changing view of humans. The red-haired woman admits she always thought of them as dungeon food, but she is seeing them differently now. Then she points at the decorative sword in the display case and announces she wants it as a reward. Quina and Elle stare at her with identical expressions. The sword is the culmination of Elle's best work, the clone of herself she dedicated to Procell, and it is absolutely not for sale. The red-haired woman calculates its dungeon value and its resale value out loud, undeterred. Elle calls her shameless. The red-haired woman accepts this assessment and moves on. The large scarred man from the adventuring party arrives and announces they are re-challenging Dentalion's tower right now. The red-haired woman is immediately ready to go. The fox-eared girl and elf-eared girl watch them leave with matching expressions of bewilderment. The red-haired woman shouts that they will be back in a few days with presents. The red-haired woman asks Elle's name on the way out. Elle says Elder Dwarf. Elle is fine. The woman notes that it is the same as Quina, using the race as a name. Elle watches Quina wave goodbye and thinks about that difference. Elle thinks about what a contracted demon is, a demon accepted by the Demon King, named and bound by soul. She does not have a name yet. The reason is obvious to her. She has no enormous success like Quina's during the evening party. She does not have that kind of power. The emerald dragon looms in her memory. Elle walks through the cobblestone streets and thinks about her role. She is a dwarf. Producing is her work. She cannot do anything flamboyant. She is always the stagehand, never the one on stage. That is fine, she tells herself. If she can be of use to Procell, and if a masked figure hanging laundry calls her name. The masked figure offers to listen if she has worries. Elle says it is nothing, and starts to say she is fine. Someone else interrupts before she can finish the sentence. She does not finish the thought. She does not need to. The answer to when Procell will name her is not something she can force. She walks on. The masked figure and Elle are caught off guard mid-chore, laundry in hand, when a stranger's voice cuts through the quiet, demanding to know where the city's lord can be found. They don't waste a second. The two of them bolt toward Procell's residence in Avalon, shouting his name as they run. Procell is in the middle of a perfectly peaceful cup of tea when Elle and the masked figure crash through the door. He asks, with the strained patience of someone who absolutely was not startled, if knocking is a concept they have heard of. Elle's news lands before he can finish the thought. A merchant has finally arrived. Procell is on his feet and in the drawing room before the teacup stops rattling, facing a large, well-dressed man seated on a sofa. The merchant introduces himself as Konana Crutrudo, a humble trader from Aklaba, though Procell is quick to note that the Crutrudo company is anything but humble. It is the largest commercial firm on the continent. Standing quietly behind Konana is a long-haired man Procell recognizes from a previous trip toward Dantalion's tower. Procell wonders silently whether the man tagged along because he controls the routes through that territory. Konana settles into his chair and gets comfortable, complimenting the furniture before turning his attention to the real prize. The goods sold in this city are unlike anything he has ever seen, and he wants to know where they come from. Procell keeps his cover story simple and airtight. Far East, across the ocean, name of the place classified. The city planning Dark Lord is already playing the long game. Out in the corridor, the skeleton creature and Elle press themselves against the door, eavesdropping with full commitment. The skeleton is quietly pleased. Procell's cover story about foreign goods is working perfectly, and there is a good reason for that. In a flashback, Procell is buried under a mountain of negotiation textbooks, sweating through study sessions while the skeleton lectures and Elle reads along. This deal did not happen by accident. Konana lays out the pitch. A company like his, setting up a base in Avalon, would bring an explosion of people and commerce. The city would thrive. Procell knows this is the deal he needs, and he plays his own card in return, offering a sympathetic backstory about demi-human blood, persecution, and a city built on shared ideals. Konana nods, the pieces clicking together for him. Then Procell leans forward and steers the conversation where it needs to go. Procell cuts straight to it. Wholesaling the city's goods, or handing over trade secrets, are both off the table from the start. He watches the merchant's face as he says it. Both Konana and his long-haired companion flinch, just slightly. That tells Procell everything. Those were exactly their objectives. Konana pushes back hard, dangling triple purchase prices, 5-fold resale margins, and a gold coin per sword sold if Procell will just share the manufacturing method. Procell refuses each offer. He gestures toward the city, visible through the window, and states his position plainly. His goal is to bring people here, not to export what they make. The city itself is the product. Konana goes quiet. His companion does too. Procell lets the silence sit for a moment, then offers the actual deal. Full support for any business they choose to open inside the city. He starts listing the first incentive, and the room leans in. Procell drops the word duty-free and watches both merchants go white. Konana says he has never heard of such a thing, and he means it. Procell explains calmly that the city's operational costs are covered by local specialty sales, though he keeps the part about demonic assistance to himself. Out in the hall, the skeleton is practically glowing. Procell keeps stacking the offer: a house for a storefront, provided free of charge, and a golem available for transportation if they need more hauling power than a horse can manage. The companion stops cold at the word golem. Konana is sweating through his fur collar. Procell then lays out the final piece: help the city grow, and every profit the company generates from the people they bring in is theirs to keep. Konana sits back, processing the sheer weight of what is being offered. He calls it a nice proposal. Procell frames it as an apology for not letting them stock the city's merchandise, which is either very gracious or very calculated, and probably both. Behind the door, the skeleton pulls L into a celebratory headlock. The skeleton's read on the situation is simple: no merchant alive would walk away from this. Konana is about to say yes. He acknowledges the loss of the swords is regrettable, but the conditions are more than enough to justify a deal. Then the long-haired companion raises his hand and tells everyone to hold. The room shifts. Konana looks surprised. Procell looks sharp. The companion, who turns out to be a bearded man with an unsettling calm about him, tells Konana there is no need to accept Procell's terms at all. He leans in close to Procell and delivers 2 words with the weight of a challenge: this city is suspicious. Procell holds his ground, but the air in the room has changed completely. Procell repeats the word back, incredulous. Suspicious. The bearded man says it again without blinking. Konana, sweating now, tries to walk it back, pointing out that the negotiations were almost finished. The skeleton and L freeze in the doorway behind them, neither one breathing. The bearded man pivots smoothly back to trade talk, addressing Procell by name and asking if anything can be done about the wholesale block. Procell starts to repeat himself, then stops. Something is off. The bearded man's eyes carry a smirk that the rest of his face is not showing. He tells Procell not to underestimate them. The bearded man lays it out plainly. They can send subordinates or hire adventurers to buy products inside the city and resell them in Aklaba and beyond. They have already tested it. They have people analyzing the resale rates and reverse engineering the manufacturing methods right now. Behind the door, L's eyes go wide. Someone in the market has apparently been buying in bulk. The bearded man presses the advantage. If reselling is already viable, there is little reason to open a shop in a city in the middle of nowhere. He invites Procell to reconsider the wholesale block before that becomes the default arrangement. Procell's jaw tightens. He tells himself to stay calm. He has plans for exactly this scenario, but the words are harder to say than he expected. Procell steadies himself and explains the countermeasures: purchase limits of 1 sword per person, a blacklist for suspicious buyers, and resale controls. The bearded man listens, then smiles. He brings up the dwarves and the elves. Procell confirms that the city's swords are dwarf-made, and the crops carry elven blessings, which makes replication extremely difficult. The bearded man says yes, and his tone makes it clear that confirmation was exactly what he was looking for. That right there, the bearded man says, that is the suspicious part. Elves and dwarves exist on the continent, yes, but high-ranking specimens of either do not just wander into human cities and start working. Procell goes rigid. An elf woman and a dwarf man flash through his mind, both of them living and working in Avalon right now. Konana starts sweating harder. The bearded man delivers the conclusion: high-ranking demi-humans of that caliber primarily exist inside dungeons. They are demons. Procell's face drains. A memory surfaces of the group being driven out of Aklaba with arrows, and suddenly that rejection makes a different kind of sense. The skeleton in the doorway grabs its own skull. The bearded man is not done. He mentions the golems offered as manpower and tells them not to be foolish. Golems, the bearded man explains, are demons that kill adventurers. No one thinks of them as a workforce. He walks through the contradictions one by one. A city built for demi-humans by someone with demi-human blood, yet not a single registered demi-human in sight. Peaceful on the surface, but looked at differently, this city is a demon lord's dungeon. L goes pale. Procell's hand tightens around nothing. The bearded man leans forward and asks directly, is Procell really a demon lord? The question lands like a blade. Procell's thoughts race past it immediately to the consequences. If his identity is confirmed, if the city is labeled a dungeon, the goods become treasure to raid and the citizens become monsters to kill. Everything he has built would be a target. There is no crystal to move. There is nowhere to run. Procell holds the full picture in his mind. The Crutrudо company has the reach to spread rumors without proof, and rumors are enough. Once people believe this is a dungeon, the city becomes a raid zone. Products become loot. Citizens become enemies. The crystal is already planted, which means starting over somewhere else is impossible. The hope-eating eccentric built something he cannot abandon, and now someone has found the seam in the plan. The bearded man shifts the conversation back to business, and his terms are predatory. He wants wholesale rights, with the city selling to them at half price, while they distribute for 10 times that. Procell stares at the numbers. His city, which he built on the idea of hope as nourishment, is being told it will end in failure if he refuses. The bearded man watches him with the patience of someone who knows they have already won the room. Konana mutters something about underestimating merchants, quietly trying to distance himself from whatever his companion is doing. The bearded man is unmoved. Procell looks down at the city through the window, the fountain, the streets, the people who trusted him, and grinds his teeth. 2 options: let the city be exposed and raided, or hand over the advantage to a man who just threatened him with a smile. Neither one is acceptable. The door opens. White and L2 step in with a tray of apple sake, apologizing for the interruption and offering the city's specialty drink with cheerful professionalism. The atmosphere in the room cracks. Procell exhales. White leans close and says quietly that the mood seemed bad, so they intervened. Procell tells him it helped. Konana takes a cup and immediately declares it delicious. The negotiation has a breath to reset. Procell drinks and thinks. The merchants are after the goods, not the city's destruction. This is still a negotiation, and what they want is profit. He sets the cup down and stands up. He declines the wholesale rights again, flat and final. The bearded man raises an eyebrow and asks, pleasantly, whether Procell is comfortable with an unfavorable situation. Procell spreads his arms wide and calls the bluff. His goal is a city where demi-humans can live freely, and if that cannot happen here, he will move to different land entirely. He knows, privately, that this is completely impossible under the dungeon system. It is a bluff, but his eye does not waver. He then turns the pressure back. If Procell leaves, the merchants lose the biggest commercial opportunity they have ever been handed. Procell pushes harder. A tariff-free city is unimaginable anywhere else on the continent, and if the merchants are still asking for wholesale rights after already studying the products, that is proof they cannot reproduce the quality themselves. The bearded man claps once, slowly, looking genuinely amused. He asks what comes next. White, watching from the side, quietly wonders if the apple sake was too strong. Procell pivots to the real offer. Any goods produced by immigrants the merchants bring to the city are fair game, including swords, if those immigrants learn the craft here. He gestures toward the city outside the window, where a blacksmith already works while L2 watches. The bearded man's expression shifts from amusement to calculation. He is actually considering it. Kanana does the math out loud. Help the city grow, gain a tariff-free base, invest and collect massive returns. The bearded man agrees it sounds good, then immediately adds that the doubt has not been wiped away. There are still risks. He wants one more thing before any agreement is made. He asks Procell to show them proof that he can be trusted. Procell is one step from the finish line and has no idea what proof would even look like at this point. Then L2 moves. Procell barely has time to say her name before she steps forward with quiet certainty and places an ornate sword on the table between them. The blade is covered in intricate engravings, a gem set in the crossguard, and it radiates something that makes the whole room go still. L2 explains that this sword is her masterwork, a clone filled with everything she has. She offers it to the merchants as a gesture of trust. Believe in her master. Procell stares at her, stunned. Konana and the bearded man, who turns out to be named Konana's associate, examine the blade and can barely speak. The associate says it carries enough magic to be named a sacred sword. Procell asks L2 if she is certain, and she looks away with a small, sad admission. She is not strong like Quina, so at the very least she should do this. The associate Konana is already calculating the auction value in his head. 10,000 gold coins minimum, enough to buy a castle. He is practically vibrating. Konana hands the sword back to L2. He thanks her, apologizes for making her bring out something so precious, and turns to his associate with a calm that ends the discussion. Getting greedy with a long-term client is bad business. His associate screams internally and externally. L2 holds the sword, confused. Konana explains the reasoning without apology. A relationship worth having is worth protecting from the start. Konana bows to Procell and L2. He explains what the sword represents, a weapon powerful enough to turn every demi-human in Avalon to dust, offered freely as proof of resolve. He says he is sorry for doubting them. Procell accepts the apology quietly. The associate, still processing the loss of his theoretical castle, mutters something about starting fresh. Kanana confirms it. Procell and Konana shake hands. Both of them are smiling, and this time it is real. Outside, the sky stretches wide over Avalon's rooftops. The deal is done. The city just got its first major merchant partner. Back at the residence, Procell collapses onto the sofa and announces that he is exhausted, which is an understatement. He looks at L2 and tells her he could not have done it without her, that her resolve at the end was the deciding factor. L2 blinks, surprised. Procell adds that the bearded associate had them on the ropes the entire time. Procell sits up and gets serious. He tells L2 he has been grateful for a while, that she built most of the city's infrastructure and raised the defensive firepower when it counted. He should have said so sooner. He says it now. Procell calls her his second contracted demon and begins to give her a name. Quina bursts through the door at full volume, announcing she is back and tired, completely unaware of the moment she just walked into. Quina notices L2's expression and asks what happened. L2 corrects her gently. She is not L anymore. Her name is Rorono. She says it with a smile so bright it fills the room. Quina and the others erupt in celebration. Rorono holds the name close, pressing her hands to her chest and looking down with a gentle smile. The name her master gave her. She will keep it safe. A blonde elf woman with a flower in her hair watches Quina and Rorono celebrate and announces, with theatrical suffering, that she is jealous. She also claims she has been doing work for the city. Thank you very much. White, wearing his crown and robes like a man who has seen everything, materializes behind her and reports, with the energy of someone reading from a very long list, that there have been complaints about skipping shifts and harassing the high elves. The blonde elf woman insists her walks through town were not just for fun. She was handling scoundrels targeting the city's apples. White confirms this, then adds a detail about the case that makes Procell go quiet and decide not to pursue that particular thread right now. The blonde elf woman cheerfully points out that she has not done quite as much as the others, and then makes a proposal. She wants a name too. Her condition, perform a feat equal to what Quina and Rorono have done. She offers an example casually, like it is the most reasonable thing in the world. Killing an opposing demon lord, for instance. Procell reacts to this the way anyone would react to a cheerful suggestion of assassination. He tells her she says frightening things with a face that does not match. He allows that if she actually does something like that, he will think about it. She locks him into a promise on the spot. Procell takes a well-earned break on a bench in the town square, eating a burger while White stands nearby holding a tray. He admits that the blonde elf woman is a handful. White says she is like the wind. Procell says she is probably a good person deep down. A young girl comes running toward White, calling his name, and the Dungeon Mayor Supreme's one day off ends before it started. White is, to put it plainly, running this city. The bread, the food, the consumables, the processing, the cooking. All of it is delegated to a skeleton army that bakes with genuine enthusiasm. White handles the rest. He manages everything from supply chains to resident complaints to whatever the young girl just ran up to tell him about. The dwarf smiths, the kitsune, the high elves, all of them trust White more than they trust Procell, which is a fact Procell acknowledges with a wince. People have started mistaking White for the city's actual chief. This is, Procell admits, at least partly his own fault for spending most of his time in the deepest part of the dungeon managing the crystal's magic power. Procell tells White something honest. He cannot figure out the blonde elf woman at all, even though she was born from his own image through the creation metal. White, who was born more on luck than design, became someone Procell trusts from the bottom of his heart. He tells White he is counting on him. White bows and calls it an honor. Procell feels guilty about it. White works so hard that it borders on overwork, and Procell knows it. He wishes he had been able to give White the same level of power as the other 3 demons he created. With that power, White could do even more. Procell smiles quietly and asks White a question. Would he like to have a name? He tells White that he considers him the most fit candidate to be the last contracted demon. White goes very still. His single visible eye widens. Procell reveals a power he has not told anyone about, a gift from the creator awarded for winning at the evening party. With mutual consent, he can transform a person into a metal while preserving their memories entirely. The limitation is strict, only twice. He demonstrates the ability, and light gathers between his hands. White listens to the offer and thanks Procell for his concern. Then he says, with genuine warmth, that he loves the body his lord gave him. He is the only one among Procell's demons not shaped by the creation power, and yet this body has carried something that feels like fate. He would not trade it. Then, before anyone can process that moment, White announces his actual reward request. He would like Procell to serve as matchmaker for his marriage to Suka-san. White stands beside Procell and the others, and says that standing among them as the one demon not born of creation, yet finding his place here anyway, feels like a fate-like encounter. He is happy, he is proud. Procell says he is too, and means it, then adds a quiet but. White speaks plainly about the future. Procell will face unforeseen hardships, and the power held in reserve, the last name and the Creator's gift, will be a vital turning point when those hardships arrive. He tells Procell not to use them carelessly. They walk through the town together under a wide sky. Procell laughs and says he genuinely cannot tell who is in charge anymore. He raises a finger and says he wants to reward White for everything he has done managing the city. He starts to offer something. White, blushing in a way that a skeleton should not be capable of, announces that he would like Procell to be the matchmaker for his marriage to Suka-san. Suka-san, a skeleton with a bow on her head, reacts with great enthusiasm. Procell and the fox-eared girl stare at White in unified, open-mouthed shock. An undead getting married. White confirms it with hearts in his voice, and a picture of Suka-san already in hand. Procell, choosing his battles, says that if White is happy with it, he supposes that is fine. White immediately begins planning the ceremony. The fox-eared girl has left the conversation entirely. Procell reflects that he is fine with demon relationships in general, but this particular development was not in any of his contingency plans. He walks through Avalon, noting that construction is going smoothly and the city feels alive. He hopes nothing goes wrong. It does. 3 demon lords materialize in the city, and none of them are here to shop. Morax of evil, tall and winged, with a grin that belongs on something older and crueler. Zagan of steel, composed and smirking. Ronawi of viscosity, massive and silent. Procell stands facing all 3. The despair buffet gone wrong has arrived at his door. Zagan speaks for the group and makes it simple. They are declaring war on the demon lord of creation. Then the 3 of them announce the format. It is a 3 versus 1. Procell's face does something complicated. A flashback, a little while earlier. Procell is buried in paperwork at his desk, while the fox-eared girl and Rorono play nearby. A letter arrives coded in magic, which means only one thing. Another demon lord sent it. White rules out Marcho and Stolas immediately, since both have their own ways of reaching Procell. Someone else is reaching out. The group gathers around the letter with varying levels of concern. The letter leads Procell to the commercial city of Aklaba. He finds the meeting point in a busy outdoor square, and a hand appears from the crowd with a greeting. Thanks for coming, Demon Lord of Creation. Procell asks if this is the person who sent the letter. Zagan, Demon Lord of Steel, introduces himself over tea and scones with the ease of someone who does this regularly. He suggests they skip formalities. His eye carries a sharpness that the polite setting does not soften. Zagan sets his teacup down and names the topic, war. He adds, without particular urgency, that he already has an alliance with 2 other demon lords. Procell processes the fact that demon lord alliances are apparently a thing that can happen, and that he did not know this. Zagan acknowledges that Procell is strong. Then he points out that strong means very little against 3 opponents, especially when Procell's demons are already well documented after the evening party. Procell asks if Zagan wants him to surrender. Zagan smiles and extends his hand. He wants an alliance. Zagan explains the mechanics. His 2 current allies are waiting elsewhere. If Procell refuses, Zagan signals them and all 3 declare war together. If Procell agrees, the 2 allies declare war on Procell first, and then Zagan declares war on the allies instead. A 2 versus 2, with Procell and Zagan on the same side. Zagan draws the comparison on the table. 3 against 1 becomes 2 against 2, and the 2 they would face together are the weakest in this generation of demon lords. Victory would be straightforward. Medals gained without excessive effort. The mandatory war fulfilled within the year. Procell stares at the diagram and says nothing. Zagan explains the endgame condition. Destroy the opponent's crystal to fulfill the war obligation. If 3 demon lords win together, 2 of them still have to fight each other afterward. The math favors a clean 2 versus 2 instead. He asks Procell directly, Is this not safer than fighting a 3-on-1? Zagan adds one final condition. After the year's war obligation is completed, neither side attacks the other. He frames it as mutually beneficial and efficient. Procell is quiet for a moment. Then he says no. Zagan looks genuinely surprised for the first time. Procell explains it in one line. He cannot trust someone who betrays allies without hesitation. An alliance with a man like that comes with a knife already aimed at his back. Worse, the offer itself might be the trap. Procell points out the obvious. Zagan is betraying his two current allies right now in this conversation. Zagan has no answer for that. His composure cracks into frustration, and he calls out to his allies. Dark energy rises around him as he tells Procell he will regret this. Two figures appear behind Zagan. On one side, an older man with bat-like wings and the bearing of something ancient. On the other, a massive shadowed shape with glowing eyes that fills more space than anything in the room should. The alliance is assembled. Ronov and Morax are named and introduced. Procell stands calm, then immediately tells the two of them that Zagan was planning to betray both of them. The room erupts. Ronov and Morax go wide-eyed. Zagan starts shouting that they should not fall for it. The small girl nearby screams. Zagan scrambles to hold the alliance together, arguing that breaking ranks now plays directly into Procell's hands. Ronov and Morax exchange a look. It is too late for a quarrel, and they know it. The three of them turn on Procell in unison and declare war. The creator's voice drops into the room like a verdict. The challenge is approved. Procell barely has time to process it before the terms are announced. The war begins in 4 days. Creation versus the allied forces of steel, viscosity, and evil. The crystal on its pedestal glows. The creator states the rules. 24 hours. The side holding the most crystals at the end wins. Procell shouts that this is not how war works. The creator confirms that this explanation is a first, and that the rules are what they are. Procell's understanding of every strategy he had prepared collapses in real time. Procell works through the implications and arrives somewhere bad. His entire defensive strategy relies on drawing enemies into his dungeon and holding ground. A time limit with a crystal count flips that advantage completely. He needs to attack, and he does not have the numbers for it. Zagan understood this. The rule change was designed for exactly this situation. Procell turns his frustration toward the creator directly. He demands to know why new demon lords are forced into war within their first year. He shouts the question at the sky. The creator answers without shame. It wants to watch. It wants to see demon lords crush each other over crystals, and as long as that happens, it does not care about the format. Procell stares up at a grinning shadow that fills the ceiling and thinks something unprintable. The creator is running a despair buffet, and Procell is the main course. Back at the base, the fox-eared girl is furious about the 3-on-1 format and the time limit stacked on top of it. Procell tells her the creator's decisions cannot be overturned. Rorono delivers the worst piece of news. The next creation medal is not ready until hours after the war begins, which means no major reinforcements are coming. Procell reminds everyone that unlike the evening party, demons who die in this war do not come back. They cannot afford to lose anyone. He is mid-sentence when a voice interrupts from across the room. She heard the whole thing. Stolas, the demon lord of wind, is already here, and she came at exactly the right moment. Stolas plants herself in the center of the room with the confidence of someone who has already made up her mind. If the enemy is forming an alliance, then so are they. The demon lord of wind joins the fight. The morning of the war arrives quiet. Procell stretches in the courtyard outside, squinting against the early light, then looks out over the landscape of the battlefield ahead. The calm before everything. The sky turns white without warning. The humans disappear. Quina shouts that the people are gone. Rorono tells Procell the sky is wrong. The creator's white room deploys around them, a featureless void that replaces the world, and White confirms it is the same space used during the evening party. Time outside has stopped. The war has begun. Procell explains the mechanics. Everything outside the demon lords and their demons is suspended in another dimension. He has already used floor swap to put the dungeon in place of the city, because if the city were exposed at the start, it would be destroyed in minutes. He looks toward the cave entrance ahead. All that is left is to win. Procell stands with his back to a tall stone tower where the enemy demon lords have gathered. Ranawi, Morax, and Zagan are each named and framed in turn. Procell's face is the fourth. The creator's voice announces this as the commemorative first war of their generation. The odds are named plainly. Creation against a three-way alliance, though with Stolas' support it is closer to 2 against 3. The creator calls it an irregular battle and finds it interesting. Procell does not share the enthusiasm. The rules are repeated one final time, 24 hours. Most crystals held at the end wins. Fighting inside the White Room is forbidden. Battles happen only inside the dungeons. The creator tells them to shine. The war begins. Procell clenches his fist against his chest and moves. From somewhere across the white space, another voice says it has waited a long time for a day like this. Zagan is already thinking about Stolas. She declined his proposal once, and he has not forgotten it. He planned to take her crystal in a surprise attack and absorb her wind metal-making ability. But that plan is gone now. He walks toward the dungeon entrance, fury running beneath his composed surface. Stolas senses something and looks around. Zagan's internal monologue is the portrait of a man who has been underestimated his entire life, and is done being patient about it. Everyone looks down on him. He intends to make every one of them dance in the palm of his hand before this is over. He walks toward the castle. Stolas turns to Procell with a single syllable. Stolas tells Procell she is sorry she could not form a formal alliance in time, and that she still has her own dungeon to protect. All she can offer is personal support. Procell tells her it is enough, and he means it. Stolas' copy ability has doubled their fighting power in practical terms, which addresses the numbers problem more than anything else could have, and having her Emerald Dragon on the field changes the threat calculus entirely. The plan has teeth now. Procell pats Stolas on the head and thanks her. He promises to invite her to Avalon when this is done, and to return the favor if she ever needs backup. Stolas goes slightly pink and says nothing, which counts as agreement. The math is straightforward and brutal. With a time limit and a crystal count, they need to capture at least 2 enemy dungeons. Anything less and they lose on numbers at the end. Procell lays out the 2-unit attack plan. He and Ancient Elf form 1 unit. Quina and Rorono form the other. Both teams move fast, capture dungeons, then pincer any enemy demon lord who invades Procell's dungeon from behind. 2 attacks, 1 trap. White holds the defense. Each unit carries a teleport-capable demon borrowed from Dantalion and a copy, which means fast extraction once a crystal is destroyed. Ancient Elf goes quiet at the mention of the golem defending the main corridor. She has trauma. White promises his undead army will form an impenetrable wall, and if anything gets through, White himself will handle it. Procell raises his fist and tells them he believes they can win. The group shouts back in agreement. Ancient Elf, off to the side, wonders if she is allowed to join in the cheer. She is technically part of the plan. Quina and Rorono enter the Demon Lord of Viscosity's dungeon, and Quina immediately announces her grievance. Why is she separated from her dad? Rorono tells her, with the calm of someone who has accepted the situation, that being trusted with an independent mission is a mark of respect. Quina calls Rorono an adult. Rorono is startled by this. Then something ahead catches their attention. The dungeon's first chamber is packed. At least 50 frog and lizard-type demons fill the cavern, some hanging from the ceiling, others crouched along the floor. Quina and Rorono assess the situation from a ledge above. Rorono identifies the formation immediately. The enemy stacked their numbers at the entrance to maximize a counterattack. Procell predicted exactly this. There is no time to pick through them carefully. Quina has already decided. Procell said to move fast. Quina pulls out a strand of hair from her tail and holds it up. Rorono stares. Each strand carries the magic equivalent of a B-rank demon, and Quina has been charging them the entire time they have been living in the city. 120 strands total. She is activating 30 of them here. Golden Flame Purgatory. The entire first floor of the dungeon becomes fire. The shockwave pushes outward, and a small figure watches from the cliff's edge as the chamber below is consumed. This is the power of the Demon Lord of Creation's daughter. Deep in the dungeon, Ranawi watches his entire first-floor force disappear in a single attack and cannot process it. He had not been told about this. He does not want to die. He reaches for the only option he has left and summons 2 massive gargoyles from the darkness, then drops to his knees and begs them for help. The war is a 3 versus 1 with an irregular rule set. Most crystals held after 24 hours wins. Procell's camp chose to attack 2 dungeons simultaneously while White holds the defense. It is the only math that works. Rorono moves through the dungeon's aftermath, thinking through what is still at stake. Quina and Rorono reach the deepest section of the cavern and find a dark tunnel entrance. Rorono can feel power radiating from inside. That is where the crystal is. Quina is delighted that they reached the final floor so quickly. Rorono is less impressed by the dungeon's quality and more troubled by what it means. A demon lord this week should not have anything dangerous waiting for them. She considers whether she needed to bring her trump card at all. Then she reconsiders. Rorono starts to explain the new power she awakened when Procell gave her a name. She does not finish the sentence. A gargoyle drops from above and hits the ground between them with enough force to shake the cave. Quina draws her shotgun and fires. The shots hit the gargoyle and flatten against its skin. Nothing. Rorono stares. The ED-01S rounds, which should punch through most things, have no effect on the white gargoyle's body. Both of them go very quiet. They are surrounded. 4 gargoyles closing in from multiple directions. Rorono identifies them. Rank A. The white one is the one that just shrugged off Quina's shotgun. This is not what the dungeon's first floor suggested was coming. Rorono figures out what the white gargoyle is made of. Orichalcum, a living organism built from one of the hardest materials in existence. Quina asks if it is like one of Rorono's golems. Rorono says no. It is something categorically different and significantly more dangerous. Rorono explains the difference. Pure organisms are several levels above golems in raw capability. The demon lord of viscosity should not be able to produce something like this. Before she can finish the thought, the orichalcum gargoyle lunges. Quina goes straight to fire, vermilion gold dance. The gargoyle walks out of the flames without slowing. Quina's eyes go wide. Rorono is already thinking. Quina retreats as the gargoyle strikes. The shadow behind her is enormous. Rorono shouts her name and raises her rifle. Rorono's rounds work on the non-white gargoyles. Quina picks herself up and they regroup. Rorono explains the problem. The white gargoyle is made of ore. Standard fire does nothing. Quina already had that feeling. Then Rorono calls her name with urgency. The white gargoyle begins charging magic power. The runes around its head glow in a full circle. Quina reads the situation from the ground and arrives at the same conclusion Rorono already reached. That is the real threat. Summon meteor. A sphere of condensed energy the size of a building descends and hits the cavern floor. The impact dome swallows everything in range. Quina knows that guns and fire will not touch the white gargoyle, but she has something else. Quina releases the lock on the ED-01S and fires the full auto mode directly into the white gargoyle. The barrage is relentless. Rorono watches from the side, eyes wide. The resulting explosion shakes the entire cavern. When the smoke clears, Rorono is intact. She tells Quina the weapon could not handle the full power output, which is why the meteor did not hit them directly. Quina runs to her. Rorono surveys the aftermath. The black gargoyles are destroyed, but the white one is not a normal A-rank demon. The magic it demonstrated, the durability, the power level, it has accumulated strength through years of combat. It is functionally S-rank. Rorono goes very still. Rorono asks Quina directly, with what she has left, what can she actually do? Quina runs the assessment honestly. The black gargoyles, probably. The white one, she does not have the confidence. Rorono says all right. Rorono says she will defeat the white gargoyle herself. Quina starts to object that Rorono is not built for direct combat. Rorono reaches back and grabs her large pack. She told Quina she had a trump card. Rorono calls for a transformation. Light gathers around her. Quina turns to face the remaining gargoyles. Whatever Rorono is about to become, the white gargoyle is hers to deal with. The pack splits open into mechanical components. Rorono stands over the wreckage of her own equipment, holding a small core creature in one hand. This is the power she awakened when Procell gave her a name. Her ace. She tells the white gargoyle to come at her. Rorono speaks one word, mount. Light spirals around her as the ability activates, and the energy in the cavern shifts. Rorono emerges in a white bodysuit integrated with large mechanical armor components, control sticks in both hands, the mechanized Valkyrie. Quina stares, then Quina's mouth falls open. Quina tells Rorono that her grown-up form is pretty shocking. Rorono reacts to this with significantly more alarm than she just showed toward a near-death experience. They face the remaining gargoyles together, and Rorono calls the start of round 2. Quina transforms. Rorono takes her Gregorian Valkyrie configuration. Both of them are ready. The gargoyles surround them. Rorono is seated in her mechanical frame above the field, Quina at ground level. Round 2 begins. Deep in the dungeon, Ranawi kneels before his crystal orb and shakes. This is how Demon Lord Ranawi spent the climax of his war, praying. Ranawi remembers being abandoned by his parent Demon Lord. and a conversation with Zagan shortly before the war. He gave Zagan his contracted demons as a loan. In the present, Queena's face goes tight. These gargoyles are too strong. Queena shatters several stone golems with a single kick while Zagan's voice explains his reasoning in flashback. The contracted demons Renawi lent him were necessary to break through Procell's golems from the evening party. He wished Renawi luck surviving in the meantime. Queena calls her next move. Vermilion gold dance, full power this time. The stone gargoyles detonate. Zagan's voice continues in the background, explaining that he obtained the gargoyles through methods that bent the rules, and that they should be more than sufficient. Rorono watches Queena work and feels something competitive stir. She is not losing this. She locks onto the white gargoyle, fires her cannon, and the orichalcum wing shatters. The gargoyle is fast. Rorono tracks it through the cockpit controls, adjusting constantly. The gargoyle lunges. Rorono does not flinch. Queena watches the cannon shot punch clean through the orichalcum wing and shouts Rorono's name. The gargoyle reels. Rorono is already repositioning. Rorono drops onto her back, aims straight up, and fires. The white gargoyle's head comes apart. Goodbye. Zagan, in the depths of his own dungeon, realizes his contracted demons are gone, and that he was used. The skull creature at his feet is cracked. A dark figure holds it up and tells him, without warmth, that fools are easy to use. Zagan starts to understand the shape of what happened to him. Zagan looks around for his golems and finds nothing. He does not understand where they went. Then something passes through the air at head level, and a stone structure behind him cracks and falls. Zagan screams. Rorono steps into the room with her cannon still warm. Queena is right behind her. Rorono tells him, with no particular drama, that he gave them some trouble. Rorono puts the cannon barrel 6 inches from Zagan's face and asks her questions. What was that gargoyle? Why was a demon of that power level in this dungeon? She adds that she is rather impatient, and that she might blow his arms off if he does not answer. Zagan's dungeon begins to collapse around him as the crystal breaks. He thinks about the demons that were his only friends, all gone now. He thinks about the parent demon lord who abandoned him and the allies who used him. In a small, quiet flashback, he is surrounded by friendly little monsters, all of them smiling. Zagan admits to himself that he should not have been so gullible. The smirking man and the skull creature flash through his mind. He knows exactly how it happened. He is just a fool, that is all. Rorono stands over Zagan with her cannon and asks if he is listening. She notices something has shifted in his expression. The panic has drained out of it. He looks almost calm. Zagan kneels on the ground and tells them he will say everything. Rorono stares at him, genuinely surprised. Whatever Zagan told them, Rorono's verdict is immediate. They need to get back to Procell's dungeon now. She turns to wake Queena and finds her curled up on the cavern floor, fast asleep, fully reverted from her transformation. Rorono grabs her and shakes. Queena asks for 5 more minutes. Morax's dungeon is a stone maze, and Procell has been running through dead ends for too long. He thinks about Ancient Elf, who insisted on getting herself captured on purpose to deal with Morax directly. He rounds a corner and falls through the floor. The dungeon collapses inward and drops him into a massive open chamber below. Ancient Elf is restrained by Morax's tentacles, soaked in viscous fluid, and Morax is watching her with an expression that belongs in a different and much worse story. He cannot hold back any longer, he says. Behind him stands a winged demon in a tuxedo, silent as furniture. A side story one day in Avalon. White goes looking for Ancient Elf and finds her at the hill with the apple tree, bathing in the river. She calls out to him from the water with complete composure. White covers his face. White keeps his eyes averted and notes that she is always at this hill. He mentions that the upward wind suits someone who purifies the land and gives blessings. Ancient Elf suggests, gently, that visiting the town and talking to the people there might also be good for her. White considers this. White delivers a warning about villainous travelers targeting the apple orchard and asks her to be careful. Ancient Elf tells him to look. White looks. His eye sockets go very wide. Back in the present, Morax leans toward Ancient Elf with a lecherous expression and announces his intentions. Morax explains how he caught her, a demon using wall mimicry, a simple ambush while she was distracted. He acknowledges that Procell's power exceeded his expectations, which is why he cannot afford a half measure here. Ancient Elf is covered in his mucus. She has been silent since he started talking. Morax licks his lips and thinks about survival. If he gets through this year, he can rebuild. He just needs to deal with the woman in front of him first. He cannot endure waiting any longer. Morax explains his actual plan. Corrupt ancient elf, make her obey him, and use her against Procell. He stands over her as she lies in the pool, and the winged demon watches from behind. Morax has other methods of increasing his forces beyond metals and DP, and he intends to use them. Morax explains the properties of his mucus, a powerful aphrodisiac blended with a muscle relaxant, the strongest liquid medicine available for his purposes. After 1 minute of soaking, the effects become intolerable. He reaches toward her. It is time to feast. Morax's hands explode. He stares at them, completely unable to process what just happened. Ancient elf, still sitting in the pool, notes calmly that he took his time getting within range. Ancient elf is sitting on a pile of severed tentacles, none of which are attached to anything anymore. She holds one up and asks if Morax is ready. His face does something that does not have a polite name. Morax cannot understand why the drug had no effect. He calls for his children, 3 female demons who materialize behind him, each one built from his superior seed ability. If Ancient Elf wants to resist, he is going all out. Morax's superior seed ability impregnates female demons with offspring stronger than their mothers. His children are the result. They are not standard demons. If Ancient Elf were corrupted by this ability, whatever was born would exceed S rank. That is what Morax was planning. The children charge. Ancient Elf stands in the distance, watching them come. Morax grips his ruined hands and orders them to seize her. Ancient Elf moves. Morax registers the speed a fraction of a second too late. She is already behind one of the children. The smile on her face is not the one she wears in Avalon. 2 of Morax's children lose their heads in a single strike. The remaining 2 stare at the aftermath. Ancient Elf laughs, a sound that does not match the woman who tends apple orchards on a hill. She grabs the cat-eared demon by the skull. Ancient Elf crushes the cat-eared demon's head. The witch hat demon freezes. There is nothing left to do but scream. The last demon begs for air. Ancient Elf smiles and slams her into the stone floor. She says it out loud. The smell of blood, the sensation of tearing, the sound of bone. She finds it delightful. Ancient Elf says she is the most unfit member of Avalon. She says it without self-pity, just as a statement of fact. Across town and across time, White had warned her about villainous travelers. She showed him what she did with them. That flashback ends with White's eye sockets very wide, and the forest very quiet. Ancient Elf stands in the river, nude and covered in blood, surrounded by the dismembered remains of the travelers who came for the apples. She holds a severed head by the hair and asks White what his problem is. White, standing on the bank, asks what she has done. She tells him these are the villainous travelers he warned her about. She wants to know what exactly he is objecting to. White, carefully, explains that his goal is coexistence. Ancient Elf explains herself without defensiveness. Demons are born in their complete form, but there are individual differences in their nature. Her killer instinct toward humans, other demons, and other demon lords is not something she developed. It was present from the first moment of her existence, and it is very, very strong. She stays on the hill because going into the town would mean losing control. She looks down at Avalon from the ridge and tells White that the crowded streets are not safe for anyone near her. Then she has a demon pinned against a wall in a different scene, and the demon is not going to be fine. Ancient Elf looks at the terrified demon with genuine warmth in her eyes and tells him that playtime is over. She is a monster. She is the most unbefitting creature for everything Procell is trying to build. The demon cries. An intense killer instinct toward humans and monsters alike. As a demon born with such an inherent nature, she is the most unbefitting monster for Avalon. White stands beside her in the field, troubled, and she walks away into the open air. Ancient Elf says Avalon strikes beauty and admiration in her. She wants to be part of that group that is always smiling. She wants a warm and peaceful life. But her blood-stained instinct does not allow it. White tells her he cannot keep hiding what she has been doing. Ancient Elf asks if she will be banished. White says no. He thinks of her as kind, and he cannot abandon her, but the instinct will eventually create a disaster, and Avalon cannot survive that. He tells her they will work together to find a way to control it before it grows out of hand. Ancient Elf smiles and tells White he is very kind. She thinks quietly that becoming a contracted demon might be her one and only hope. In the present, she stands over Morax's cowering form, calm and unhurried. Ancient Elf tells Morax he made 3 misunderstandings. First, she noticed his trap. She saw his lustful eyes reflected in the crystal ball and read the room. His dungeon was built large and complex specifically to slow down Procell's team, so she got herself captured on purpose to reach him directly. Second, his aphrodisiac pool had no effect. She can purify a toxic swamp. His mucus was not a challenge. Third, and this is where Morax's face stops working, he thought she was a woman. Ancient Elf's mouth opens wider than a human mouth should open. Morax runs. Ancient Elf tells him escape is futile, points a finger, and his stomach swells to an enormous size. He screams. She explains that while he was staring at her, she compressed air into his body. She asks if he prefers death by internal explosion. Morax, desperate, tries a different approach entirely. He claims he has been a devoted admirer of the great demon lord Procell since the evening party. He was forced into this alliance against his will. His true wish was always to stand beside Procell. Ancient Elf listens. Ancient Elf asks if Morax really thinks Procell needs a pitiful man like him. She laughs. Her silhouette goes dark and jagged. Morax realizes with complete clarity that he is going to die here. Ancient Elf walks away from him through the blood-splattered corridor and asks if he wants to live. He says yes. She tells him the dungeon is unnecessarily large and complicated, which is actually why she allowed herself to be captured in the first place. She presents his crystal ball and asks him to delete it. Morax grabs the crystal ball and wipes the dungeon clean, hands shaking, privately swearing vengeance. Ancient Elf calls him a good boy. He laughs hysterically and begs for his life. Ancient Elf reaches out and tells him she made a promise with her master. Did he really think she would let an enemy live? A thin line appears across Morax's neck. He says she fooled him. He is correct. Morax's head hits the floor. Blood pools across the stone in a wide, dark circle. Ancient Elf stands over the body. The dungeon goes quiet. Procell navigates another dead end in Morax's maze and thinks about Ancient Elf, who told him she would get herself captured on purpose and work something out. He hopes she is all right. Then the floor opens beneath him, and he drops into a massive empty chamber below. The dungeon is gone. The chamber is enormous and empty. Procell processes this and arrives at the only explanation. Ancient Elf did something, then he sees her. She is standing in the center of the room, waving cheerfully, holding a severed demon head in her other hand. Procell's face does several things at once. Ancient Elf explains that the aphrodisiac pool was a bit too extreme, even for her purification ability. Procell stares at her and wonders privately if she is actually a dangerous girl. The crystal ball on its pedestal drips with dark liquid. It is generously cooked. Ancient Elf tells Procell to destroy the crystal ball. He hesitates, then mentions the promise she made. She defeated a demon lord. She did. He thinks about everything she has done. Purifying the air and water, building the foundation of the town, sacrificing herself to get inside this dungeon. She does not stand out the way Quina and Rorono do, but the city would not exist without her. Procell addresses her directly, not Ancient Elf, his third contracted demon. She lights up before he even finishes the sentence. He tells her he will give her a name. A flashback. Ancient Elf stands in a field, covered in dark liquid, and asks White what her hope is. She answers her own question, to become a contracted demon. Becoming one means forming a bond between souls, becoming one with her master. In the present, Procell and Ancient Elf stand back to back in soft light. Aura, that is her name. Procell says it and she understands immediately what it means. His kindness, flowing through the bond, mediating the killer instinct that has kept her on a hill outside the city for as long as she can remember. She will be able to walk among the people. She will be able to smile with the others. Quina and Rorono are shown smiling in a small flash of memory. Aura's eyes fill. Procell panics when Aura starts reacting intensely and asks if she does not like the name. She tells him she is very happy. Something warm is filling her body for the first time. Procell is relieved and bewildered simultaneously. In the final image, Procell stands surrounded by Aura, Quina, Rorono, and White. For the first time, Aura is part of the circle. Back in Procell's dungeon, second layer, White is working. He always is. He pauses and feels something, a shift in the connection, and tells Rorono that Procell has finally selected his last contracted demon. His eye socket narrows with focus. White looks out over the graveyard section of the dungeon and tells Rorono, simply, that believing in Ancient Elf was the right answer. He says good for her. Rorono does not fully understand what he means, but White does not explain further. Quina is hugging Rorono from behind in celebration when Stolas arrives with news. The demon lord of Viscosity's crystal has been destroyed. Procell turns toward the dungeon entrance. The demon lord of Steel has already advanced into his dungeon. Rorono says calmly that the steel forces will not make it past the first layer. Procell tells them to move. They arrive at the first layer and find it destroyed. The corridor is filled with the wreckage of mithril golems, the most resistant demons in the dungeon, shattered and scattered across the floor. Procell and Stolas stare. The word impossible does not cover it. Rorono states the fact plainly. Every mithril golem has been annihilated. Procell grits his teeth. White is in the second layer. The working demons of the town are in the second layer. He says White's name and hopes. Hours earlier, the Demon Lord of Steel stands before his armored forces and savors the moment. Procell went exactly where predicted. The Steel Demon Lord is going to destroy Procell's crystal himself. He finds this exciting. He walks toward the dungeon entrance. The first layer corridor is long and dark and full of mechanical golems. The Steel Demon Lord walks in and mocks the strategy. Repeating the same approach as the evening party is what an idiot would do. He is not worried. He is met by an acid slime, the contracted demon of viscosity. Glowing rings fill the air around it. The Steel Demon Lord explains its ability to his forces. Damage absorption. Metal bullets are useless here. He is the only one who can make proper use of this borrowed power. He orders his armored soldiers to charge. A tunnel in the wall opens and fire erupts from inside it. A mithril golem stands in the passage with a weapon that does not stop. The Steel Demon Lord realizes too late. Slimes are weak to fire. The acid slime is screaming. His forces are on fire. More golems. They were hidden in the walls. The Steel Demon Lord shouts for a retreat and gets caught in an explosion that sends his armored soldiers flying. He screams. His demons are gone. He crawls. This is nothing like the evening party. The golems close in with glowing cross-shaped eyes, and he is out of options. The Steel Demon Lord is surrounded by his own destroyed forces and the remains of the dungeon's first layer. He is going to die. He knows it. Then a voice offers him a choice. A massive white tiger stands over him. It asks if he wants to live. The Steel Demon Lord recognizes it, the contracted demon he borrowed from the Demon Lord of Evil. The tiger tells him it has been watching. It calls him a pathetic little being. The tiger offers to lend its power. The Steel Demon Lord, cornered and desperate, shouts at it to do something about the golems. The tiger notes that he is supposed to be its temporary master and asks if he could manage a slightly better attitude. The white tiger, rank A, crouches low and tells him, most certainly. A golem raises its rifle. The white tiger reads the threat and moves. The tiger blurs through the corridor so fast the golems cannot track it. The Steel Demon Lord shouts that it is too fast. The tiger is already somewhere else. The white tiger notes that the golem's firepower is fearsome, but reaction speed is their limit. It tears through one with its claws and moves to the next. A floor trap detonates. The white tiger is already past it. Poison gas follows. The tiger walks through it without slowing. The Steel Demon Lord watches in awe and does the math. The traps cannot react fast enough to catch it. The white tiger roars, and the remaining golems come apart. The Steel Demon Lord watches his enemy's entire first-layer defense collapse and starts to believe this might actually work. The white tiger calls it a fun performance. The Steel Demon Lord is laughing with relief. The tiger walks forward over the wreckage. With this creature, Procell can be defeated. In Procell's dungeon, a girl with headphones and a laptop reports from a ruined tower. All golems annihilated, first layer infiltrated. The enemy uses foresight and reconnaissance magic in addition to overwhelming physical strength. There is no other explanation for that reaction speed. White stands behind the elf girl, the young girl who has been serving as his adjutant, as she stares at the massive skull-like threat ahead and shouts that there is no way they can win. White places a skeletal hand on her head and tells her there is nothing to worry about. Their goal is to stall long enough for the others to arrive. They have time. She asks how he can stay so calm. White tells her, the person he believes in has great faith in him. Behind him, Procell's image appears in his memory. He tells her to have faith and to calm down. She hugs his robes and says, okay. White looks at the threat ahead and thinks about the city. A dungeon built into a town where anyone can live and laugh. For the sake of that ideology, even at the cost of his life, it is time to rise above this situation. The white tiger stands over a pile of defeated armored soldiers and announces it is bored. This is the start of the final battle. A hooded demon lord approaches the white tiger with a request. He explains that 3 elder demon kings, himself included, intend to intervene in the new generation's war. The white tiger recognizes the name, the Demon Lord of Creation. The hooded figure and the tiger walk together through a grand hall under a crescent moon. The hooded demon lord asks the white tiger to prevent the other two elder demon kings from destroying Procell too quickly. He promises that if Procell performs as expected, the tiger will find a fulfilling challenge. The hooded demon lord adds the condition plainly. If Procell exceeds expectations, the white tiger will die on the battlefield. The tiger finds this interesting. The demon lord explains his view. Demon lords are tools to guide humans, and if someone exists who can change that fate, the tiger's life is a small price to find out. The hooded demon lord gives the white tiger a name, Kohaku. A named monster receives power unilaterally from its demon king, a significant burden that most demon kings avoid. It is also a significant symbol of faith. Kohaku's eye glows. Kohaku reflects on a master who speaks of his own tool's potential death without flinching. He thinks about how long it has been since he fought at full strength. If he is going to end eventually anyway, he would rather choose where he falls. Kohaku resolves to bring out the creator's true power, even if it means approaching his own death to do it. The Steel Demon Lord praises him for destroying the golems and the mysterious guns from the evening party. Kohaku walks into the dungeon's second layer. The Steel Demon Lord notices the wound on Kohaku's shoulder and goes pale. The white tiger acknowledges it. Some attacks got through. The Steel Demon Lord looks at the one-eyed slime beside him and realizes, one mistake and everything ends. The acid slime vanishes. The Demon Lord of Viscosity's crystal was just destroyed, and every demon connected to it disappears with it. The Steel Demon Lord shouts in shock. He looks at what remains of his forces, the Archdemon, Kohaku, and the Steel Demon Lord himself. If his dungeon gets invaded, it ends on a whim. The Steel Demon Lord screams for everyone to charge and destroy Procell's crystal immediately. Kohaku tells him to calm down. The Steel Demon Lord reminds him that a Demon King's orders are absolute. Kohaku knows this. Monsters cannot attack their Demon King. He follows the order, and he does not like it. Kohaku thinks about gladly approaching the jaws of death and notes that fighting under this particular man was not what he had in mind. They reach the second layer, a graveyard, quiet, no enemies visible. The Steel Demon Lord exhales in relief. Kohaku is already suspicious. The Steel Demon Lord orders a charge. Kohaku warns him it is unsafe. The floor opens. Two armored knights fall into a pitfall. The Steel Demon Lord screams. The crowd of monsters has too much momentum and nearly pushes the Steel Demon Lord into the pit himself. He spots movement in the shadows of the tombstones, Quina, Rorono, and a large mechanical shape. He screams again, differently this time. The Steel Demon Lord orders Kohaku and the Archdemon to destroy everything at full force, his own monsters included. Kohaku hears the command. The enemy commander is skilled. Kohaku was starting to appreciate that. Now he has to ignore it and follow the orders of a man who is panicking. The Archdemon confirms, Master's orders are absolute. Kohaku releases his power. The energy around him builds into something that changes the air in the entire chamber. He roars. Shock Blade White Tiger. The attack tears through the graveyard in a shape like giant claws, destroying everything in its path. Quina shouts one word at the Steel Demon Lord as the blast reaches her. Idiot. The Steel Demon Lord stands in the wreckage and laughs with relief. He is saved. Behind him, Kohaku looms with a murderous expression and calls him a dumbass. Kohaku's internal monologue is not charitable. He was made to waste his ultimate ability on weak opponents and kill his own allies in the same stroke. The Steel Demon Lord sits on the rubble of his own armored soldiers and does not notice the tiger standing over him. Kohaku tells the Steel Demon Lord that if he were not his temporary master, he would already be in pieces. The Steel Demon Lord shouts about enemy reinforcements. A large blade sweeps through the air. Kohaku's attention shifts. They take cover in a ruined stone building. Kohaku surveys the situation through the archway and tells the Steel Demon Lord that from here on, he acts on his own accord. The Steel Demon Lord orders him to provide protection. Kohaku's face makes clear that this conversation is over. Kohaku leans in close enough to make the Steel Demon Lord go silent and still. Then he walks out into the graveyard alone, thinking, no ultimate ability, magic nearly gone. He wants to see how far he can get on pure technique. White and his group stand before the ruined stone structure. The elf adjutant reports. The tiger-type monster has infiltrated the third section. Kohaku's paws hit the ground and he announces his arrival. Kohaku identifies White as the commander. White confirms his name with the ease of someone who has been expecting this meeting. They face each other across the graveyard. Kohaku acknowledges that White commanded the dungeon defense with skill, then asks if there are others like him. White confirms it. There are others with supreme power. Kohaku introduces himself properly and says he would like to fight. White extends a skeletal hand and accepts. They will fight to the death like men. The last battle of the war begins. Kohaku notes the tactical problem. White is the chief of this operation, not a frontline fighter. Standing here alone, without allies, is not rational. He asks what White is thinking. White tells him to read his mind. That might be his best chance. Kohaku accepts the invitation. He lunges with everything he has left, calling it a man's fight. White stands his ground and raises a cylindrical weapon. White opens with firearms. Kohaku tracks the shots and notes that metal bullets are not a serious threat against his fur. The real danger is the flamethrower, the inextinguishable fire that killed the acid slime. White sweeps it across the field. Kohaku thinks through the threat. If those flames catch him while his magic is running low, the damage could be fatal. He is mid-thought when something hits him from the side. A single shot from an unexpected angle. The elf adjutant is prone on a tombstone with a sniper rifle. Kohaku identifies the threat, charges toward her, and hits a landmine before he gets there. The explosion catches him mid-leap. The adjutant's eye goes wide. White explains, the trigger-type landmines from the first layer were useless against Kohaku's speed. This is an extended range type, detonating before Kohaku steps on it. Kohaku, caught in the blast, is starting to understand what he is actually fighting. Quina and the elf adjutant watch from behind a tombstone. Quina is impressed. White is actually pressuring the tiger demon. The adjutant thinks back to a conversation before the battle, when White asked her to trust him and told her this was not a normal fight. It is a trap, and White is the bait. In the flashback, the adjutant offered to fight Kohaku herself. White refused. Stolas is her most important friend, and if Stolas gets injured, the victory is tainted. White's plan is to use himself as bait and draw Kohaku into a prepared trap. The adjutant is the sniper. White is the target. White explains what the undead army cost. Many of them fell stopping Kohaku's advance. He can revive them. The adjutant cannot be revived. He tells her he loves his friends. He wants the ideal town to become real. He cannot let anyone die. The adjutant is moved. She says she understands now, and she wants to help. White accepts, on the condition that when he gives the command, she retreats immediately and asks Stolas for support. She agrees. Back in the present, White continues the fight on a razor's edge. One hit from Kohaku ends everything. But there is still a large trap waiting for the right moment. The adjutant holds on to that hope. Then Kohaku is caught in another explosion and roars. Kohaku is captured by the trap. Damaged, magic nearly gone, but still capable of one more ability. The observers stare. Kohaku finally reads White's mind and understands the shape of the plan. White has been leading him here the entire time. White explains the logic. Kohaku was cautious because he could not read White's intentions. Now that he has read them and confirmed no more traps are possible, he has committed to a direct attack. White tells him that was a misplay. Kohaku's claw descends. White fires. The blast hits Kohaku mid-strike and the tiger reels. White stands with his multi-barreled weapon and explains, he is the commander of the undead, and his ability is not the same as ordinary consciousness sharing. He connects to all of his minions simultaneously. White fires again, and skeletal soldiers appear in formation around him. Unlike demon lords, who switch between one minion at a time, White holds all of their perspectives at once. The trap worked because he was watching through every pair of eyes in the dungeon simultaneously. White asks Kohaku how it feels to have the consciousness of over 100 minions flowing into his head at once. Kohaku is pinned to the ground by gun barrels from every direction. He laughs. He admits it, his loss. Kohaku thinks about the Steel Demon Lord wasting his ultimate ability and about the magic he has exhausted. He tells himself it is time to accept defeat. Then he asks himself, is that really what he decided to do? Kohaku makes a decision. Magic is nearly gone, ultimate ability spent, no blade left to strike with. So he gathers every remaining fragment of power and compresses it. Not like a blade, like a needle. Narrow, narrow, narrow. Something small and fast zips across the ground past White and his soldiers. The adjutant shouts. White goes still. The tiger god's thunder needle. Kohaku becomes the attack itself, a single concentrated point of speed and force, and White is sliced clean through. The adjutant screams. Kohaku stands in the aftermath and tells White he was strong. But the win is Kohaku's. White's severed upper body lies on the cracked ground, crown beside him, and he says quietly that he has been defeated. He thinks about a promise. He thinks about the person he made it to. A beam of light strikes the ground where Kohaku stands. He leaps clear. A blonde woman with small horns and a crown steps into the fight with her fist already clenched. A new challenger has arrived. White's narration says he seemed to have kept his promise to Kohaku. Below, Procell stands in the ruined dungeon holding a handgun, flanked by his companions. His thought is simple and absolute. This battle is his victory. White lies collapsed on the ground, panting. Kohaku stands nearby, still. Procell and his group stand together, Aura at the front and the others behind him. This is their victory. Procell sees White on the ground and moves immediately. He tells the three girls to handle Kohaku and runs. Procell reaches White. White apologizes for the sight he is presenting. He says he can be at ease. He fulfilled his role until the end. If he has any regrets at all, it is one thing. Procell tells him he is a valuable friend and his right-hand man, and that he does not have permission to die. White laughs and says that will not do. His soul orb is broken. The body cannot hold together much longer. The adjutant covers her mouth. Procell stares at the cracked orb in White's hands. Then something clicks. He asks White if he remembers the power the Creator gave him after the evening party, the one that allows reincarnation with memories intact. Procell asks White directly, will he let him use it? White is stunned. He declined this power once before, said he loved the body he was given, and Procell is offering it anyway for his sake. Procell asks what White actually wants. A flashback, White in his masked form, standing in the town square fountain while Procell told him he was the most suitable candidate for the last contracted demon. White was extremely happy. That moment was a symbol of approval. But White thought about it honestly. The contracted demon power was not necessary for building the ideal town, and there was a friend who needed it more than anyone else. He lied to himself about his body and his needs, and he has been carrying that choice ever since. The fight with Kohaku showed him something he already knew but had not said out loud. This is not normal town development. It is a demon lord's town, and demon lords need power to protect what they build. Without power, friends get crushed. Ideals get crushed. White understood this too late. He reaches upward with a skeletal hand and asks for the chance to seek that power now. Forgive him for wanting it. White tells Procell directly, use the Creator's power on him. He still wants to be with everyone. He wants to protect his friends until the very end. Procell shouts, of course, and activates Revitalize. Light and sparkling particles surround White as he kneels on the ground. Procell holds the medal of the dead and the medal of the dragon. White wanted power to protect his friends. The combination that would grant that wish requires both. He tells Stolas he is using her medal. He hopes she understands. 3 medals orbit Procell in a swirl of light, the dead, the dragon, creation. He shouts the command, combine. The dragon medal's omen appears. Berserk. Procell recognizes it immediately. A special ability that sacrifices intelligence and reason to transform the demon one rank above their current form. He has seen this tragedy before. He cannot give this to White and erase who he is. Procell thinks through whether creation can suppress the berserk ability. Then the medal in the air responds to him. He says White's name, uncertain. Something in the process answers back. Procell understands. White is telling him he can restrict and control berserk himself. Procell punches his fist forward and says he believes in White. Stolas looks up as a massive pillar of energy erupts from the dungeon's ruins. The light fades enough to see a shape. Massive, winged, dark. Procell and the adjutant look up at the silhouette, and Procell says the name quietly, as a question. A dark claw smashes through a stone wall. Another hits the ground and cracks the earth. The adjutant shouts, was White consumed by berserk? Procell stands in the shockwave and does not move. A massive skeletal claw hangs above Procell, large enough to crush him entirely. He looks up at it and shouts, he believes in White. Procell stands before a massive fallen structure and says calmly that he was nearly about to pass out. Then he issues the last command. This war, he tells whatever is listening. Quina, Rorono, and the crowned woman face Kohaku. Kohaku's magic is gone. Quina is asked if she can transform again. She says she cannot do it that many times. The crowned woman senses the threat clearly. Kohaku has nothing left, and yet he is still dangerous. A massive dark shape behind them speaks. It tells everyone to fall back. This is its duty now. Quina stares. Rorono stares. The crowned woman smiles slightly. All 3 of them go very quiet. A black dragon fills the sky above the graveyard. It roars. Kohaku looks up at it and asks the question out loud. Is that actually white? The dragon confirms it. White, reborn as Seagworm, the black dragon of death. He tells Kohaku now it is the end. Seagworm stands over the field of skulls and says it again. Kohaku looks up at him from below. The last battle of the war has its final shape. Kohaku attacks. He bites into the dragon's neck and finds scales he cannot pierce. His magic is gone. His claws cannot break through. He is thrown back by the impact. A massive claw slams down on Kohaku and pins him to the ground. He cannot move. He cannot speak. He stares up. Seagworm steps back and transforms. The dragon becomes a human form. An elderly man with white hair, a goatee, glasses, small horns, and a long scaly tail behind him. He tells Kohaku politely that it seems to be his win. The girls stare at White's human form. Rurono notes that the berserk madness has disappeared, or rather, that White used the madness to become a dragon and then released it into this form. The girl with pigtails calls him Dandy. Rurono is still processing the implications. White kneels beside Kohaku and asks Procell to spare him and make him a comrade. Procell says the decision belongs to the Demon Lord of Steel. The Demon Lord of Steel, tied up with rope and screaming nearby, was apparently found trembling in the corridor on Procell's way here. White's sweat drop is almost audible. The Demon Lord of Steel surrenders. White notes that it is wonderful they were able to settle this peacefully. Procell looks briefly surprised that this counts as peaceful. Stolas walks toward them across the desolate field and says it looks like everything has been settled. Procell says her name with genuine relief. Stolas apologizes for not doing more. Procell tells her she is wrong about that and means it. Stolas asks White, now Seagworm, if anything feels different. He says everything feels different because his race changed entirely. What he notices most is a sense of discomfort from suppressing the berserk ability. Stolas looks at Procell with something serious behind her eyes. Stolas explains her concern. Astaroth told her that Revitalize is too convenient and too powerful. The creator is malicious and sadistic. It does not give Demon Lords gifts out of generosity. Something about Revitalize is not what it appears to be, and the fact that Procell used it here means that question is no longer theoretical. Procell already knows the rebirth power carries a price. He tells Stolas he will reach out if anything changes, but privately he cannot shake the question of whether he moved too carelessly. He had no real choice. White would have been lost. That thought settles him just barely, before a voice tears through the air like a thunderclap, dark and enormous, aimed at all of them. The voice declares that the war has ended in creation's victory. It adds, almost as an afterthought, that it has prepared a place for everyone who entertained it so thoroughly. An invitation to a round table. Procell's mouth falls open. The creator. Here now. The world blinks, and Procell is somewhere else entirely. A vast white table stretches in every direction, ringed with chairs, and the faces around it belong to every demon lord who fought in the war. Procell, Stolas, the Demon Lord of Steel, a large bald man. All of them seated, none of them sure how they got here. Procell scans the table and realizes every participant in the war is present, except one. Someone calls out for Morax, and the answer comes from a voice that does not belong to any of them. Evil has died. Morax's crystal will pass to a new demon lord. The announcement lands like a gavel on stone, and the room fills with an uneasy grandeur. Standing before them is an elderly man with a cascade of white hair and a beard that reaches his chest, robes layered in dark, ornate patterns. He looks, to put it plainly, like a very distinguished grandfather. He asks the assembled demon lords to deepen their friendships. His tone is calm. His presence is not. Procell and a female demon lord nearby are both sweating through their composure. This completely ordinary-looking old man is the creator. He confirms it himself, cheerfully calling himself malicious and sadistic, and then asks if his current form suits the image they had of him. Before anyone can answer, he transforms. A dark, churning mass erupts from his body, covered in screaming faces and writhing tentacles. That, he suggests, might be more fitting. The bald man and the female demon lord break. The word monster comes out in a shout. Procell does not shout. He looks at the thing in front of him and arrives at one cold conclusion. This existence is categorically above theirs, and opposition is not an option. The creator's monstrous form recedes back into the shape of the old man, who nods at Procell with something like approval. He tells Procell he understands his place. Procell realizes, with a chill, that the creator has been reading their thoughts the entire time. The creator singles Procell out. As a reward for entertaining him so thoroughly, he offers something beyond the standard victory prize. The answer to one question, Any question. Procell goes quiet. The list is enormous. Why are demon lords called children of the stars? Is there a catch to rebirth? Is there a way out of the 300-year lifespan? He bows over the table, hands clasped, and the weight of every unanswered thing he has ever carried presses down on him at once. He had prepared a dozen smart questions. What came out of his mouth instead was 2 words. Who am I? Even Procell looks surprised by himself. He has carried this question longer than he realized. From the moment he was born into this world, he knew things that should not exist here. Guns, crops, technologies from a world this one has never seen. That knowledge had to come from somewhere. Procell voices his fear plainly, that he might be someone's reincarnation, and that one day a previous life's personality could surface and replace him. The creator does not let the anxiety breathe. He answers immediately, with force. Procell has no previous life. He is himself, creation, and nothing else. Full stop. Procell blinks. The creator explains that demon lords are not reincarnations. Their personalities and knowledge are selected memories of the star itself, given living form. The technology Procell knows, the crops, they once existed on this world. The star remembers them, even when no living person does. A vast landscape opens in the mind's eye, a valley winding through hills and mountains, old and patient. This is what demon lords are made of. Therefore, the creator says, demon lords are the children of the stars. Then he adds something that lands differently. The role other demon lords perform indirectly, creation performs directly. He looks forward to seeing more of what Procell does. Procell does not fully understand what that means yet, and the creator's smile suggests that is entirely the point. Afterwards, the world rights itself. The creator apparently penalized unfair conduct during the war. Zagan, who had borrowed demons from his parent demon lords, loses his crystal and ends up under the protection of the palace demon lord. He declares he is done with war, given that he looks like a man who just survived a very bad week. That tracks. Ronov surprisingly walks away from the title of demon lord entirely, a lone figure crossing a barren landscape with a sack on his back and no apparent regrets. The stifling period of the war is over. Back in Procell's domain, the air smells like flowers, and a cheerful voice from somewhere inside the building shouts for Daddy. Quina and Rorono burst in with the energy of people who have been waiting to celebrate for days. Quina announces the victory party is ready. Rorono holds up a pot of tomato stew and reports it is Procell's favorite. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme walks into a dining hall loaded with food and raises a glass. First, he tells everyone, they celebrate. Elsewhere, in a stronghold that looks like it was built to outlast civilizations, an old demon lord sits in shadow and thinks. He missed the end of the war because Evil's crystal was destroyed before he could watch. But the reports have reached him. Creation. Procell. He finds it interesting. His one visible eye catches the light, and interesting is clearly a word he uses right before he starts causing problems. The old demon lord reviews what he knows. S-ranked demons. Weapons no one has ever seen. Procell's forces did not just defeat the archdemons and gargoyles lent to steel. They also faced Kohaku. The old demon lord lets the name sit for a moment. Kohaku, the demon that made other demon lords afraid. Procell defeated it and then recruited it. That detail does not leave the old demon lord's mind easily. Creation has become the most infamous new demon lord. The old demon lord watches the stars from his tower and decides, with the calm of someone who has been doing this for centuries, to annoy him for a while. Crush him or use him, either way they cannot fall behind. He has already started planning. A few days after the war, Procell is back at his desk in a sunlit office surrounded by books, turning 2 small medals over in his hands. Peace has returned to Avalon. No rookie demon lord is going to pick a fight after watching him beat a 3-on-1. The rules also give him cover. Old demon lords cannot interfere with rookies for another 9 months. He lets himself breathe for a moment. The breathing does not last long. Procell has medals to think about. He can only produce 1 original medal per month, and he wants to create a new demon to liven up the town. Right now, he is holding a water medal and a time medal, and no clear vision of what to combine them into. He is still working through the problem when the door slams open, and a voice shouts for Daddy. Quina explodes into the office with a grin that could light a room, declaring thanks for all his hard work. Rorono follows with a tray and a quieter suggestion that he could use a break sometimes. Procell lights up. He has heard they have both been pushing themselves hard lately. Quina confirms this at full volume. Quina and Rorono lean forward to show off the rings. Procell gave them after the war, ruby and sapphire catching the light. Rorono says there is no way she is not trying her best when she has something this beautiful. In the background, Aura holds her emerald ring with both hands. Procell had given the rings out of gratitude, but also as a reminder of what they are to each other. Procell watches them and feels something settle. The rings mark them as his contracted demons. Yes, but more than that, he is glad they liked them. He suggests a walk to the apple orchard for a refreshment break. They find Watch Tiger there, sitting in the sun, chewing an apple with the contentment of a creature that has completely abandoned its former reputation. Procell stares at the massive tiger that once terrorized entire armies, now lazing in an orchard like it owns the place. The elf woman with him explains that becoming a contracted demon suppressed Kohaku's murderous intent, though the apple thieves remain an ongoing issue. Procell's reaction is best described as several emotions arriving at the same time. Kohaku explains, without any apparent embarrassment, that the sunshine is perfect here and the apples aid recuperation. Hence, Watch Tiger, not Watchdog. Procell calls this surprisingly carefree. Kohaku burps in response. Then Procell notices a tree in the orchard that is glowing, and his composure evaporates entirely. The elf woman explains that her blessing transformed the trees after she became a contracted demon. The fruit now has outstanding effects. Procell is not entirely convinced he wants to eat something that glows, but the peaches she developed earn his genuine thanks. Later, sitting beside Kohaku and eating an apple that does, in fact, taste extraordinary, Procell hears the tiger bring up the reborn White. Kohaku is direct about it. Do not place too much confidence in White's new powers. White, in his human form, an older man with glasses and small horns, fills in the details. In his Dragon Man form, he burns through energy constantly just to keep Berserk suppressed. If he lets Berserk run unchecked, he will eventually lose his mind. That Dragon Man form is enormous and does not look like something that takes suggestions. Kohaku asks Procell to take good care of an extraordinary man. Procell thanks him and means it. Walking back through the forest, he admits to himself that there is too much he does not know about Berserk and Rebirth. He needs to talk to White. The town comes into view, timber-framed buildings and the smell of meat on a grill, and for a moment everything looks deceptively peaceful. Procell is frankly hungry, so he ends up at his favorite tavern. The food is good, the atmosphere is quiet, and the bartender looks pleased to see a regular. Avalon has two human-run taverns, one rowdy and cheap, beloved by adventurers, and this one which serves high-quality food sourced from the surrounding area. Procell's clear preference for the latter is interrupted before he can finish the sentence. A man with long dark hair and a goatee appears beside him like a bad omen in a scarf. He greets Procell with the warmth of someone who absolutely knows he is not entirely welcome. He mentions casually that he created this tavern. Procell stares at his food and thinks about never coming back here. Procell points a finger and gets straight to it. The written requests for a pleasure quarter and a gambling den are not happening. The man with the goatee does not flinch. He calls himself a business partner who only wants the town to develop, and points out that the brothel he got approved for became a great success. Procell rests his chin on his hand. The man is not wrong, and that is the most annoying part. The merchant observes that Procell's expression has changed since they last met. Something has clearly been through him. Procell admits the war was difficult, and the merchant files that away behind a calm smile. Procell makes a private note not to underestimate this man. After the encounter, the memory shifts to a meeting with Stolas, where Procell shared what he had learned. Stolas is running her dungeon efficiently, deploying clones of her demons via her copy ability so her actual demons can focus on improving the dungeon itself. Her clone is apparently eating popcorn while adventurers fight for their lives nearby. Procell watches this and thinks about why he built a town instead. He wanted his demons to live happy lives, not spend their existence fighting and dying in the dark. The problem with building a town in a remote location is that the main customers are adventurers heading to the Dungeon of Time, and time is running out. When it ends, Avalon could empty out. Procell built his dungeon this far from everything, relying on time as an anchor, and now the land routes are difficult and the waterways are inaccessible. He needs a replacement draw, and he needs it before the town hollows out. Then it clicks. Stolas arrived here on a griffin. If land and water are both blocked, the sky is not. The merchant with the goatee, who has been sitting quietly with a glass, notices the exact moment Procell figures something out. He leans forward and offers to get involved. He slides a drink across the bar. Procell stares at the glass in broad daylight and questions his life choices. The glass was not from the merchant. White is face down on the bar counter, 2 empty bottles beside him, slurring an apology to a fox-eared girl who looks like she has been managing this situation for a while. Procell's eyes go wide. Kohaku's warning about the burden of suppressing berserk lands differently now. This is what it looks like when the pressure finds another outlet. White is now on the floor, sobbing and clutching a skeleton named Suke-san, devastated that Suke-san cannot accept reptiles. The fox-eared girl tells him he is a wonderful person. The skeleton looks like it would rather be anywhere else. Procell and the merchant watch from their bar stools with the expressions of men who have run out of appropriate responses. Procell dimly recalls White once mentioning plans to marry another skeleton. Apparently that did not work out. Procell recognizes the fox-eared girl. She was White's adjutant during the last war. She is clearly devoted to him, and White is currently too drunk to notice. Procell thinks privately that White should open his eyes. The merchant leans in with a pleasant smile and announces he has some refreshing bad news. The merchant's eyes go flat and serious. This town is being targeted. A neighboring town, the biggest and most barbaric in the region, wants to swallow Avalon whole. The warning lands in a quiet room. Then, softer, please be careful. The merchant had called it a rapacious neighboring town. The name is Aklaba, the commercial city, and it is the only town in the vicinity. Procell had visited Aklaba once for a city-building consultation. He had thought of it as a resource, a connection. He is revising that assessment now as he stands in the town square and lets the implications settle. Avalon sits outside any nation's jurisdiction. No foreign government has a reason to interfere. That logic held until it didn't. A fox-eared maid crashes through a door, arm outstretched, shouting that strange people have arrived. Procell sits at his desk and finishes the thought. Greedy leaders do not need a reason. The Aklaba delegation is making themselves at home in the street, demanding to see whoever is in charge. Their leader is a large bearded man who shouts like he owns the place, because he clearly believes he does. He grabs the fox-eared maid by the collar. His grin makes his intentions clear. A hand closes around his wrist before he can finish the sentence. Procell steps between them, calm and unhurried, apologizing for the wait. He introduces himself as the leader of this town. He does not want to stand around in the street. He invites the delegation to his mansion. His eyes in that moment are not the eyes of someone apologizing. The delegation helps themselves to the mansion's food and wine, with their boots on the furniture, laughing and demanding more. In a separate room, Procell and White look down at the document the delegation brought. Procell's expression says everything before he opens his mouth. The terms are not a negotiation. They are a declaration. The Empire rules this continent, and Aklaba will provide Avalon with protection. In exchange, Avalon will pay money, surrender rights, and prove its sincerity in various ways. From above, Avalon looks like a small circle in a vast, empty plain. The isolation that once felt like safety now looks like vulnerability. Procell reads the worst line aloud. All demi-humans must be enslaved or exiled. He does not finish the sentence calmly. White asks if this is how humans operate. Procell says it is not, and then both of them arrive at the same conclusion. These terms were designed to be rejected. They are not an offer. They are an excuse. Procell would rather avoid war and use every tool available to him before it comes to that. He does not finish the thought. Wine hits him in the face. The bearded man stands in the doorway with an empty glass, laughing, and demands to be flattered more. White's composure cracks visibly. Procell stands with liquid dripping from his hair and says nothing. The delegation laughs. White is shaking with rage. Procell keeps his head down, wine dripping from his face, and does not move. The bearded man wants them to grovel. Procell is calculating. Procell bows. He apologizes. He tells the bearded man that the prospect of the Empire's protection is their greatest happiness, and that he was so overcome he almost forgot himself. The bearded man starts to declare victory. Procell interrupts with, however, and asks for time to explain the terms to the residents and businesses. He will send word when it is done. White watches this with an expression like a man eating glass. The delegation rides out in a covered wagon, one of them waving mockingly from the back. Procell and White watch them go. White cannot believe the disrespect. Procell thanks him for holding it together. Then, quietly and without drama, he can bear the humiliation. What he needs right now is time. Time to figure out how to protect the city and everyone in it. Rain falls on Avalon. There is not much time left, and Procell can feel it. He walks into a large room where Konana, a large man with a monocle, is waiting on a sofa. Behind Kanana stands a dark-haired man with a scarf. Procell addresses Kanana by name. Kanana's expression is the expression of a man who has come with bad news and knows it. Kanana's hands are trembling. Eklaba has started harassing merchants coming to Avalon. Procell asks what kind of harassment. Kanana takes a breath. Taxation. Kanana explains the mechanism. Every city charges customs and tolls on incoming goods. Avalon does not. Eklaba has now added a separate tax specifically on merchants heading to Avalon, and the rate matches import tariffs. The math is simple and brutal. The tax on trading with Avalon has doubled. Merchants will start staying away. The older merchant by the window lays it out plainly. Avalon is an attractive market, but if Eklaba keeps this up, merchants will stop coming. Procell stares at the table. Eklaba is trying to shut him down before he can even answer their demands. Worse, Avalon is not yet self-sufficient. The town has been buying from Eklaba's merchants. If those merchants stop coming, the city runs dry. Then Procell thinks about the Griffin. If trade can bypass Eklaba entirely, the blockade means nothing. He tells Kanana that a countermeasure is coming immediately. Kanana looks surprised. Procell is already thinking past the blockade to what comes after it. Conflicts, large or small, are inevitable now. The question is how to fight them. Procell asks about Eklaba's military strength. The room reacts like he suggested fighting the ocean. Kanana shouts that the city has over 200,000 people. Procell remains calm and points out that population and fighting force are different things. He estimates around 3,000 actual soldiers, with reinforcements unlikely to add much beyond that. Kanana continues to sweat. The dark-haired man raises the real concern. Numbers are not the problem. Procell's demi-humans fight at demon strength, which could offset a numerical disadvantage. The problem is quality. Champions and heroes who can destroy A-rank demons without breaking a sweat. Or worse, something that can kill demon lords. Procell's eyes go wide. Eklaba might have exactly that. Kanana does not know Eklaba's military secrets. That information does not reach merchants. The dark-haired man finishes the thought. What they need is a spy who can get inside and find out. The rain continues outside. Later, in a hallway, Procell is already in conversation with the horned man, working through exactly that problem. The horned man thinks about what Kohaku had been saying. Certain demons are built for intelligence work, ones with precise hearing and vision far beyond normal, ones that can manipulate animals and insects. He pauses before the last category. A goblin-like creature stands beside a giant fly, and the implication is that neither of them needs to walk through a front door to gather information. Then there are the interdimensional demons, ones that nest between dimensions and move through shadows as a medium. Procell remembers Marco's contracted demon doing exactly that. He also realizes, with some alarm, that if Eklaba has such a demon, Avalon may already have been infiltrated. The rain hammers the town outside. Shadows are everywhere. The horned man agrees. Spy-type demons are essential, not optional. If another demon lord stands against them in the future, every secret Avalon holds could be exposed. Procell already knows what he wants to make. He smiles, and it is the smile of someone who has just connected a water metal to a very specific idea. Procell stands at the window and watches rain slide down the glass. Water is everywhere. It moves through everything. It carries sound. He turns the water metal over in his palm and the plan clicks into place. He has the metal already. He has the medium. Now he needs the right combination. Procell holds up the metals one by one. Water for the interdimensional medium. Human for the intelligence and communication skills that infiltration demands. And the third, which he summons from his unique skill of creation, is song. The horned man raises an eyebrow. Procell explains, sound travels through water. As long as water exists somewhere, information can travel with it. They walk out into the rain together, the horned man holding an umbrella, and Procell begins the ritual. 3 glowing symbols hang in the air above Procell: water, song, human. Beams of light connect them to his outstretched arms. He calls out to the underworld, commanding a demon to use water as its gate and appear. The rain intensifies around him like the world is paying attention. A vertical column of light tears open, and from it steps a young woman with long hair and a headband, frilled outfit catching the glow. The text beside her reads Relia Diva. She arrives looking around with the mild curiosity of someone who has just woken from a very long nap. Procell wastes no time. He tells Relia her job is intelligence. Gather information on enemies, prevent enemies from gathering information on them. First assignment, the commercial city of Eklaba, economy and military, everything. Can she do it? Relia smiles like the question is the funniest thing she has heard all day. Of course it is her specialty. She is free right now because her master, the Great Old One, is asleep. A massive, shadowy figure with glowing eyes and tentacles looms behind her in silhouette as she says this. Procell and the Horned Man exchange a look. Procell concludes aloud that they should do their best not to accidentally wake an evil god. Relia says, ah. It is raining, so Relia declares they should start immediately. She borrows some of Procell's magic to create subordinates, and from the water around them rise several mermaid-like creatures with long, flowing hair. Ocean singers, rank B. They surface like they have always been there. Relia confirms the target and points forward. The ocean singers streak through the air toward the distant skyline of Aklaba. The city sits on the horizon under heavy clouds, and by the time the rain reaches its streets, translucent figures are already drifting through its market square, invisible and listening. Relia sits in the grass and explains that she does not need to go anywhere. Her subordinates relay everything directly to her. The Horned Man is impressed. Relia is already processing. First report, commodity prices in Aklaba are elevated, especially food and iron. The Horned Man's expression shifts. Relia's floating screens show scenes from Aklaba's streets. The price increases point to one thing: war preparations already underway. Avalon's total population, demons included, is at most 100. Procell turns this over quietly. He cannot tell yet whether Aklaba wants to annihilate them or absorb them. He asks Relia about the strength of Aklaba's soldiers. She thinks for a moment. Nothing special, she says. Then she pauses. There is a location in Aklaba that her ocean singers cannot penetrate. A barrier covers it completely. Whatever is hidden there, it is hidden deliberately. Procell tells her to map every location like it. He will work out how to get inside later. He already looks like he is working it out now. Procell calls a gathering of merchants in the city square. The fountain at the center reflects the crowd pressing in around it. He thanks them for coming. Then he tells them that Aklaba is implementing bad policies, and that he has a proposal: choose this city instead. He raises one finger toward the sky and says it plainly. That is the answer: the sky. Procell tells the assembled merchants they are fortunate, because they will be the first merchants in this world to control the sky. Two of them start to ask what that means. A massive feathered wing sweeps through the air above them, and the question dies in their throats. A hippogriff descends with a rider on its back, sharp-taloned and enormous, and several merchants immediately start shouting about demons. Then a single quiet sound cuts through the panic. Procell laughs. Kanana and the merchant with the goatee are already mounted on hippogriffs, both of them grinning. The goatee merchant calls his first flight refreshing. Kanana announces he no longer needs horses. Below, the other merchants stare upward in confusion. Kanana explains that this town bred and trained hippogriffs, and that they were given the first opportunity to try them. He looks extremely pleased with himself. Kanana holds up a large slab of fresh meat and lets the crowd process it. That meat came from across a mountain range that normally takes 4 days by wagon. The hippogriff brought it in a fraction of that time. A diagram appears in someone's explanation. A hippogriff flying a straight line over mountains while a wagon winds through valleys for days. No bandits, no tolls, no politics. The shortest route every time. Kanana acknowledges the load capacity is less than a wagon. But for merchants, Kanana declares, the air route is a miracle. Two merchants in the crowd look at each other. The dream of controlling the sky is real. The concern about riding demons is also real. Kanana's smile widens. Kertrudo Insurance. Basic plan and safety plan laid out in a contract the goatee merchant holds up with practiced ease. Any damage caused by a hippogriff will be covered by Kertrudo Company at a percentage. Survey required, fee required, details in the contract. The crowd shifts. One by one, they start asking to ride. The hope-eating eccentric watches from the side and says nothing. The merchant did this better than he could have. Merchants line up. Procell pats a hippogriff on the head and thinks through the rest of it. The hippogriffs are trained to return to Avalon. No merchant travels empty-handed. Every flight in is a flight out with goods. Konana's endorsement gave Procell credibility with merchants he had not yet reached. The air route does not just bypass Aklaba. It makes Aklaba irrelevant. If every merchant uses the air route, Avalon fills with goods from across the world. No dependence on Aklaba. More than that, Avalon becomes the heart of trade. Procell sits across from two older men in a bright room and states it directly. His city will not yield. The bearded man from the delegation wants to know if Procell is rejecting their demands. Procell confirms it. He goes through the list without raising his voice. Indefinite technology transfers, full submission to the empire, tariffs on every merchant who comes here. He could discuss taxes. He could not discuss the rest. Then he reaches the line about demi-humans, and his eyes go hard. He could never accept any of that. The bearded man shouts about the submission Procell performed the other day. Procell tells him plainly, that was a lie. The man swings a fist. Procell does not move. The punch does not connect. Something else does, fast and invisible, and the bearded man's face deforms under the impact. The bearded man and his companions are scattered across the room, and standing over them is a tall, sleek mechanical golem with a single glowing eye slit, the Avalon Ritter. Beside it stands a young elf girl in a red hat. Procell introduces his newest type of golem. The delegation is no longer laughing. The standard golem was not useful enough in the last war, so Procell built this one with a light twin drive. He calls it the perfect soldier. Kohaku's tiger form roars somewhere nearby for emphasis. Procell faces the robed man who remains and tells him directly. He knows Aklaba is already preparing for war. These negotiations were always a request for slavery, and Aklaba was after the gold-making tree from the beginning. Then war it shall be. Procell stands with one hand extended, the Avalon Ritter behind him and the elf girl at his side. He will protect this city. The words are not a speech. They are a fact he has already decided. The conflict between Avalon and Aklaba deepens past the point of turning back. War is inevitable now, and Procell knows he has to tell his people that himself. He stands before a crowd of townspeople in the open square, their faces turned toward him, and begins. Procell stands on the palm of a massive mechanical hand, arms wide, and tells them what Aklaba demanded, not equality but subordination. Everyone saw how the delegation behaved. If Avalon submits, the people will suffer. So he is going to fight. He will protect their freedom. He will not allow harm to come to them, and he will not ask any of them to fight alongside him. In a tavern nearby, 3 men with beer mugs look up from their drinks, surprised. In the square, the crowd murmurs. Then a large muscular man steps forward and tells Procell that the adventurers have no intention of abandoning this city either. This city has the best position. The adventurers offer their networks, their strength, their connections. A young woman with a scarf points out that they are probably stronger than the average soldier, without bragging about it much. Procell thanks them and redirects. He does not want them on the front lines of the war. He wants them protecting the city while it happens. There is no guarantee Aklaba will not send someone to plunder while the main fight is elsewhere. The merchant with the goatee starts clapping. He calls Procell genuinely interesting. He lists the evidence: demons on command, powerful demi-humans, no apparent fear of a city army. He pauses. Almost like a demon lord, he says. Procell's expression does several things at once, none of them confident. The merchant chuckles. The merchant was once an adventurer, he reveals. Luggage duty, mostly. But he saw many demon lords during those years. Some fought humans directly, some avoided them, some watched from towers and waited, and then there was a fourth type. Those who lived among humans and manipulated them from the shadows. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes stands behind an ordinary-looking crowd, and the image is unsettling. The merchant admits he wondered, when he first visited Procell, whether that was what he was looking at. Procell's reaction is not subtle. The merchant says he dropped the suspicion. What convinced him was not any single act but the resolution he saw in Procell and his people. Specifically, the sword that the dwarf girl made and gave him. That sword told him the commitment was real. He holds it out as evidence, and the elf girl behind him smiles. Whether Procell is human or demon lord, the merchant says, no longer matters. He is trying his best to make the people of this town happy. That is what counts. Procell closes his eyes and thanks him. Then he asks the merchant to prepare a victory celebration. There is still a war to win first, but it is good to have something to aim for. The day of the battle arrives. The 3rd floor of Procell's dungeon has been designated as the battlefield, a vast, open plain with no cover and no obstacles. A fox-eared girl beside Procell notes there are a lot of people. Procell confirms, just a field. The enemy will have no terrain advantages, neither will they. A knight on horseback approaches with the pre-battle terms. Before the knight can reach Procell, Kohaku intervenes. A master does not walk to the meeting. Procell should ride. The knight's horse sees Kohaku, and the horse makes a decision. The horse bolts. The knight ends up on the ground, watching his mount disappear into the distance while calling its name. Procell, now seated on Kohaku's back, apologizes to the knight, who is holding a scroll and trying to maintain professional dignity. The terms are confirmed. The war ends when one side surrenders. Trumpets sound. The war begins. Procell turns to Rely and tells her the enemy's intelligence is hers to handle. She sparkles and says patron and means it. Relia's listening devices are already inside Aklaba's camp. The bugs have picked up that something is being created inside the barrier, some kind of construction the enemy wants hidden. What Procell cannot determine yet is who is pulling the strings behind all of this. He turns the question over. A demon lord who moves among humans and manipulates them. He has heard that description before. Relia snaps him back to the present. The enemy has fortified their front line with heavy infantry specifically to counter golems. In the rear, a group of magicians is already preparing large-scale magic intended to wipe out Procell's forces in a single sweep. The enemy has done their homework. Relia identifies the enemy commander, a man in a decorated uniform shouting orders with a mustache that suggests he takes himself very seriously. Procell says he will handle it, and produces a large sniper rifle mounted on a bipod. Relia lies down next to it and looks through the scope. Procell tells her to leave the rest to him. The enemy commander orders all troops to advance. His head leaves his shoulders before the order finishes. Several headless armored figures stand in a row for a moment, confused about what just happened. A single boot arcs through the air. Relia laughs and sings about the head popping off. Procell watches and wishes, just once, that a battle could end there. It does not end there. Another officer steps up and takes command, and the enemy's coordination holds. Procell notes that the movements feel very human, which is not a compliment in this context. He reaches forward and calls for the hippogriffs. He had hoped not to use this next part. Hippogriffs sweep over the enemy formation, each carrying a wooden crate. The soldiers below look up and ask what they are carrying. Procell answers, napalm bombs. The battlefield becomes fire. Armor does not help. The flames do not go out. Soldiers scream and dissolve into silhouettes against the blaze. Procell watches and says the second wave is even more severe. He names it. An army of Avalon Ritter charges through the smoke, stepping over burning armor without slowing down. Quina shouts that they are overwhelming the enemy. Procell starts to say that Quina and the others might not even need to fight. Then something hits him and he stops mid-sentence. Power is flowing into Procell. He understands why immediately. The war is taking place inside his dungeon, and the dungeon feeds on despair and death. The feeling of lives ending is becoming his strength, and underneath that realization is something darker, a pull he does not want to feel. More, kill them more. The voice is not coming from outside. White flags rise across the battlefield. The enemy is surrendering. White notes the battle ended faster than expected. Procell cannot respond. He is on his knees in the grass, and something enormous and winged is rising from his shadow. Procell collapses, both hands pressed to his head, while a massive dark-winged shape looms over him and fills the sky behind him. Someone calls his name. He cannot answer. Morning. Procell wakes in a large bed, stares at the ceiling, and asks if it is already morning. The war between Avalon and Aklaba ended in an instant. A dust-covered Avalon Ritter stands outside in the early light, still and silent. The Lord of Aklaba surrendered on the battlefield, weeping and signing documents while a demon secretary with tentacle hair stood behind him. The discriminatory tax policy is gone. Procell's casualties were nearly zero. Everything went according to plan. Procell sits in bed, holding his shoulder, and the dark shape from the night before is still in his thoughts. Dark wings have grown from Procell's back. He understands what they are now. The dungeon fed on the despair of the battle, and the power poured into him, and this is what it produced. The wings fill him with dark emotions and cost him his self-control. A fox-eared girl pushes open the door to announce breakfast. Procell moves before he decides to. The fox-eared girl is pinned against a cracking stone wall, and Procell's face is shadow and two white eyes and the word kill repeating in the dark. She is terrified. He is not himself. A shout cuts through. The elf girl in the military coat calls for her master. Procell surfaces. Quina is on the floor, coughing, telling him that Winged Daddy is scary. Procell drops to his knees beside her and apologizes, and means it more than he has meant anything in a long time. The wings are still there, small and dark against his back. Procell sits with his hand on his chest and works through the problem. These wings fill him with darkness and strip away his identity. Worse, if he tries to use his creation skill in this state, his instincts tell him he will not come back from it. He looks at his hand. He needs to figure this out before it figures him out. White and Dwarf Smith are both in the room, sitting on the floor amid the debris. White recognizes the dangerous feeling in Procell's new power immediately. He has felt something like it himself. Dwarf Smith surveys the mess and comments on it cheerfully. Then Procell notices they are sitting very close together. He looks at them. There is one more unexpected development. White and Dwarf Smith got married. Dwarf Smith, according to what Procell heard, made her move while White was at rock bottom from his broken heart. White was apparently very agreeable at the time. They are also expecting a child. Procell smiles at the thought of a new life, and then White turns to him with something serious to report. White was adding the word dead to his undead followers, as he does when he noticed something wrong. His undead can share memories. These new ones have none. They are empty. A skeleton chef in the background is enthusiastically recruiting new undead kitchen staff, unaware of the implications. White's expression does not match the skeleton chef's energy. Empty, and some of them have risen to hero status. That combination does not happen naturally. Riley is lying upside down nearby, announcing herself. Elsewhere, a man in a cloak walks away from a grinning shadow that says the heroes this time were cultivated. That word lands in the room like a stone. Relia runs over saying she knows what cultivated means. The scene shifts to a grand cathedral, the headquarters of the world's largest religion, Rigdolg. The building fills the horizon. Whatever is happening, it is coming from there. Procell processes this fast. The war against Aklaba should not have been possible with Aklaba's forces alone. If the Rigdolg religion was pulling the strings, the numbers make sense. White adds the final piece. During the last war, many demons dressed as humans were spotted in the fighting. A grotesque image of a human face peeling away to reveal something hollow and dark underneath. Quina stares. White confirms it. A demon lord is pulling strings from behind the scenes. Someone suggests asking an elder demon lord about it. Procell stands in the middle of his thoughts, looking at the castle on the horizon, and knows what the Black Wings and the Rigdolg religion and the cultivated heroes have in common. He does not have the full picture yet, but he knows the next step. Marco's dungeon. Procell has been here before, and the bear and rabbit monsters at the gate greet him like a familiar face. He has brought golden apples from Aura as a gift and wonders if Marco will like them. He knocks on the throne room door and announces himself. The figure at the far end of the red carpet is not quite what he expected. Marco sits on her throne with her arms crossed and an expression that could stop a war. She looks up. Then she recognizes him, and her face does something completely different. Marco pulls Procell into a hug that buries his face in her chest and announces how much he has grown. Procell protests that he is not a kid. Marco pats his head and tells him she is so happy. She is the same as ever. Procell is relieved and slightly mortified in equal measure. Procell admits he was worried when he saw her pouting earlier. He waves off the cause, says she does not need to worry about it. Marco looks at him with the eyes of someone who has been reading people for a very long time. She asks what actually brought him here, because it is not a neighborhood visit. Procell asks if she knows anything about Black Wings. Marco goes quiet. The corridor around them is stone and old and patient. She says yes, of course she does. Then a dark, textured shape fills the air between them, and the word awaken sits at its center. Awaken is a forbidden power, Marco explains. It draws out a demon lord's true strength. Few can achieve it. She looks at him with something between amusement and concern. Really, she tells him, you are something else. She laughs, and the sound is genuine. Then she stops laughing. She points a finger at his chest and tells him not to use that power often. It shortens the user's lifespan significantly in exchange for what it gives. Procell says he was already planning to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Then the word lifespan reaches him and his eye goes wide. Marco's life will disappear in 6 months. Procell can see it, the way her body already seems to be dissolving at the edges, white fragments drifting away. Her life is withering right now, in this moment, while she smiles at him. Her smile will also end. Procell faces her across the red carpet and asks if she would like to live with him after she dies. Marco goes still. Procell's expression does not waver. The rebirth power he used on White. If he uses it on Marco, he could give her a new life. The thought came out of his mouth before he finished deciding to say it. He did not want to lose her. Marco's arms cross. Her eyes go into shadow. Marco's face fills the space between them, and it is angry. She tells him to go home. His words, she says, are an insult to every demon lord except that person. She explains it without softening any of it. Demon lords are given a limited life. They die, they become souls, they return to the world. That is the principle. That is her pride. And Procell is tainting it. She shouts for him to go. The doors slam, Procell runs. The corridor is long and the echo is longer. When the doors close, Marco is alone, on the other side, one hand pressed against the wood, head bowed. She slides down to sit against the doors in the empty hallway. She has decided she will live to the end as a demon lord, as she promised. And then, when it is over, she will return. She says the name quietly. Avalon. Rigdolg religion, headquarters, Rigdolg city-state. Someone in a dark hall is holding a small object and watching. They say they are surprised, genuinely surprised. The creation demon Lord Procell awakened with only a half-formed city concept and did not get swallowed by the darkness. They call him a kindred spirit. The hall is full of silhouettes who do not speak. A crystal ball shows Marco's face. The voice says it is time for a final test, to see if Procell is truly worthy. And as for the problem caused by the old, they will handle that too. A grinning shadow in the corner finds the Lord of Rigdolg frightening. That is not a reassuring reaction. Lord Baram, the Black Demon Lord, reaches forward with a wide, unhurried smile, his long dark hair falling loose around him. His white cloak and bead necklace mark him as someone who has been doing this for a very long time and enjoys every moment of it. Marco's voice echoes in Procell's head. Your words are an insult. Go. He is face down on a table, making a sound that is not quite a word. Aura and Elder Dwarf watch from a careful distance. Aura reports that he has been like this since returning from Marco's dungeon. Elder Dwarf makes a thoughtful sound. Elder Dwarf suggests going back and apologizing. Procell points out that Marco shut down her transit system to him, which is probably a message about visiting. Stolas looks sympathetic. Then Marcosius arrives at full speed, grabs Procell by the arm, and announces that they are going to drink until the bad things stop existing. The tavern. The merchant with the goatee is already there with his companions, including a young man who is face down on the table with spiraling eyes, and an older horned man who is holding a mug with the composure of someone who has seen worse. The cheering woman at the table asks about business and rumors. The merchant says it is going well. Then he pauses. Marco's dungeon, the Beast Demon Lord's castle in the west. Countless demons are surrounding it and attacking. Procell's head comes up from wherever it was. The merchant says it directly. The castle is under siege. The merchant does not have details. No adventurer can get close enough to gather them. But they did capture a demon who appeared to be fleeing the castle. A bound succubus with bat wings, sitting among barrels in the back of a wagon. If anyone can get her to talk, Procell can. Procell recognizes her. She was White's adjutant in the last war, and she served under Marco. He kneels in front of her and asks what happened. Her face is pained and certain. Marco is being attacked by the demon faction she is allied with. Normally, an alliance means backup. This time there was no time to request it. The attack was a complete surprise, and someone orchestrated it deliberately. The succubus does not know who. She knows the shape of the betrayal, but not the name behind it. Procell works through the rules. A formal war would have transferred demons and dungeons to the White Room at the designated time. A merchant witnessed this attack from outside. That means it is not a war. It is just an invasion, with no rules and no protections. His fist closes. He tells the succubus he is going to help Marco immediately. She goes quiet. Marco does not wish for that. Procell's expression cracks. She is cutting ties with him. He asks if that is it. The succubus tells him Marco is protecting him from the old demon lords. The rules are specific. Old demon lords cannot touch new demon lords unless the new ones attack first. If Procell helps Marco, he attacks an old demon lord's army, and the protection disappears. Every old demon lord will be free to come for him and his city. This is Marco's will. She is spending her remaining months shielding his future. The succubus was sent here to stop him. Marco knew he would come the moment he found out, and she prepared for it. Procell stands in the doorway and looks at the people behind him. He understands now why the transit system was shut down. It was not anger. It was protection. He calls for everyone's attention. He is going to help Marco. He needs their power. Procell tells the shocked succubus that no child fully knows how dear they are to their parents, but he is an adult, and he will do what he decides to do. Letting Marco die while they are still fighting would be worse than any consequence. He leaps from a balcony into the open air, cape catching the wind, while a winged demon woman watches him go. White tells him to prepare for battle immediately. Quina raises her fist and promises to get those old demon lords. Procell thanks her and means it. But privately he knows the truth. Old demon lords who have lived for hundreds of years are not opponents you charge at alone. He needs allies who match that weight. Astaroth and Dantalion, the Dragon Demon Lord and the Time Demon Lord, both known alongside Marco as the Three Pillars. They seemed close at the evening party. Procell writes letters, seals them, and watches two messenger birds carry them into the sky. He hopes. Stolas' dungeon is a pure white tower reaching into the clouds, and the crowd at its base suggests it is doing excellent business. A hooded figure in a witch's hat intercepts Procell at the entrance, announces they are there by Stolas' order, and teleports the group inside before they can ask questions. Stolas has already read the letter. They arrive in an elegant hall with vaulted ceilings and stained glass, banners hanging from above. Procell moves through it and thinks that the room is not flashy, just refined. That is exactly Stolas. A figure with a long tail stands ahead of them, and the hall opens into something grander. Stolas stands in a high-slit dark dress that makes several of the assembled company reconsider their composure. She is holding Procell's letter and smiling. She welcomes him. It has been a while. She is curious about what has happened, and she is clearly dressed for the occasion, not that she would ever admit that. Procell thanks her for meeting him on short notice and tells her the new outfit looks good on her. Stolas turns red and shouts that she absolutely did not dress up just because he was coming, while doing exactly the face of someone who dressed up because he was coming. Procell looks genuinely confused. Stolas would have liked tea and conversation, but she reads the room. Procell needs to reach Astaroth as fast as possible. She has a transit portal to him. He is her parent, so of course she does. She steps into the glowing circle with the group and activates it. Procell notes, not for the first time, that transit portals are extremely convenient. While they travel, Procell asks how Stolas created a demon capable of using transit. He offers 2 imitation medals for the information and the medal she used. Stolas works through her available options and settles on the star and song medals for their compatibility with her wind attribute. The phase medal, Procell realizes, manipulates space itself. He files that away. Stolas mentions, almost casually, that someone has declared war on her and that she will be planning her response soon. Then she sets that aside. Marco's problem comes first. She activates the transit spell, and a pillar of white light erupts around them. Astaroth's dungeon is a crumbling fortress on a cliff with winged creatures circling its towers. Inside, a vast tiled throne room stretches toward a figure, seated between 2 enormous dragons. Procell and his group walk the length of the room toward the throne, and the scale of everything in here is a deliberate statement. The Dragon Demon Lord Astaroth sits with his hands clasped, flanked by his dragons, wearing robes with circular patterns. His face is reptilian, scaled, sharp-eyed, with whisker-like appendages and a gaze that has watched centuries pass. He looks like someone who has been waiting for this conversation. Procell stands at the far end of the room and feels the difference between meeting someone at a party and meeting them in their own domain. The intimidating aura is categorically different here. Astaroth says his name. Then he tells Procell he understands his point and asks if Procell knows why he still will not make any moves. Astaroth states it without softening it. He will not help Marco. Procell stares at him. The words do not make sense at first. Procell asks the question with his whole body behind it. Marco is their friend. Why? Astaroth does not answer immediately. He has known Marco for a long time, but the 3 pillars, Marco, Dantalion, and Astaroth himself, exchanged a mutual non-interference contract in front of the Creator. A flashback shows the 3 of them together, younger and bound by a promise that still holds. The contract forbids them from getting involved with each other. It was sworn before the highest authority any of them recognize. Astaroth looks out over his domain, filled with dragons and subordinates who depend on him. He will not let his emotions put their lives at risk. The contract has been exchanged. Then Procell notices Astaroth's hand. The claws are digging into his own palm. Blood drips. Astaroth wants to help Marco. The contract is the only thing stopping him. Procell thinks through the problem. He cannot ask Astaroth to help Marco directly, but the mastermind behind the attack is a separate target. If Astaroth fights the mastermind, the result of that fight would accidentally help Marco. The contract says nothing about that. Procell turns to face Astaroth with the idea already shaped. A diagram appears in someone's explanation. Astaroth cannot go to Marco's castle, but he can go after the shadowy figures behind the whole operation. The result of that battle would happen to benefit Marco. The contract remains unbroken, Procell asks if that is what he is looking for. Astaroth considers the loophole. Astaroth calls it a cunning move and privately notes that Procell found the gap in the contract. He asks if Procell knows who the mastermind is. Procell does. He fought a war against a human city recently, and the Rigdolg religion was pulling the strings the entire time. A stone temple fills the darkness behind the words. Astaroth's eye narrows. Rigdolg. He works through it and arrives at a name. A demon lord hiding in the shadows, manipulating Marco's faction from behind the scenes. There is only one candidate he can think of. Procell shouts in recognition before Astaroth finishes the thought. The Black Demon Lord, Baram. Astaroth absorbs this with visible shock. He had not seen the blind spot until now. Procell asks what comes next. Astaroth asks why Procell wants to save Marco so badly. Procell looks out at the horizon and starts with the honest answer. He got into a fight with her, and he does not want it to end like this. Then he corrects himself. Even if nothing had happened, he would still be here. Because he likes her. A large, warm image of Marco fills the space, smiling. The room reacts. Astaroth's mouth falls open. Stolas and the Horned Man both look like they have been struck by something. Astaroth shouts something that contains the word like several times at increasing volume. Then he settles, looks at Procell, and says that Marco has a good kid. He will help, but he has terms. Astaroth's lifespan is ending. When it does, he wants Procell to protect Stolas. She is talented but immature, and she will not accept help from anyone except Procell. He cannot die in peace while she is still figuring herself out. Stolas looks like she wants to dissolve into the floor. Someone in the background mutters that Astaroth is being a grandpa about this. Procell tells Astaroth that Stolas is his precious friend. He would help her with everything he has if something happened to her regardless. The sound that follows is something between a gasp and a heartbeat. Stolas grips the front of her dress. Astaroth laughs and calls it a deal. Astaroth moves toward the door and pauses. He asks if Procell is planning to visit the Time Demon Lord as well. He adds, with a look that carries weight, that Dantalion hates Procell. He should be prepared for that. Procell thanks Stolas quietly. He admits he is taking advantage of Astaroth's parental love for her to get this alliance. Stolas says she is happy to help, then starts to say something else and stops. Never mind, she says. She waves it off. She is not quite as composed as she wants to appear. A winged woman with short hair sweeps in towards Stolas, smiling and announcing she will cooperate in this battle. Stolas introduces her as Rosalie. Procell blinks. If Stolas is only lending demons rather than fighting directly, she stays off the old demon lord's radar. The alliance is growing without violating any rules. A red-haired elf girl with pointed ears plants her feet and makes her case. They are friends, and friends help each other when it matters. She does not want to just be protected. Procell looks at her for a moment, then says he understands and that he will be borrowing her. She tries very hard to look like she had expected that response. The red-haired girl runs after Procell as he leaves the cathedral, shouting good luck saving Lady Marco, and then, at full volume, adding the word MotherCon. Procell shouts back that people will get the wrong idea. The blonde girl watching them from the doorway privately disagrees with the label. Home. Procell is welcomed back by a blonde girl who hands him a warm greeting. In the hallways, a skeleton in a robe grinds herbs, flasks of cures line the tables, and Aura walks toward him with news. The golden apple cures are ready for mass production. Procell's city planning instincts and his dungeon's resources are now pointed at the same problem. A blonde girl teases Procell about whether he is scared. He deflects by noting what kind of character she is, which is not a denial. Then a small elf girl in a hat arrives with a letter. From the Time Demon Lord. It says, "Come at once." Procell reads it and smiles. Fast. That is exactly what he expected. Procell explains his thinking to the small elf girl. He wrote the letter specifically to make Dantalion angry, because Dantalion's dislike of him is actually a negotiating advantage. The negotiation with Astaroth required patience and a loophole. The negotiation with Dantalion will be easier. He walks away, coat thrown over his shoulder, toward a clock tower that reaches into the sky. He has a trump card Dantalion cannot ignore. Dantalion looms in the foreground of his own hall, grinning with the specific energy of someone who has been looking forward to this. He asks if Procell is ready to die. Procell, kneeling on the floor of a very large room with a very large clock behind the throne, realizes he may have miscalibrated the letter. Procell secured Astaroth's help. All that remains is Dantalion. The Time Demon Lord has read the letter and wants to know if Procell is trying to make a fool of him. The energy in the room suggests the answer was yes, and Dantalion found it only partially amusing. Dantalion asks again if Procell is ready to die. The horned man beside Procell is sweating through his suit. He had heard that deliberately provoking someone improves your negotiating position, and he is now questioning the entire theory. Procell is privately admitting he may have overdone it. Procell decides to commit. He shouts the contents of his letter out loud, that Dantalion is a lazy man who will not lift a finger to help the woman he loves. He calls it the truth. Behind him, the horned man and Quina both make sounds that suggest they wish they were somewhere else. Dantalion does not attack. He laughs. He tells Procell that he was clearly trying to provoke him, and that Procell is a terrible actor. Procell's face does something involuntary. Dantalion settles back on his throne and says he sees. Then he tells Procell to explain what he actually wants. Procell faces the monocled eye and the clock face coat and states the situation plainly. Marco is in a critical situation, and he wants Dantalion's help to save her. The fox-eared woman beside him confirms it. Procell shouts the request without flinching. Dantalion notes that Procell has already visited Astaroth's dungeon, and that he managed to bring Astaroth on board, despite knowing about the mutual non-interference contract. He acknowledges the strategy is not bad. He asks what Procell wants from him specifically. Dantalion's critique is precise. He does not like the arrogance of a new demon lord who thinks he can save Marco on his own. Marco has only months left regardless. Procell holds his position. Procell shouts that those are not Dantalion's true feelings. The fox-eared woman looks back over her shoulder, and her expression is the expression of someone who has been waiting for someone to say this. Procell presses forward. If Dantalion truly cares for Marco, he wants her to live even one day longer. Procell says it with his whole body. He came here risking his life. He will not allow anyone to call the rest of Marco's life meaningless. Dantalion turns away. He says one word, romanticist. Dantalion asks if Procell is going to ask him to use his time power to extend Marco's life, as he once used it on himself. Procell says no, he is going to give Marco a new life using the rebirth power. Dantalion's eye goes wide behind the monocle. The fox-eared woman stands with her back to the room and thinks about what it would mean to live alongside Marco again. She is sure Marco will say no. If Marco ever speaks to her again, she has made her decision. Dantalion extends one hand and says okay, he will help. He addresses Procell by title, Demon Lord Procell. If there is a way to prolong Marco's life, he has no reason to refuse. Dantalion gives Procell two things. The first is a king medal glowing in his fingers. The second requires a name. He calls out Sirius. A young girl with long light hair and fox ears walks forward from the shadows, wearing a simple outfit and a flower hair clip. Dantalion announces her name, Sirius Felsius. She looks serious and young and quietly ready. Quina immediately runs up to sniff the new girl, announcing that she smells like Quina. The new girl reacts accordingly. Procell explains with a completely straight face that he used the creation metal Dantalion gave him previously. Sirius was made from Dantalion's time metal and Marco's beast metal. She will be a great help. Quina is still being sniffed. Procell raises the complication. Since the 3-on-1 war, new demon lords are forbidden from borrowing demons from old demon lords who are not their parent. Dantalion will be penalized by the creator for this. He knows. He calls it his resolve. He says it is how much he loves Marco. The man in the clock coat has been holding this feeling for a very long time. Dantalion tells Sirius to go help her mother. Sirius shouts yes, father, and charges forward with the energy of someone who has been waiting for permission. Procell stares. Father. Mother. He works through the metal logic and arrives at the answer. He tells Dantalion that he has a nice hobby. Dantalion says every man is a romanticist. Procell cannot entirely argue with that. Walking away from the clock hall, Procell thinks about what just happened. Dantalion would have broken the contract and saved Marco himself eventually. Procell just moved a little faster. He hated Dantalion. He is rethinking that. A little. Outside a building with towers and a clock face, Procell stands with Sirius and the horned man and tells them he has done everything he needed to do. Now they move fast. The succubus said there is not much time left. He looks toward the horizon and thinks, hang in there, Marco. Someone is watching a crystal ball. They are pleased. Procell met with Dragon and Time. The beast dungeon is about to surrender. They ask what Procell will do next. The man in the white cloak with the bead necklace sits in a dark room and tells Procell through the crystal not to disappoint him. Marco's dungeon is a large castle surrounded on all sides by a vast army of monsters. Procell stands on a ledge and looks at the scale of it. The old demon lords are already inside. Dragon heads rise on the horizon to his right. This is what the despair buffet gone wrong looks like when it shows up at your friend's door. No time to waste. Procell extends his arm and calls the operation to begin. Quina, Stolas, and a girl in a military cap stand ready at his sides. The command goes out. First objective: control the air. Aura raises her arms and calls wind magic. The Gregorian Valkyrie manifests, Aura integrating into a multi-barreled mechanical weapon that fills the sky with force. A winged monster caught in the wind looks confused about what is happening to it. The enemy movement stops. Procell calls for the snipers. Quina and a line of skeletons raise rifles. Aura shouts the mount command and transforms into the Gregorian Valkyrie, a girl and a machine becoming something that neither of them is alone. The sky clears. Spherical explosions bloom above the battlefield, and the back of a figure with shoulder-mounted cannons watches them bloom. Procell reaches forward and calls the airborne troops. Giant birds sweep through the cleared air, each carrying a crate. The crates open. Bombs fall. The ground below erupts in a cluster of explosions that sends smoke rolling across the plain. Procell watches from his ledge, and the scale of the destruction is not satisfying. It is necessary. A pig-faced monster screams that the fire will not go out. The enemy is in chaos. Procell calls the charge. Quina and Fell leap into the monster lines together, two small figures hitting a wall of enemies at full speed. A massive stitched-faced monster swings its club at Quina, and the swing is slow, impossibly slow. Quina cannot figure out why until Fell stands behind the monster with a clock face manifesting at her back. Time manipulation. Not as powerful as her father's, Fell thinks, but enough. Quina feels light, faster than she should be. That is Rosalite's advanced support magic working from a distance, buffing the whole team. Quina waves at Rosalite, who waves back with the calm of someone who has been doing this the whole time. Marcosius stands on a mountain of defeated monsters in a suit and glasses and explains to the remaining enemies that he cannot allow a pincer attack once they enter the castle. He apologizes for it. Then he tells them they are welcome to join his army, which he describes as cozy. The remaining monsters do not find this reassuring. A dead monster's tusked face stares up from the pile. Marcosius suggests calmly that the living ones join the army. A massive dragon behind him opens its mouth. The fire that follows is not a metaphor. Procell and Relia watch the battle from a vantage point. Relia comments that everyone is working hard. Then Procell calls her name and gives her the next assignment. She floats away inside a large transparent bubble, accompanied by a bikini-clad figure in a smaller bubble, heading toward the other dimension with the casual energy of someone going to run an errand. In a dark Gothic hall somewhere else entirely, a demon lord with long hair and a bead necklace receives a report. The creation demon lord showed up and annihilated the perimeter guards. The demon lord calls Procell pretty good, to a point of genius even. He does not sound threatened. He sounds interested. The demon lord calls Procell a fool. He deployed his entire army to help Marco, which means Avalon's defenses are empty. By interfering with an old demon lord's army, Procell has voided the protection that kept old demon lords from attacking new ones. Avalon will not last half an hour against a single old demon lord's assault. Above the city, a white wing drifts into view. Outside Avalon's gates, a group of demons approaches. A large guard shouts an alarm. Leading the group is a figure in a plague doctor mask and top hat, surrounded by large bird-like monsters with toothed beaks. The masked figure has been watching Procell since the evening party. He had not expected this to be easy. The masked figure's eye narrows. A new voice arrives from off to the side, calm and unhurried. It had not expected to be used by a child in its lifetime, but there is a first time for everything. The masked figure's eyes go wide with sweat. The time demon Lord Dantalion stands on the path between the bird army and Avalon's gates, wearing his clock-face coat and his monocle, dark streaks cutting across the air around him. He looks like someone who just arrived and has already finished calculating. Somewhere else, an explosion rocks a throne room. A dark-haired figure on a throne reacts with shock. The hall fills with smoke and debris. Astaroth stands on a tower above a burning city, flanked by his dragons, arms crossed. Below him, smoke rises from where the explosions landed. He looks like the city is exactly where he wants it to be. The city is on fire. The dark-haired man stares at the destruction with horror. Among the ruins, the figure identified as Baram stands calmly and says that what was said long ago appears to be true. A beast-like figure beside him finishes the thought. Abandoning defense to focus only on offense is foolish. because of that. All 6 old demon lords who attacked Marco. Their dungeons fell easily. The dark-haired man reacts with the face of someone whose plan has just collapsed. The beast-like demon lord tells him he is an idiot who mistakes himself for a schemer. A stone tower in the city tilts and comes down. The beast-like demon lord points a clawed finger at the dark-haired man, a dragon's open mouth beside him. The real demon lords, he announces, will teach him a lesson. The city burns. The dark-haired man watches his military power, his magic, his medication, and his cultivated empty hero shells consumed by fire and dragon breath. He grits his teeth. The word that comes out is a curse. He screams Astaroth's name at the tower where the dragon demon lord stands. His hand reaches toward him across the burning distance. Astaroth does not move. The long-haired man, furious, shouts that Astaroth has come to his garden and trashed it. The dragon-headed figure asks, calmly, what he means by he will not forgive him. Below, a crowd of followers begs for help, calling for Lord Bahram and the Lord Pope. The dragon-headed figure notes that his followers have clung to him and wishes him good luck. Something massive descends from the sky and hits the stone floor with catastrophic force. The dragon-headed figure watches from above and asks, again, what exactly Bahram meant by that threat. Bahram is on his hands and knees on a tiled floor, panting, surrounded by dark splatters. The dragon-headed figure stands at a distance and asks him to finish the sentence. Bahram looks up with eyes that have moved past rage into something more absolute. He shouts it all out. Demon lords are slaves to humans. Their power, their knowledge, their existence, all of it feeds a human civilization that grows strong on their backs. The vision of a peaceful human city fills the air, a knight, a mage, commoners walking through cobbled streets. Children of stars, he says, is just a prettier name for livestock. How Bahram demands, can anyone accept that humiliation when they were given such power? The dragon-headed figure looks at him and says simply that he does not think too hard about it. If that is their fate, then it is just how they choose to live within it. Bahram's response is not a word. Bahram's fist hits the ground. He knows what happened to demon lords who tried to live in harmony with humans. He has seen them die alone, curled up in the dark. He has seen them betrayed and destroyed by the people they tried to protect. He was doing all of this for them. He shouts that he was. For all of them. For every demon lord who ever suffered that fate. The holy city was supposed to be the answer. His voice reaches its limit. It was all for the sake of all the demon lords. Procell steps into view and points out the contradiction. Bahram said he did not want to hurt any demons, but he used every available means against creation. The dragon-headed figure adds that the demon lords who died betrayed by humans died because of their own choices, not because of an inevitable fate. Stupid people exist among demon lords and humans alike, and no one asked Bahram to save anyone. The dragon-headed figure's face drops into shadow, one eye catching the light. Don't be arrogant, child. Bahram shouts that Astaroth took the easy way and cannot understand. The dragon-headed figure agrees he does not understand. What he does know is that Bahram hurt a friend of his. That means Bahram picked a fight with him. A massive swirling sphere of energy forms in front of the dragon-headed figure. He tells Bahram to die. Bahram escapes through shadows. The dragon-headed figure watches him go and notes the mechanism. His power controls anything associated with the color black. A messenger arrives for the white creature beside him. Dentalion has also made his move. There is no need to chase Bahram. From this point, it is creation's fight. The dragon-headed figure walks away through the dust, Kronos Knights trailing behind him. He thinks about how Procell moves everyone around him. It is almost nostalgic. Like that day, a long time ago, when 4 friends sat around a table and the world felt different. Dentalion stands on the path between Avalon and the bird army. The figure in the plague doctor mask, the bird demon Lord Andros, shouts in disbelief. Dentalion helping creation. He cannot believe it. Dentalion lays out the strategy plainly. Creation deployed his full army to help Marco. Dragon is eliminating the mastermind. Dentalion protects Creation's empty city. The result of all 3 actions benefits Marco without any of the 3 pillars technically breaking the mutual non-interference contract. The monocle catches the light. The plan is elegant. Andros laughs. Dentalion alone against the entire bird army. He spreads his arms wide and asks what Dentalion is planning to do. Dentalion's eye behind the monocle goes very still. He says he will kill Andros here. He does not say it loudly. Andros asks what he means. His body answers before his head does. Dentalion is holding Andros' severed head. The headless body stands behind him, blood erupting from the neck. Dentalian explains that he stopped time and killed him. He does not appear to find this remarkable. The bird army screams for their lord. Dantalion turns to face them and states his title. He is the Time Demon Lord. The bird monsters charge. He is not alone. Kronos Knights emerge from another dimension, armored figures with clock faces for helmets, and they move through the bird army with mechanical efficiency. Dantalion explains, while the fighting continues around him, that he has applied time to expand his dimensional capacity beyond the standard limit. A Kronos Knight asks if it is over already. Dantalion sounds mildly disappointed that it is. Dantalion walks away from the aftermath and thinks about what he just did. The normal version of him would not help a new demon lord. He knows that. Someone asks why the change. He looks back over his shoulder with a small smile. He wants more time with Marco. That is the whole reason. The Golden Generation. 4 demon lords called the strongest of their era. Beast Marco, Dragon Astaroth, Time Dantalion, and Flame Ammon. Their names and faces line up like a record of something that mattered. They competed with each other, and their friendship grew. A red-haired woman laughing. A blonde woman smiling with her eyes closed. A man with a monocle looking surprised. A large armored figure beside them all. 4 of them together, arms around each other, vowing to laugh for a lifetime. Then something happened between Dantalion and Ammon, and a crack formed. They stood back to back, not touching, a jagged line splitting the space between them. The 4 figures drifted apart. Dantalion let Ammon die. Their friendship ended. He will not make the same mistake again. If his friends are in danger, he will do everything he can. And when he looks at Procell, he sees something he cannot fully name. Flame, maybe. The silhouette of Ammon stands behind Procell like a memory that has not finished letting go. Dantalion dreams of a time when Flame was still alive. Now it is Procell's turn. Dantalion has done what was asked. Procell stands between Quina and Rorono, and all 3 of them look forward with the same expression. Do not screw it up. The Beast Demon Lord Marco's dungeon. A stone fortress under a dark sky. Quina is in the middle of it, leaping and lunging through a crowd of horned muscular monsters that are significantly larger than she is. Chapter 38 begins. Procell watches a large, dark-faced monster engage Quina and recognizes the difference immediately. This is the old Demon Lord's main force, not the perimeter troops they cleared earlier. The quality is categorically higher. Then the monster strikes the ground and Quina goes airborne, and Procell's eye goes wide. Rorono does not hesitate. She calls for the Avalon Ritter and the mecha rises behind her. Simultaneously, an anti-magic barrier projects across the battlefield floor in a grid, sealing the enemy's spells. A monster shouts that its magic has been sealed. Rorono is already moving to the next step. Rorono activates the Avalon Ritter's Twin Drive Plus, drawing power from Quina's tail. Quina makes a sound that confirms this is not comfortable. The mecha's drives spin up. Rorono calls the burst drive, and the Avalon Ritter's arm transforms into a dark blade that smashes through a monster's skull at full speed. The impact detonates against the dungeon wall. Procell watches the smoke clear and wipes his forehead. 2 dark mechas stand over the defeated monsters. Someone says they did it. Procell looks at the scene and knows they are not done. But this part is over. Quina is dizzy and grateful for the potion Rose brings. Rorono reports that the Avalon Ritter's circuits are fried. The burst drive output exceeded what even orichalcum could sustain. Many of the missile golems are also gone. She apologizes for destroying something Procell built for her. Procell does not make her feel worse about it. The golems served their purpose as shields. The trump card is still intact, carried by 2 golems who survived. Procell and White acknowledge the veteran strength of the old Demon Lord's army. Relia's dimensional patrol kept casualties from being far worse. Speaking of which, Procell notes, Relia has not checked in. Marcosius grits her teeth. Relia has not reported. She stares up at a sky full of flying demons and tries not to think about what that means. Her 2 subordinates aim their rifles at the swarm. The numbers are not in their favor. Marcosius's mission. Control this dimension so the enemy cannot use it to watch Procell's movements or stage surprise attacks. She is also carrying a bag of Aura's potions that need to reach Marco's exhausted troops on the 2nd floor. Both objectives are necessary. Neither is easy. A subordinate fires into an insectoid monster and it reels back. Marcosius moves forward. Delivering supplies to the Beast Demon Lord's forces, who have been fighting old Demon Lords without support, is an important duty. She keeps telling herself that. Sound magic clears a path. Marcosius complains internally about the bullet shortage and the resources spent on glamorous golems instead of ammunition. Then an A-rank demon appears as enemy reinforcement, and the complaint stops. That thing should not be here. A small voice in Marcosius's head runs the math. Battle lost. Run away. Use the underlings as shields and save herself. She has limited resources. She has done well enough. This is the rational exit. She stands there for a moment and looks at her subordinates. She calls it bullcrap out loud. She leaps at the multi-eyed demon and hits it with everything she has. The easy way out is exactly what it sounds like. Large liquid orbs manifest around her outstretched arms. She blames Procell and White for this. She is a realist. She does not do grand gestures. And yet here she is, doing exactly that because of what they turned her into without asking her permission. Just before the operation, Procell stood before everyone in the hall and told them the battle would be intense. He said he did not want to see any empty spots when they went home. Quina and the fox spirits cheered. Marcosius stood in the back with her hands behind her head, saying nothing. Walking the hallway with White afterward, Marcosius called Procell a failure as a demon lord. A normal demon lord sacrifices underlings when necessary. That is just how it works. White said, Marcosius pressed the point. Procell's naivete has caused problems before. He would jeopardize his entire force to help a few demons in a pinch. White agreed that his lord is naive. Then he said no to the suggestion of telling him to change. Marcosius gestured and argued. White stood still. He said he is fine with his lord as he is. Because he is imperfect, he seeks perfection. Marcosius did not get it. White explained. The Lord gives them his affection. Because of that affection, they admire him. Because they admire him, they push past their limits for him. Together with an imperfect Lord, they strive for perfection. Procell reaches out his hand in the memory, gentle and certain. Marcosius looked at White and decided she did not understand idealism. White said his Lord is not a perfect demon lord. He is the best demon lord. Marcosius looked at White's expression and thought, what boring idealism. Then she thought, that would be nice. Rely is bleeding from the mouth, clothes torn, standing in the middle of a destroyed dimension with the expression of someone who made a choice and does not regret it. She almost died saving everyone. She did the same thing Procell would have done. A magical screen flickers open. Procell's face appears, worried, announcing a check-in. He says he was worried. Rely looks at him. She tells him it is awful here. She might die. Procell tells her to run if she needs to. Her life comes first. Relia goes quiet. If she runs, Procell gets exposed. She looks at the monsters surrounding her and thinks about warmth. She does not fully understand what the feeling is. She remembers a table, everyone drinking, Procell and White and Tenko laughing. She likes this city. She likes these people. She likes Procell. That is why this time too, self-sacrifice is not putting on a show. She walks forward, wobbling slightly, and means it. Raya transforms. Dark tentacles rise, and a brain-like mass erupts behind her. Her face goes into shadow. The Great Old One's medium. Two monsters nearby make sounds that suggest they would like to be somewhere else. The monsters ask if that is madness. No, it is different. More ominous. Relia's face is half covered by a dark cracked substance containing two extra glowing eyes. She tells them she will protect everyone, even if she dies. The Great Old One's power pours into her soul. Madness cannot compare to this. She floats before the enormous tentacled entity with her arms spread, a woman-shaped door between this world and something much older. There is no one that can stop this. Her Ocean Singer subordinates hold rifles and look at her with wide eyes. She tells them she is still herself. She borrows one of the rifles. Her companions watch the weapon transform in her hands, sprouting eyes and tentacles and organic texture. It is showtime, she says. She charges directly into the center of the demon swarm. They shout that she is an idiot walking into a beehive. An A-rank demon hits her with everything it has. It has no effect. The demon's expression is the expression of something that has just realized it misunderstood the situation entirely. Relia stands in the middle of the swarm, surrounded by demons with vertical mouths and single-eye heads, and none of them move. They are confused. She is in their center, and she is not afraid. She smiles at them. Let's start the concert of madness. She floats with her arms spread wide, the enormous tentacled entity looming behind her, and calls the song of ruin. The demons around her begin to scream. Reptilian demons clutch their heads. Multi-eyed demons clutch their heads. Their minds are coming apart. Relia holds her rifle. Then the rifle transforms, flesh and eyes and tentacles, replacing metal and polymer. She looks at what it has become. She fires both rifles, and the battlefield becomes light. Demons are struck and destroyed across the entire area. Dark energy and bright energy colliding across the swarm. She shouts the end and means it. A massive explosion of white and dark consumes the space. When it clears, Relia is at the center of it, face shadowed, with a small and tired smile. Her companions stare. They have been in the same army as her this whole time, and they are only now understanding what that means. She stands over the floating remains and exhales. She thinks it is over, then she looks at her arm. The Great Old One's mark is spreading across her left arm and up her cheek, dark and swirling. The compensation for using this power. If it wraps around her entire body, she is done. She smiles anyway. She can probably use this power one more time. After that, she is not sure she will still be herself. Her companions rush toward her. They are not afraid of her, they are grateful. Relia closes her eyes and thinks, "This feeling is great." A massive wolf-headed man appears behind her and announces he sensed a great power and came to investigate. He then leans in and sniffs her armpit with the focused attention of someone conducting a scientific study. Relia turns red. Her companions react, as if they have witnessed something that cannot be unseen. Relia reports to Procell through a communication screen. The other dimension is under control, 0 casualties, and she has met up with the Beast Demon Lord's forces. The Beast Man holds up a potion and thanks her. Procell's face on the screen goes pale when he sees the mark spreading across her body. Relia winks and tells him they will talk about it later. Procell gives Relay 2 final tasks. First, locate the enemy's position. Second, relay a message to Marco. He does not say what the message is. A boot steps forward quickly. There is no time left to wait. Procell's forces charge into the dungeon. Thanks to Relia's intelligence, splitting and ambushing the enemy is straightforward. A tactical map shows the enemy's main camp on the first floor, with Marco's forces still fighting on the second. The city-planning Dark Lord is running a military operation with the same precision he applies to zoning permits. A message from the Beast Demon Lord. She has tampered with the first floor where the enemy is camped, removing walls and altering the floor as much as possible. Her own forces are on the second floor, so Procell can do as he likes with the first. Procell thanks her. Relia cheers from her communication bubble. The group reaches the first floor and stops. The enemy ahead is not the perimeter forces they have been fighting. It is a vast dark silhouette filling the corridor, dense with A-rank demons. White names it quietly. Procell already knows. The trump card. Procell calls for Rorono. She is already standing beside the large metallic object the surviving golems have been carrying this entire time. She confirms the order. Procell tells her it is time. Whatever is in that casing, it was built for exactly this moment. The trump card is not a demon, not a spell, not a divine blessing. It is a bomb. A massive cylindrical weapon Procell calls the Mobe, the strongest conventional explosive he carries in memory from another world. His creation skill cannot forge something this large in a single use, so he and Rorono built it in pieces over 2 days, assembling the parts by hand. No demon or demon lord, Procell believes, can survive what comes next. Procell is sweating, and he knows exactly why. If even one enemy in 10,000 can withstand the blast, the plan collapses. He decides to worry about that later. He came here to save Marco, and he is going to use everything he has. He calls out to Aura, the blonde elf-eared woman at his side, telling her to saturate the surrounding air with flammable gas. She agrees with a cheerful lilt. Then he turns to Fel, the young fox-eared girl, and asks her to raise a time barrier around them for protection. Fel wants to know what he is planning. Procell does not answer the question. The mechanical unit raises its cannon arm, and Procell shouts the order to fire. A missile tears free with a trail of white smoke, arcing toward the distant silhouette of the monster army massed on the horizon. Procell stands in his cape and points the way forward, a city-planning Dark Lord sending a message the old-fashioned way. The building folds. Fire and smoke climb higher than anything should. Debris scatters across the world like punctuation at the end of a very short argument. The blast tears through the dungeon floor where Procell stands and spills into the adjacent second level. Reptilian monsters dissolve in the light. Beastmen and horned creatures on the second floor are swept away before they can react. At the dungeon entrance belonging to the Beast Demon Lord, an angel-like figure and a row of skeletons freeze as a wall of brightness floods the corridor. They had no warning. The Moabe does not offer any. Marco, the white-haired demon Lord Procell came to rescue, watches the first floor burn from a distance. Her multi-eyed subordinate is shouting. The horned demon beside her is shouting. Everyone is shouting except Marco. The entire enemy horde, every demon and every camp tied to the old demon lords, has simply vanished. Marco looks at the wall of fire consuming the dungeon and allows herself a small, quiet smile. Marco laughs to herself. An entire floor packed with demons and demon lords, gone in a flash. She had underestimated the hope-eating eccentric, and she finds that genuinely interesting. The laughter fades when a silhouetted figure steps through a smoke-filled stone archway, cape trailing behind him. Marco's last word on the matter: "You really are interesting." Marco smiles the way someone smiles when a bet they almost lost pays out anyway. Procell walks out of the smoke in full lordly attire, confident and composed, and Marco says his name like a greeting she has been saving. Procell tells her he came anyway, and he won. Marco tells him that is exactly why he is interesting. Two demon lords, face to face in the aftermath of a bomb, exchanging compliments. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme has arrived, and he is not even out of breath. Marco laughs heartily, arms crossed, reviewing the situation with the clarity of someone who has lived 3 centuries. Two stubborn old friends, bound by a mutual non-interference contract, bent every rule they could to protect her without technically breaking it. She finds this hilarious and deeply touching at the same time. She says she is so happy she could burst. Marco turns to Procell and tells him that the version of him standing before her right now should be capable of being entrusted with her dungeon and all her demons. Procell's mouth stops working. His brain takes a moment to catch up with what she just said. The implication hits him like a second blast. She is talking about leaving. For good. Marco's body begins to come apart at the edges, dissolving into fragments of light that drift upward like embers. She stands calm through it, smiling faintly. Procell stares at her with wide eyes and shouts her name. The sound around them is just the quiet crackle of something irreplaceable ending. A flashback fills the space between them. Before Procell arrived, Marco's demons were being pushed to the edge. Potions from Procell's forces bought them time, but not enough. So Marco used the forbidden power called Awakening, transforming into a massive skeletal wolf beast to shield her people. She held the line. The cost is what Procell is watching dissolve in front of him right now. Procell knows what Awakening is, a taboo that draws out a demon lord's true power in exchange for a vast portion of their remaining lifespan. Marco confirms it without flinching. She spent every last year she had. Procell's eye goes wide. She stands before him composed, light still drifting from her body, and tells him she used the entirety of her lifespan to use it. Marco says goodbye to him by name, gently, like she has been practicing. Procell's face goes dark. He was thorough, he was prepared, he built the Moab, he coordinated allies, and none of it was fast enough. The thought that tears through him is brutal. He should have thrown caution away and moved the moment he knew she was in danger. Marco places her hand on top of Procell's head and pats it once. She tells him not to make that face, because her demons were saved because he came, and she is entrusting them to him now. Then she adds something quieter. She picked a fight with him specifically so she would not have to say goodbye. She tells him there is nothing to regret. Her body continues to dissolve at the edges, light drifting away with every word. Procell looks up, surprised, and Marco laughs with her eyes closed. She says that since it is the end, she might as well say it. She wants to go see someone she likes. The older man with glasses and the fox-eared girl behind Procell both visibly startle. Procell, to his credit, asks the obvious follow-up question. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme, who just dropped a Moab on an army, is now standing there asking who. Marco tells Procell about Ammon, a fire demon lord, a friend who made the same vow she and her oldest allies made, to laugh together until the end. She loved him. She still does. When Ammon threw his life away, she wanted to follow, but he made her promise to live as a demon lord with everything she had. A flashback shows her kneeling over his body, shouting through tears. Procell listens with his eyes shadowed and a small, pained smile. Marco laughs again, wide and bright, light still peeling away from her. She says she lived to her fullest because of that promise, right to the end of her role as a parent. She looks at Procell and tells him he has become a splendid man. She has nothing left to worry about. Then she asks him, with a beautiful calm, to send her off with a smile in her final moments. Procell refuses. He tells her he wants to be with her forever. Marco blinks, then laughs, teasing him about a rejected proposal and whether he still cannot let go of his mother. Procell cuts her off. He lunges forward and wraps his arms around her. Marco's eyes go wide with shock. Then Procell's face appears beside hers, wet with tears, and he shouts it plainly. He likes her, not as a parent, as Marco, and he does not want her to disappear. Marco, flushed and completely off balance, tries to remind him she is his parent. Procell holds on and tells her the feeling is real, and that does not change anything. He makes his case through tears. If he and Amon are similar, then he can take Amon's place. He tells her not to think about dying someday to go meet someone else. He will make her want to live because he is here. Procell holds Marco on the stone floor of the dungeon, the space around them vast and white and quiet. He begs her to live. Marco's face is stunned, completely still, her wide eyes processing something she was not prepared to receive. A slight smile begins at the corner of her mouth. Marco bursts out laughing, head thrown back, genuinely delighted. She takes it back. Amon and Procell are nothing alike. She wipes a tear from her eye and tells him, still smiling, that only he could be this pushy. Then, quieter, she calls him unfair. He is saying things that are interesting. Marco tells him that makes her want to stay by his side and watch what happens next. Procell's expression shifts from desperate to stunned to hopeful in about half a second. He starts to say something, stops, and then breaks into a wide, joyful grin. Marco extends her hand toward him and issues a challenge. Prove it. Show her how far he can go as a demon lord. And then, with a confident smile, she adds the second condition. Does he have the charm as a man to make her forget Amon? Procell takes her hand and holds it to his chest. He tells her he wants to live a lot longer, together with her. Marco goes quiet, her lips parting slightly. Then Procell smiles, extends his hand toward her, and says thank you. He says her name like it is the whole point. Procell raises his arms and channels his unique skill. Marco rises into the air, surrounded by brilliant light, while energy crests and geometric patterns bloom around them. He is transforming his creation power into something new, light. He calls it rebirth. Marco is his light. In the dark of the dungeon, he tells her to be born again. Marco stands in the light, radiant and unchanged in appearance, and the girl with the hat recognizes the energy as the same that accompanied White's rebirth. She notes that nothing visibly changed. The elderly man tells her that is fine. Procell, facing Marco across the dungeon floor, says it plainly. There is nothing that needs changing. She was already exactly right. Marco smiles at Procell with a faint blush and introduces herself again, as if meeting him for the first time. Procell smiles back and says the same to her. Two demon lords beginning again. The chapter catches its breath in a montage. The black demon lord scheme barely escaped. Marco given a new life at the edge of her lifespan. Dantalion somewhere in the background looking like he engineered half of this. Procell stands outside a large wooden mansion under a clear sky and raises a glass of wine. He toasts to Marco's safety and to the victory. He earned this one. The banquet table is overflowing. Pasta, roasted meat, fruit, and enough wine to drown a dungeon floor. Around it, fox-eared girls, winged figures, a tall man in a suit, and demons of every shape raising their glasses. Procell stands at the head of the table. The crowd roars their cheers. Among Marco's beast army is a massive wolf man who turns out to be absolutely not scary. He laughs with a beer mug in one hand, tells the girl beside him that drinking with such a beauty is the best, and thanks Procell profusely while his tail wags. Procell watches this with a deadpan expression and privately revises his threat assessment downward. Procell chats with a small winged girl with bat-like horns, satisfied that everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. The merchants came through. The banquet has the finest dishes from across the world, and the wine is made from Aura's golden apples. He thinks to himself that this will be appreciated. He is right. A red-haired elf girl with long pigtails holds a plate of food, standing in front of a figure with a white dragon skull for a head and a long-haired man in a white coat. The contrast between the cheerful girl and her enormous companions is, to put it mildly, a lot. 3 demon lords present at the celebration are introduced. First, Astaroth, the dragon demon lord, whose face is a white dragon skull. Second, Stolas, the wind demon lord, the red-haired elf girl with the pigtails. Third, Dantalion, the time demon lord, the serious man with long hair and glasses. They are the reason this victory was possible. Procell stands before Dantalion, Stolas, and Astaroth and tells them plainly that without them, none of this would have happened. He struggles to find the right words for his gratitude. Astaroth laughs and tells him not to be humble. Stolas says her expectations of him were not wrong. Astaroth then turns to Dantalion and asks if he agrees. Dantalion looks away. Dantalion, holding a wine glass, informs Astaroth not to call him Dan, and notes he assumed the mutual non-interference contract ended their friendship. Astaroth immediately hugs him from behind and points out that Dantalion himself just used the nickname Asto, which means the friendship never ended. Dantalian goes stiff. Then he turns to Procell, slightly flushed, and asks where Marco is. He came here to see her. Marco arrives in a white dress and a fur stole, holding a glass, looking stunning. Procell tells her so. She thanks him with a small laugh. Dantalian's face does several things at once, none of them confident, and he ends up covering it with his hand. Marco leans in and whispers that she wore this same dress at the evening party, as if that is somehow reassuring. Marco faces Procell, Astaroth, and Dantalian, still hiding behind his hand, and addresses each of them by name. Dantalian thinks one word to himself: precious. Marco thanks all of them for saving her. She tells them they can laugh here today because of everyone in this room. She means it. The celebration continues in the Great Hall. Procell stands near Marco and a man with a monocle and white coat, the gathering a mix of allies and former strangers now bound by a shared battle. The mood is warm, the stakes temporarily set aside. Dantalian places a hand over his chest and looks at Procell directly. He says he gets his time with Marco because of Procell and thanks him. It is a short sentence, but from Dantalian it lands with the weight of something he has never said to anyone before. Procell, in a move that surprises even himself, immediately calls Dantalian Dan. Dantalian stops walking and tells him to read the room. The nickname is too soon. Procell has already committed to it. This is the cost of victory. New friends who immediately start testing your social awareness. Marco smiles to herself with a mischievous blush, the kind that means she is about to say something that will cause a scene. Marco announces to the room that Procell hugged her tight and told her he liked her. She wriggles with delight, surrounded by floating hearts. The information lands on the gathering like a second Moab. Procell's mouth falls open. Marco points to herself and tells him she simply could not leave him like that. Procell has no response. He stands there, gaping, while Marco looks pleased with herself. Dantalian begins to justify Procell's actions in a strained, analytical voice, insisting it was a necessary move. Then his composure fractures. He starts hiccuping. Tears appear. He is smiling in a way that is not entirely sane. Dantalian has, with great dignity, completely snapped. Stolas pulls Marco aside with the energy of someone who cannot believe what she just witnessed. She points out that a long-time love of Dantalian's life has just been, in her words, snatched away. Marco listens with a thoughtful expression. The question on the table is whether she is actually accepting Procell's confession. Marco laughs and tells Stolas that Procell is a good man, but before that, he is her child. She will think about it for a bit. Stolas stares at her with a sweat drop. Marco is not wrong, but she is also clearly enjoying this more than she should. Marco tells Stolas that when the time comes, she will give Procell a real answer. Then she turns and asks Stolas, with a knowing smile, whether she is relieved. The elf girl reacts like she has been caught doing something she was not aware she was doing. Marco laughs as Stolas shouts her name in mortified protest. Then Marco turns her attention back to Procell, noting that he is still too young, and that now that they are together again, there is a lot more she wants to teach him. She leans in close, hand on his shoulder, and asks if he can come with her. Procell blushes. Marco leads Procell out to a grassy field under a starry night sky. Procell follows, confused and suspicious, asking where they are going and what they are doing in such a secluded place. Marco looks back over her shoulder with a playful smile and asks if he is expecting something. Procell turns red and starts to deny it loudly. Dark energy erupts around Marco without warning, swirling and massive, and Procell shields himself and shouts her name. Marco stands at the center of it, calm. She warns him that awakening is a powerful force, but one that can shatter sanity and cause a rampage. She does not want him using it, but the Black Demon Lord is still out there, and that changes the calculation. Marco tells Procell that the Black Demon Lord will come for him eventually, without question, because Procell ruined his plans. Before that happens, she wants him to be able to use this power. She stands under a full moon and points at him, the dark energy still coiling around her. The lesson starts now. A shadow looms at the edge of the chapter, a dark figure with glowing eyes that will eventually bear its fangs at the man who foiled its plans. Below that shadow, Marco and Procell stand apart in a night field, small against the open sky. Marco reaches out her hand and tells him she wants him to be able to use this power to its fullest. Procell looks like he was not expecting this particular kind of homework. Procell immediately starts panicking about the Black Demon Lord making a move in the middle of a victory celebration. Marco tells him to read the mood. She explains that the Black Demon Lord is not the threat he was. This idea only just occurred to her, and his forces are not in a position to strike directly. Procell settles down slightly. He asks what she means. Marco lays it out plainly. The Black Demon Lord's base, the holy city that served as the backbone of his power, was annihilated by Astaroth's dragon army. The survivors believe it was divine retribution. Marco adds that they were, in practical terms, just a snack for dragon demons. The ruins in her description are complete. Marco tells Procell he is invincible right now. His creation power has produced an army of S-rank demons, and she gestures to a montage of the people who built that army with him. The old man with glasses, the blonde aura, the girl with the military cap, and a small fox-eared child smiling brightly. He did not do this alone. He never did. Marco stands before her beast army, a lion man and a spider woman and dozens more, and reminds Procell that she herself was reborn with even greater power. Beyond that, the alliance with Dantalion and Astaroth is no longer just a contract. It is a real relationship, one that found a way to exist even within the rules of mutual non-aggression. Procell thinks to himself that no one could win a direct fight against Marco right now. He is probably right, but Marco's expression shifts, and the chapter shows why the math is still not comfortable. The Black Demon Lord's true method was never a straight fight. It was the knife in the back. A flashback shows Marco surrounded by reaching hands in the dark, allies turned against her before she even saw it coming. The Black Demon Lord's power over anything associated with black gave him tools no conventional strategy accounts for. Procell looks up at the image of a cloaked figure with a mask-like face and thinks, whatever they have seen so far, this enemy still has something hidden. Marco crosses her arms and tells Procell the plan is simple. They will Sparta it through. Awakening is best learned with the body. Procell squares his shoulders, acknowledges this is going to hurt, and lets the dark energy begin to rise around him. He does not know what comes next. That is the point. The awakening hits Procell like a door blown off its hinges. Dark energy tears outward, his eye goes black with a white pinpoint pupil, and something floods in from somewhere deep and unguarded. The word that fills his mind is not a thought. It repeats. Kill, kill, kill. This is not power. This is what was always underneath. Marco watches Procell hunched over in the dark energy with something between amusement and clinical interest. She tells him his awakening is pretty good, but he is not there yet. Those dark emotions are overflowing instead of being wielded. Procell, from somewhere inside the darkness, tells her to shut up and stop treating him like a child. The words come out jagged and wrong. The darkness shows Procell what lives under the composure. He sees himself as stronger than any demon or demon lord, reaching, grasping, and then a vision of his hands around the neck of Quina, the small fox-eared girl he calls his child. This is the instinct he has been suppressing every day since he became a demon lord. It is not a comfortable thing to meet. Marco tells him that savage thing is the heart he suppressed. Procell pulls back from the darkness enough to be horrified. He asks if she is saying this is his true nature. Marco does not flinch. She is. Marco lays out what she sees in him. He loves his demons. He built real relationships with humans. He even reached out to enemies. But behind all of it, his natural demon lord instincts have been fighting against his choices, and he has been suppressing them for something as simple as the desire for approval. The flashbacks show him with Quina, with a portly human man, shaking hands with an elf woman. All of it genuine, all of it costing him something he never accounted for. Marco explains that awakening does not add power from outside. It detonates everything inside. Procell suppressed and confused his own feelings, so when awakening opened the gates, he was swept away by what he had been holding back. She tells him to admit his dark self, and to know it well enough to wield it. That is the true awakening. Procell, still in the dark, tells her to shut up twice more. He is getting there. Procell lunges at Marco, screaming that he is not weak, reaching for her with everything the darkness has given him. Marco does not move. She watches him come. She has done this many times. Marco pulls Procell's head against her chest and holds him there. She tells him not to deny it, not even the dark parts. Procell looks up at her with wide, flushed eyes. She looks down with a gentle smile. The lesson is not over, but this is the part where it stops being about power. The moon hangs full and quiet over the field. The voice that drifts across the night says simply, "I will not hate you." Later inside, an elf girl with pointed ears spots Procell and asks where he disappeared to. She has been looking for him. Procell returns with Marco behind him, smiling calmly, and explains he was handling some minor business. Marco tells him he was very cute. Procell looks down with a small, embarrassed smile, but when he holds out his hand, a faint glow pulses in his palm. He understands his real self now, and he can wield the true awakening. He was generously, very cooked for a moment there, but he made it through. Procell holds out both hands and glowing magical crests bloom around them, each one a power inherited from a demon lord he has defeated. The true awakening lets him access them. A young fox-eared girl nearby sees the wings that manifest and freezes, trembling, her eyes filling with tears. She calls him father. Procell looks surprised, then smiles. He thinks to himself, this will be useful in the war, and when building the city. Procell pats the fox-eared girl on the head and tells her it is okay now, apologizing for making her remember painful things. She says she does not feel any of the fear from before. Behind them, the celebration has reached its natural conclusion. A beastman sits with a small girl on his lap, while a pigman, a bull monster, and a cat creature are slumped unconscious in a pile of empty bottles. Procell decides it is probably time to end the party. As the guests begin to depart, Marco tells Procell today was fun. Stolas, the elf girl with the pigtails, hesitates. Then she asks Procell if she can stay the night. She immediately clarifies she does not mean it that way. She wants to ask him about the war, because her first real war is coming. Procell goes wide-eyed and slightly flustered. The next afternoon, Stolas stretches and tells Procell that covers it, more or less. They sit together on a couch, Procell with a notebook, having spent the morning going through everything he learned in battle. The chapter reflects on itself. A victory celebration, a confession, a training session in a field, and now a strategy session for the next fight. Procell has not stopped working. All new demon lords must engage in war within their first year, and that means breaking another demon lord's crystal. Stolas knows this. She has been thinking carefully about her first conflict, and she came to Procell for advice because he once called her unexpectedly cautious. She takes that as a compliment. Stolas admits she is a little traumatized, which is fair for someone who learned how reckless she had been at the evening party. Procell reminds her that she also saved him many times. He extends his hand toward her and tells her he wants them to be best friends, like Marco and Astaroth. Stolas looks at his hand for a moment. Stolas sits with the word friends turning over in her head, fidgeting with her fingers. She thinks to herself that she cannot get through to him. She also thinks she is not giving up. She takes a breath and says, "Say." Stolas leans toward Procell on the bench, blushing, and asks him to watch her first war at her side. She wants to show him how much she has changed since they met. Procell looks back at her, surprised and thoughtful. Stolas is close enough that she can barely think. Procell looks at her and has a bright idea. He asks if she has time after this because he has not shown her around the city yet, and it would be a nice change of pace. He thinks she is nervous about the war. Stolas stares at him. The word that comes out is, "Huh?" Procell leads Stolas through the cobblestone streets of Avalon, pointing out buildings and explaining the city's growth. Stolas follows, blushing intensely and holding her face in her hands. She thinks to herself, walking with Procell, just the two of them. Is this? She does not finish the thought. A telepathic shout from Rosalite cuts through Stolas's head. A date. Stolas nearly falls over. Rosalite informs her that Marco is away managing the Beast Dungeon, which is apparently a mess from the last battle, and that this is Stolas's chance to correct Procell's mother fixation. Stolas shouts back that they are not on a date, then immediately thinks that she knows she is working on it. A large bald adventurer with a scar waves at Procell and calls out that he must be on a date with his girlfriend. Stolas goes swirly-eyed with embarrassment. Then she rounds on Procell and demands he escort her properly, or she will not forgive him. Procell agrees, looking mildly confused. Stolas is furious at everyone in this city. They visit the library, watch a play, walk through the crowd, and share a meal at a table with forks. Procell shows her the city he built. Stolas sees it. Both of them seem to enjoy themselves more than either expected. Stolas laughs and tells Procell she bought a lot, delighted by the city's size and variety. She points out that Avalon has grown enormously since the last time she saw it. They sit at a round white table under a patio umbrella in a cobblestone square, European-style buildings rising around them, and for a moment the war feels very far away. Procell explains how the city sustains itself. Gold and silver from the mines on the dungeon's second floor, fertile land blessed by the elves, and hippogriff transport routes that pull materials in from across the world. The city does not just survive on hope, it is engineered. Stolas remarks that the Demon Lord's town planning is doing well. Procell credits his creation power and the full use of his dungeon's resources. He notes that initially some monsters had hostile instincts toward humans, but the food and crafts and culture of the city won them over. Everyone here has taken an interest in how humans live. That was the plan. Procell says he wants to keep developing the city to make the demons who follow him happy. Then he clarifies. Aura and Rorono and the others built the foundation, but the town planning itself is largely done by the merchants and humans who live here. He holds his teacup and admits he does not intervene much in the daily details. Stolas looks surprised. Procell explains that human energy and initiative drive the city's growth in ways he never anticipated. Stolas looks skeptical. Then they walk past a building with a sign that says brothel, and Procell immediately starts sweating and explaining that a merchant told him it would be disastrous not to build it. Stolas' expression is flat. Procell mentions that the merchants have been asking to build a casino. Stolas' eyes go wide and sparkling. She jumps up and asks about horse races, whether that is what the casino is for, and when he will build it. Procell looks at her with a surprised, slightly wary expression, as if he has just discovered a new variable in his calculations. Procell considers the casino from a new angle. If it makes the city livelier, that is one way to see it. He begins to think about public safety and how to stay ahead of the problems. Nearby in a workshop, two massive white golems stand connected by wires, being tended to by a small figure in a cap. The golem army corps was almost completely destroyed during Marco's rescue. The city planning Dark Lord has a long to-do list. Stolas asks about Rorono, noting she never saw her around town. Procell explains that she is probably in the mine. A researcher at heart, Rorono had originally been running the shop, but her true passion lies in the work underground. And indeed, deep in the mine, Rorono sits before 3 monitors and a laptop, her cap on, completely absorbed in her work. Procell notes that Quina is the only one still reliably at the store, and that most of his directly contracted demons are free to pursue their own interests. The city's daily operations run on the humans and a network of lesser demons under the control of White, the elderly suited demon who bows when Procell passes. White has been the real city manager all along. Stolas mentions that the city's special bread is apparently made by undead workers in the basement, under White's command. She looks at the bread she is eating. She decides she did not need to know that. The undead chef and skeleton baker in the background seem proud of their work. Procell admits that White is his right-hand man and staff officer, and that he is the most deserving of a name. But demon lords can only name 3 people, and Procell has already used those slots. He slumps slightly over his teacup. Stolas watches him with a neutral expression, and then takes another bite of the bread she now knows too much about. Stolas puts down her bread and tells Procell he can give more names. He looks at her blankly. She explains, giving power beyond the third-named demon is still possible. Procell says, what? The sky outside is clear and blue and completely indifferent to the fact that Procell has apparently been operating under a false constraint this entire time. White's eyes go wide behind his glasses when Procell offers him a name. He cannot believe it is real. Procell confirms it plainly. He can name demons beyond his contracted 3. The fox-eared woman nearby gives him a look that says she knew this and was waiting for him to figure it out. Procell insists he did not forget. He did not forget. The fox-eared woman explains the cost. Naming a non-contracted demon drains a demon lord's magic power for roughly a month, which is why she never mentioned it. White looks at Procell with quiet seriousness. Procell looks back and says he does not mind. White has been there through every hardship, managing the city, holding the line. The price is nothing compared to that. Procell extends his hand and tells White it is a bit late, but he has earned this. The name is Duke. Light blooms around the elderly demon as the name takes hold, formal and ceremonial, and White stands in it like someone who has been waiting for this moment longer than he knew. Duke's arms spread wide as power fills him, more than he has ever held. He says his name aloud, quietly, as if testing whether it is real. His eyes go wet behind his glasses. It is real. Procell watches with a surprised expression, feeling the drain of the naming already beginning. The demon girls surround Duke with cheers and a gift box, correcting themselves mid-sentence from White to Duke. Duke begins to cry with joy and launches into a vow of loyalty. Then Procell collapses face first onto the floor. Duke stops mid-sentence. Everyone shouts. Naming a demon beyond S grade apparently costs more than a month of magic. It costs everything Procell has right now. Procell lies on the ground with simplified eyes and a sweat drop, narrating to himself that naming White, who ranks beyond S grade, exceeded the limits of his creation power. His magic is completely depleted. He cannot use a demon lord's abilities at all. The chapter ends this sequence with a peaceful shot of apples on a sunlit branch, which is the universe's way of telling him to rest. Procell recuperates under a large fruit-bearing tree beside a white tiger, at a small campsite with a wooden table and a tent. The tree, he reflects, is the tree of beginning that Aura poured her power into, and it accelerates healing. The white tiger confirms this with calm authority. Procell apologizes for the inconvenience. The tiger says it can guarantee the results. The tall blonde elf woman, Aura, arrives with a clipboard and a covered platter. She informs Procell that the treatment is more effective because he is staying near the tree, and that her special potions made from golden apples increase the effectiveness further. Then she lifts the cover to reveal an entire table of apple dishes: apple pie, apple cake, apple jelly, apple compote, and something that is probably also apple. Procell makes a sound of defeat. Procell acknowledges that a demon lord drained of magic is easy prey, and that healing fast matters. Aura tells him he should recover within a week at this rate. The tiger agrees and adds that speed is essential. Procell thanks the golden apples with genuine sincerity. He has eaten a lot of apple dishes to get to this point. A few days later, Procell is back on his feet in the city, eating a popsicle, looking recovered. The tiger mentions that Duke has developed a new power since being named, and that something interesting has started happening. Procell should check on it. He steps out into a town square of half-timbered houses and cobblestones, cape back on, and heads to find out what his newly named staff officer has been up to. Duke greets Procell in a long arched hallway with warm formality, asking how he feels. Procell says his power is mostly back, then stops himself and asks what he actually came to see. Duke leads him into a hospital ward, metal-framed beds, patients resting, an elf nurse in uniform tending to someone at a bedside. Duke built this. Duke explains that being named elevated his power over death to a new level. He can no longer only manipulate the dead. He can now manipulate death itself. He holds a glowing spectral skull in his hands as he says it, which is either reassuring or deeply unsettling depending on where you are standing. He gestures toward a clock tower outside and begins to explain the problem this power is meant to solve. Adventurers who come to the city for the dungeon come back injured, poisoned, or cursed. The potions they can afford cover minor wounds. The severe cases, the ones with no money and no options, end up dead in the streets. Duke has seen the bodies in the back alleys. Procell has seen them too, and always knew something needed to be done. Duke stands with two glowing orbs of light in his hands and tells Procell that with his new death manipulation power, he can now cure mortal wounds and remove mortal curses. The dark scene of bodies being gnawed on in alleys flashes through Procell's memory. Duke has already decided what to do about it. The plan is straightforward. High elves handle minor injuries with blessings that outperform any potion, and Duke personally attends to the severe cases. A nurse brings medicine to a patient who looks at her like she is an angel, which is approximately correct. Duke tells Procell that with death kept at bay, the city will continue to grow. He says it like a promise. There is a side note. Duke's elevated power also allows the undead to function at a level comparable to the living. Previously, the casualties from a neighboring city's war who became undead could only work in the underground bread factory, kneading dough and saying things like it finally took shape. Now they can do more. The undead can now live among the living on the surface, working as waiters and staff, making the city livelier. Families of undead residents are already sending in building permit requests to bring their loved ones to Avalon. Procell, still recovering from naming Duke, sat at his desk during hospitalization and received a flood of those permits. He thought he was in a hospital. He was also in City Hall. Duke tells Procell that the name was meant as thanks for everything he has done, but using that power for the city's sake makes him happy. He bows slightly. Procell smiles and says he will have to live up to that. He is already thinking about expanding the hospital staff and integrating it into the city's long-term planning. Procell wonders about using griffins as ambulances to carry the heavily injured from Dantalion's tower. He thinks he will need permission, but the idea is sound. He turns and walks away, muttering that it is going to get even busier. Two men are approaching the hospital entrance, and one of them says, "So this is the rumored hospital." The portly man with the monocle, Conan, and the long-haired man discuss the hospital with Duke, who corrects them when they call him White. It is Duke now. Conan says he is grateful for the hospital, mentioning that things have been smelling of burning lately. Procell stands between the two large men and reflects on something he only learned later. The medical profession in this world is genuinely terrible, built on magic dependency and soothsaying and rusty tools. The world's doctors operate without basic hygiene and sometimes recommend amputation for burn injuries based on divination. Procell watches this through a window and thinks that while his city also relies on magic, it can still achieve results that the rest of the world cannot. Maybe Avalon can become a city of doctors. He is already drafting the plan. Procell asks Conan what he meant by the burning smell. Conan's face goes serious and grim. A plague, he says. A deadly infection spreading across the continent right now. Conan tells Procell the plague has not reached this area yet, but they cannot be careless. Having a reliable hospital makes all the difference. Behind him, a patient waves cheerfully at the long-haired man, relieved to be alive. Procell pulls Duke aside and whispers, "Is this another demon lord's doing?" Duke whispers back that he has never heard of a demon lord who could do such a thing. Procell reasons it through quietly. Letting humans die is a loss for demon lords who feed on them. A plague benefits no one with a dungeon. This is a natural disaster. He almost forgot that in this world, threats do not only come from humans and demon lords. The landscape outside the window is vast and indifferent, and the chapter closes this scene on a lake and mountains that do not care about any of it. Procell decides to ask Aura to increase potion production, just to be safe. Then a messenger bird arrives in the courtyard, light-feathered and small. He recognizes it as Stolas' blue bird. Then he notices there are 2 scrolls tied to its leg. That is one too many. Procell reads the messages and pieces it together. Stolas sent one. Someone intercepted the bird and added a second. The timing of his depleted power, the plague, the extra scroll. He asks whether it is a coincidence and already knows it is not. The second sender is the Black Demon Lord, who is shown with long dark hair and a menacing grin, looking like someone who has been waiting for exactly this window. Procell tells Duke, the elf woman, and the fox-eared woman what the letter says. A meeting, just the 2 of them, in 10 days. And if Procell refuses, Stolas will be in danger. The room goes tense. The Black Demon Lord has chosen his moment well. The fox-eared woman crosses her arms and points out the obvious. Avalon is an open city, and enemy spies were always going to get in. The Black Demon Lord already knows that Procell just named Duke and is temporarily weakened. Duke, meanwhile, is surrounded by a crowd of demon girls calling out his name with affectionate sighs, which is, as anyone could see, a significant intelligence leak in itself. Procell grimaces. A short-haired woman lounging on a heart-shaped cushion informs the group that Procell will be fully healed in 2 or 3 days with Aura's treatment. The Black Demon Lord's timing is aggressive, but not quite as precise as it seems. The fox-eared woman smiles with one eye and points out something useful. The Black Demon Lord does not know she has been reborn and joined Procell's side. That is a card still unplayed. She says they should let him dance for a while. Procell looks at the letter in his hand and thinks about Stolas' first war, now 4 days away. He hopes it goes well. 4 days later, Procell arrives at Stolas' dungeon with Duke and the elf woman. A large tower rises against the sky. Stolas comes running toward him with a joyful expression, calling his name. He tells her he promised, and that this is her big day. She laughs and says she is thrilled. Rosalite teases Stolas about having been anxious over whether Procell would show up. Stolas shouts her name in protest. Then a large dragon-scaled figure in ornate robes steps forward. Lord Astaroth, the dragon demon lord himself, who tells Stolas she cannot let Procell see an unsightly part of her. Procell looks up in surprise. Astaroth explains he cannot stay to watch. Since he was the one who annihilated the Black Demon Lord's holy city, the survivors have been fighting him non-stop ever since. He wishes he could be here. He says it with genuine sadness. Astaroth tells Procell they are dominating the war, but the enemy numbers too many for him to leave his dungeon unattended for long. He apologizes to Stolas for missing her big day and calls himself a sad old man. Then he looks directly at Procell and tells him he is grateful he saved Marco. No blame, only gratitude. Astaroth asks Procell to pass a creation medal to Stolas on his behalf. Stolas immediately demands to know if she is not good enough. Procell waves his hands and tells her to wait. Astaroth, calm as a dragon skull can be, explains that as a father he gives his child as many medals as possible. A creation medal will expand her range of trump cards. A glowing circular medal with the word create appears. Astaroth places his large hand on top of Stolas' head and tells her to consider it a token of love from a short-lived old man. Stolas accepts it with a shy, blushing smile. Then Astaroth puts a hand on Procell's shoulder and tells him to take care of Stolas because he must go. He steps away, and Procell watches him leave. Procell reads something in Astaroth's departure. The Dragon Demon Lord sensed the Black Demon Lord moving. That is why he came in person and why he left so quickly. Procell turns to Stolas and takes her arm gently. The announcement rings out across the dungeon. The war begins now. Wind Demon Lord Stolas versus Sword Demon Lord Sabak. Stolas looks forward with steady eyes. Sabak stands before a castle with his hands on his hips and a smirk that has not yet met the consequences of its confidence. Procell and his companions are set up in an isolated reception room inside Stolas' dungeon, watching the war as spectators. The victory condition is simple: destroy the opposing Demon Lord's crystal. Procell notes that even as a spectator he can hear the creator's voice. The elf girl with the hat sinks into the soft sofa and suggests visiting the crystal room. Procell explains they cannot. No alliance means no entry, no interference. Instead, he calls on Arlaye to relay the battle from another dimension. Relia pops into a circular window in the air, gives a peace sign, and cheerfully agrees to relay everything from outside the dungeon. Procell turns to assess the terrain. High ceilings, poor footing for ground fighters, an open sky that favors anything with wings. Stolas built this dungeon for exactly what she is. The canyon terrain of Stolas' dungeon is a nightmare for ground forces and a gift for flying demons. Procell says there are very few demon lords who could easily capture this place. The elf girl with the hat looks smug and points out that they wiped it out with guns during the evening party. She is not wrong, and she knows it. A glowing clone of Stolas appears floating in the air and tells Procell she is going to explain her plan. He recognizes it as one of her clones. The plan: copy her demons and send them in for a full assault, while the real demons and Stolas herself focus on defense. If the copies win, great. If not, the enemy will be exhausted when the real forces hit. Procell tells Stolas it is a good plan, and that he would do the same in her position. She thanks him, then heads off to prepare. Procell watches her go and thinks about the demon lord she is facing, running the numbers quietly. Sabak's sword metal is B rank. Even accounting for A rank metals from his demon lord parent, the probability of producing A rank demons from that combination is below 30%. Most of his forces should be B or C rank at best. Stolas' wind metal is A rank, and all her contracted demons match it. The fox-eared girl appears in a small diagram labeled as their B rank representative, which she would probably find insulting. Stolas stands with her angel demon and her Pegasus, confident in her advantage. Then the enemy arrives. She calls for everyone to hold and looks out at the approaching force. Her eye goes wide, the sweat appears. Something is very wrong with Sabak's army. The cliff is covered in A-rank demons, dozens of them, monstrous and diverse and absolutely not what the math predicted. Procell shouts in disbelief. Stolas shouts that they are all A-rank. The older man beside Procell goes pale. The despair buffet gone wrong has just served the wrong course. Procell and Duke exchange a look. This many A-rank demons in the hands of a B-rank sword demon lord does not add up. Someone helped Sabak. Procell already suspects who. The Black Demon Lord has been playing a longer game than anyone realized. Stolas watches the A-rank army close in and processes the reality of what she is facing. The sky fills with silhouetted demons. She was prepared for a difficult fight. She was not prepared for this. Stolas calls her trump card, the Emerald Dragon. It erupts into the canyon with a roar that shakes the stone walls. The fox-eared girl recognizes it from the evening party and goes wide-eyed. Procell thinks to himself, it has power comparable to S rank, but the Emerald Dragon fires energy orbs into the A-rank horde, pushing them back, buying time. But Procell can see it from where he stands. Several dozen A-rank demons is too many even for this. Stolas calls the dragon back into storage and orders it to return. The dragon was buying time for a retreat, not a victory. Stolas rides her Pegasus away from the cliff at speed, looking back at the pursuing demons. Procell watches and realizes the Emerald Dragon was a distraction. The retreat is the plan. But the dragon took serious damage buying that window, and Procell is not sure how much is left. Stolas and her hooded companion fly above the canyon on the Pegasus. The companion asks about the Emerald Dragon. Stolas says it is quite bad. It will not last much longer. They need to win this battle fast, before the dragon runs out entirely. The second floor is a canyon with poor footing. She tells her forces they will fight there. Procell sits in the reception room and thinks it through. Retreating to the canyon was the right call. But without the Emerald Dragon at full strength, Stolas is badly outnumbered against an A-rank army. He watches and his fist tightens. He starts to think he should do something. Then Stolas's voice cuts through. Stolas tells Procell she knows what he is thinking, and she is happy he wants to help. But this is her war. Even if the enemy is cheating, she is going to win it herself. The enemy vanguard closes in. Stolas raises her arms and her Wind Demon subordinates raise theirs, gathering magic power into a massive sphere above them. She thinks to herself, "Watch me, Procell. Watch my battle." Then she shouts for everyone to gather their wind power, and she means all of it. Stolas calls Garuda, and the giant bird demon catches the wind sphere and releases it as a tornado that climbs into the sky and sweeps every flying demon in range into its vortex. The canyon fills with the sound of things being destroyed. "Garuda," says Roger. The older man and the young woman watching alongside Procell are stunned by Garuda's power, calling it incredible even for A rank. Every demon in the sky was caught. But the ground approach is still coming, and Procell knows it. The ground forces deploy blade demons, small, manic, goblin-like creatures launched into the air. Stolas's companion shouts in alarm. The blade demons link together in the air and form bridges across the canyon chasm, living chains of bodies spanning the gap. The elf-eared girl stares at a bridge made of demons and has no immediate counter. Procell watches Windy, an A-rank wind spirit in humanoid form, open a transfer zone that drops ground enemies directly into the canyon below. He had not seen this demon before. He thinks to himself that he underestimated Stolas. She is growing fast, and in the same direction he did. In the distance, Sabak sits on a throne of skulls and laughs. He calls Stolas's efforts splendid for wasting his time. He is not worried. He should be. Stolas faces Sabak directly on the front line. He mocks her confidence. She stares back. His demons loom behind him, and he tells her to look at the disparity in their troops. Sabak's army is over 100 demons, most of them B rank. Stolas stares at the number and sweats. Even with all of her A-rank forces, the math is ugly. She knows it. Sabak knows she knows it. Procell stares at the army and thinks, this is impossible for a new demon lord with a B-rank medal. Stolas reaches the same conclusion. She calls Sabak out. Is it not pathetic to borrow demons from your parent and act like you earned them? Sabak says she has it wrong. Sabak holds up a dripping medal and explains, he did not borrow these. He won a war against an old demon lord, the Demon Lord, and just before breaking the crystal, the old demon lord offered his entire fleet to avoid watching his demons disappear. Sabak took them. It is technically legal. Stolas is shocked. Sabak stands on a high ledge with his skeletal demon army and declares that he now commands a great army thanks to that deal. Stolas thinks through the loophole. A normal transfer would carry penalties, but demons taken as spoils of war carry none. It is ridiculous. It is also exactly the kind of move someone with a powerful backer would know to use. Procell grits his teeth. A B-rank sword demon lord could not have defeated a skilled old demon lord alone. Someone arranged that victory for Sabak. Behind Sabak is the black demon lord, and Stolas is now facing the consequences of that arrangement. She is outnumbered and outranked, and the emerald dragon is already failing. Sabak's smirk goes somewhere darker. He tells Stolas to be his woman. He will spare her life. He will take her demons the same way he took the old demon lords. Stolas and her winged companion stand on the barren ground and say nothing yet. The older man with glasses is outraged. Stolas considers the offer with a calm expression, while her winged army waits. Even if Stolas loses her crystal now, a new one will be provided after her first year. She could survive this. Then the corner of her mouth begins to curve. Stolas crosses her arms and announces, surrounded by light, that she already has someone in her heart. She will not fall for a small fry who borrows power. Sabak's face contorts in rage. Procell shouts her name from across the relay, and Stolas stands there, radiant, having just declared herself in front of an entire army. Back in the reception room, the fox-eared girl's jaw drops. Procell thinks quietly, so Stolas has someone she likes. Duke observes with a measured expression that her words hit the spot, but the tactical situation has not changed. The emerald dragon lies defeated on the ground. The words were brave. The battle is still very real. Duke's eyes go sharp behind his glasses. He turns, and then he opens his mouth and releases a sound that is not a word. A roar that blasts through the reception room and sends Procell and the girls reeling with their hands over their ears. Duke stands in the aftermath, arms out, expression calm. Duke explains without apology that being reborn as a half-dragon means he can hear the voice of the young emerald dragon. Sincerity and sadness, the same feeling Duke has for his own lord. He sent his support. He asks for forgiveness. Then, in the dark field where the dragon lies fallen, a voice reaches it. What do you want to be? What do you wish for? The Emerald Dragon is Stolas's first demon and her trump card. It has always been driven by a destructive impulse from its madness. But madness is not the same as not having a heart. A flashback shows Stolas holding a small white creature, speaking gently to the dragon, promising that one day she would give it a name. The dragon heard every word. It was grateful. It just could not stop the urge to destroy, and that failure is what it cannot forgive itself for. The dragon lies in the dark, telling itself it failed at the only thing it could do for her. Then a light descends. Duke's voice asks, "Do you have a nice voice?" The dragon does not know who is speaking, but listening to them makes the darkness feel lighter. Duke asks the young dragon what it wants to be and what it wishes for. The dragon's eye opens. Its claw shifts against the ground. Something is getting hot inside it. Something is changing. Back in the room, Duke laughs warmly while Procell pulls himself off the floor and demands an explanation. Duke explains the Dragon Emperor power, the cry that reached him, and the encouragement he sent. Procell stares at him. Duke says the rest is up to the dragon. Duke says those words and means them. A stone wall on the battlefield shatters. Stolas swings her arm forward and shouts with everything she has left. Garuda takes a powerful blow to the chest from a large, bald enemy and staggers. Stolas shouts the bird demon's name. Garuda wants to keep fighting. Stolas tells it that is enough and to back off. It is time for something else. Rosalite, the winged girl, is on the ground coughing up blood. Her companion calls her name in a panic. Rosalite pushes herself up and shouts that she can still do it. She activates area of effect support magic with trembling hands. She is not done. Stolas has killed over 50 of the enemy, and the army does not look smaller. The horned man watches her persistence and tells her it is impressive, but the cliff road cannot be crossed. Then he grins and orders his blade demons forward. The blade demons fly into the air in formation, small and manic and armed. Stolas's companion freezes. The blade demons are not attacking, they are becoming a bridge. The canyon that was Stolas's greatest defensive advantage now has a living bridge of demons spanning it. Dozens of them link together across the chasm. Stolas shouts in dismay. The canyon was supposed to be uncrossable. It is not anymore. The horned man orders a charge. The monstrous army shouts that they will take Stolas and kill everyone else. Stolas orders all troops to retreat to the third floor immediately, and tells them she will hold the line from here. She means it. A poisoned arrow hits Stolas in the side. Blood and dark fluid scatter from the wound. She looks back and sees the winged demon archer smirking. She realizes what the fluid is, a poisoned arrow. Her body begins to fail. Stolas collapses to her knees. She cannot make her body move. Two massive demons loom over her in the dark, growling. She thinks, "I came here to." She does not finish the thought before the shadow falls. A massive black dragon's head erupts from nowhere and bites down on the demons closing in on Stolas. She looks up from the ground, eyes wide. The emerald dragon came out of storage by itself. She did not call it. The dragon stands in a new form, muscular, humanoid, scaled, with wings spread wide. It roars. Stolas stares up at its eyes and sees something she has never seen in them before. They are clear. The madness is gone. The dragon tells Stolas to get out while she still can. Stolas tells it she would give her life to protect it. She stands before the massive creature and says she is its knight, and she wants to be. She will not run. Stolas reminds the dragon of what it is, born from her father's metal, from Astaroth's dragon power. She has already decided on a name for it. Her fist clenches. Running away at its expense is something she cannot do. Stolas asks the dragon directly, "Do you want to be reborn? And if you are reborn, will you still protect me?" The dragon's answer is immediate. Of course it would. Rosalite and the Pegasus move to buy 30 seconds. Stolas reaches out her hand, and a glow appears in her palm. The dragon becomes a silhouette of white light and enormous wings. The word rebirth appears. The 30 seconds begin. Stolas explains, only she and Procell, who fought in the night party, hold the rebirth power given by the creator. The emerald dragon is her jade dragon, born from her wind metal. She holds up a medal and closes her eyes. She thinks of Procell and what he showed her the world could be. She transforms creation into night. A glowing nightcrest medal appears in Stolas's hands. She shouts for it to take the form she has always intended. 3 medals swirl around her in the light. Dragon, wind, night. The word synthesis appears. The 30 seconds are almost up. A vortex of wind and light erupts from the canyon floor, sending Sabak's observer stumbling backward in shock. Stolas stands at the center of it, arms raised, and announces the rebirth. Storm Dragon. Then she says the name she has been saving. Storm Dragon Enril. White feathers, a single horn, armored limbs, wings that span the canyon. Stolas stands on a rocky ledge below it, small against its scale, and looks up at what she made. Sabak's face is doing several things at once, none of them confident. His soldiers try to hold their nerve and remind each other that numbers are on their side. Stolas stands before Enril's open jaw and tells it simply, "Let's conquer them." The explosion of light scatters Sabak's army like debris. Soldiers fly through the air in silhouette. Sabak himself screams as the light tears past him. The radial burst clears the field. A reptilian creature with its mouth wide open is thrown aside. Procell watches from the reception room, stunned. Duke watches with his eyes sharp behind his glasses. The white dragon, Enril, looks upward. Duke says, "Well done, young dragon." Stolas stands on Enril's snout, one hand on its scales, and tells it to go. Enril fires a massive cross-shaped beam of energy downward. A smaller dragon on the ground scrambles away from the impact zone. The energy slash sweeps the battlefield. Sabak and the remaining demons are launched into the air. A circular shockwave rolls across the ground. Enril is not done. The battlefield is still. Bodies of defeated monsters are scattered across the ground. Sabak lies face down in the center of it, blood at the corner of his mouth, unable to move. He tells himself to stand. He cannot. He tells himself to retreat. His body does not answer. Enril stands over Sabak with Stolas held in one clawed hand, enormous against the sky. Stolas looks down at the defeated demon lord and tells him it is over. She says his name like punctuation. Sabak and his dragon both pant in the dirt. At a distance, Enril stands tall over a field of defeated demons and angels. Sabak small and kneeling below. He says he is beaten. He surrenders. It is his complete loss. Stolas collapses forward onto Enril's head, spent. The blonde Rosalite and the bird demon Garuda look on in alarm. Someone says she did it. Then Stolas' name is called in panic. She is unconscious before she hits the scales. The war's outcome is decided. Sabak surrendered. But Stolas is unconscious from poison and cannot shatter the crystal herself. The creator's voice announces that Procell, visiting as a spectator on her behalf, may shatter the Blade Demon Lord's crystal in her stead. Procell stands with his companions in a burst of light. He is the proxy. He will finish it. Procell kneels beside the unconscious Stolas on the ground, Enril's claw resting nearby. She used rebirth and naming simultaneously while wounded and poisoned. He has no idea what that cost her. He tells the blonde woman to take care of Stolas, and stands. Procell asks the creator what happens if he shatters Sabak's crystal. The answer comes from the dark. He is just a proxy. All rights and rewards go to the Wind Demon Lord. Procell says he understands, and walks toward the defeated Sabak. He tells him not to take it personally. Sabak grits his teeth and tells Procell what it was like to have a B-rank medal at the evening party. No one wanted to trade with him. He could not produce A-rank demons properly. The gap between them was not effort. It was the metal he was born with. He stares at the ground and says he is not sure he can ever reach those heights. Sabak shouts about the unfairness of it. He abandoned his dignity, crossed dangerous bridges, and became someone's pawn just to survive and oppose Procell. A flashback shows him at the bottom of a staircase, looking up at a dark-cloaked figure. That was the price of the army he used today. Procell stands over Sabak in the wide, empty landscape and tells him plainly. He knows about the innate disparity, and he feels sorry for it. He does not say it to wound. He means it. Procell points out the obvious gap in Sabak's story. A B-rank demon lord should not have been able to defeat a skilled old demon lord alone. He asks directly who was behind it. Sabak's face goes shocked. Then something happens that has nothing to do with the conversation. Large, bulbous, vein-filled growths erupt from his neck. His eyes go wide with pain. He did not choose this. Sabak kneels in the field as the growths spread, blood at his mouth, and he recognizes the magic. It belongs to that man. He shouts at the air with what breath he has left. The man behind him is. His throat erupts before he can finish. Sabak's head detonates in a burst of dark liquid. A voice comes from nowhere. Shut your mouth. Procell stares at what is left with wide, terrified eyes. The Black Demon Lord just silenced his own pawn from a distance, through a curse, the moment Sabak was about to name him. Procell and Duke stand over the fallen body of Sabak. Duke says they have been gotten. Procell acknowledges it, but notes that Sabak showed one last bit of grit. He tried. The word black is written across the body in dark ink. The mastermind behind everything is the Black Demon Lord. Procell crouches and reaches toward the dark remains. He tells Sabak he did not agree with all of it, but he was a man with a backbone. He will carry Sabak's regret with him. He tells him to rest in peace and says the name, Blade Demon Lord, Sabak. Stolas' first war ends with Sabak's death. Procell carries an unconscious Stolas in his arms through the dungeon, her body limp against his chest. The damage she took was severe: rebirth, naming, poison, and battle, all at once. Her demons will manage the dungeon. Procell will take her somewhere she can heal. Stolas is laid in a bed in Avalon, unconscious, bandages on her face, the white tiger and Aura's nurse nearby. Procell decides to treat her here. 2 days pass. The sky above Avalon is quiet. 2 days after Stolas' war, Procell travels north. He stands in a European-style city with a letter in hand, then steps through ornate doors into a building. He is going to meet the mastermind behind the attack on Stolas' war, the attempt on Marco's life, and everything that has been pulling strings from the shadows. The Black Demon Lord sits at a table with bottles and a glass of liquor, long dark hair loose, dark eyes calm, and a smirk that has been waiting for this meeting. He greets Procell by name and asks if they should talk. Procell stares at him. To be continued. Procell sits across from the Black Demon Lord at a round table. The man thanks him for coming with the ease of someone who was never worried he would refuse. Procell thinks, this guy. He does not finish the thought out loud. The chapter title appears, Negotiations with the Black Demon Lord. Procell asks why the man is acting like a gracious host when his letter threatens Stolas' life. The Black Demon Lord waves it off as a joke, just a way to get Procell to show up, and suggests he sit and drink. Procell remains standing. A hand pours liquor into a glass. Procell's face says he is not drinking anything in this room. Procell states it plainly before anything else can be said. This man is his enemy. He hurt Stolas. He targeted Marco. Procell will not pretend otherwise. He tells the Black Demon Lord to say what he wants and be done with it. The Black Demon Lord laughs and says Procell has it wrong about Marco, that things went further than he intended and he is heartbroken. Procell does not buy it for a second. He asks about Stolas. The Black Demon Lord smiles and says someone must be trying to frame him. Then he proposes that if Procell and he join forces, no one would interfere with either of them again. The Black Demon Lord leans in with the expression of someone who has rehearsed this and believes it will work. He says he is the only one who truly understands Procell. Procell looks at him with the face of someone who has heard this pitch before and did not like it then either. The Black Demon Lord explains that he called Procell here specifically to propose this alliance. He is the only one who understands Procell. He says it again, closer, with a sinister smile that he seems to think is charming. The proposal unfolds. The Black Demon Lord controls 3 great powers through the Rigdolg cult. Add Procell's technology to that, and the result is the most powerful empire ever built. Human nations swallowed, the world unified under their control. He throws his head back and laughs about it. The laugh is not reassuring. Procell looks at the man and tells him he really wants to dominate people, and that he has quite a complex. The Black Demon Lord's expression shifts. Procell mentions he heard from Astaroth. He asks if the man really cannot stand the fact that demon lords exist for human growth. The Black Demon Lord goes still. The Black Demon Lord slams his fist down and stands up furious. He declares that he is going to dominate humans and not allow them to grow. A powerful demon lord should control and exploit them. He is going to corrupt humans into livestock. He is shouting now, and he means every word. Procell looks away and tells him that makes them even more incompatible. Then he shows the Black Demon Lord what he is actually building. An aerial view of Avalon, circular and alive. He tells him it was created for the coexistence of humans and demons. That is the belief this battle is being fought over. Procell tells the Black Demon Lord clearly, even if demon lords exist for the development of humanity, he believes both humans and demons can grow and be happy through cooperation. Humans are also his people. The Black Demon Lord stares at him with pure disgust. They are close enough that neither has to raise his voice. Procell looks the Black Demon Lord in the eye and says it one more time. You are my enemy. A memory or a vision. A dark figure with circular eyes and a thin grin tells Procell not to let his regrets get in the way. Then a door slams. Procell is back in his office. A fox-eared girl and a tall man with a dragon tail stand before his desk as he reviews what happened. The fox-eared girl asks if another war is coming. Procell says no. The Black Demon Lord will not fight directly for a while, because as a new Demon Lord, Procell is protected from direct attack by the rules, and the tools the Black Demon Lord used against him are no longer available. The Black Demon Lord's human soldiers and the Demon Lords he could manipulate are all occupied fighting Astaroth. He cannot hold Procell down by force right now. Procell explains this calmly, and then his stomach growls. The fox-eared girl and Duke stare at him. He suggests they go eat. The three of them walk through Avalon's cobblestone streets eating snacks from a stall. Duke is eating with the focused enthusiasm of someone who only recently discovered he has taste buds. Procell notes that the city has grown noticeably. Duke agrees that human vibrancy never ceases to amaze him, and then spots a sweets shop and points at it like he has found treasure. New houses are going up across the street as the city expands. Workers hammer frames into place. The demand for housing keeps rising. Duke spots the sweets shop, announces the cream is excellent, and begins recommending it to Procell with the energy of a man who has been waiting his entire undead existence for good pastry. Procell stares at him. Duke has awakened to food. Duke's eyes go sharp. Procell smiles. A hand in a white sleeve draws a dagger. A hooded figure stabs Procell in the lower back. The snack flies from his hand. Procell looks over his shoulder with wide eyes. Duke shouts. Duke punches the assassin in the face. Procell tells the fox-eared girl he is fine. His clothes are battle gear and the blade did not go through. The dragon-tailed man in the suit grabs the assassin by the throat. The assassin starts screaming to the crowd that the city is ruled by demons, and this is proof. Procell's expression goes dark and quiet. Procell spots the necklace, a Rigdog cult pendant. The dragon-tailed man carries the bound assassin away while a small figure on the robot's shoulder announces they are taking the suspect in. Procell thinks through it as they walk. If the Black Demon Lord cannot use soldiers or demon lords, he uses believers. The fox-eared girl suggests hitting the Black Demon Lord now, while they have the army for it. Procell says no. Procell stops walking and tells them, this is a battle of faiths, his against the Black Demon Lords. He will not win it with an army. He will win it by building a city. He extends his hand toward the skyline of Avalon and declares it out loud. Procell hosts a banquet in the town square and tells the residents to enjoy themselves. A large bald man with a beard asks if they are really allowed to have something this fancy. Procell tells him not to be shy. He has something to ask them in return. Procell explains to the gathered crowd that countering the Black Demon Lord requires the city to develop further, and that the key is the people who live in it. He needs to hear their voices. A hooded man eats meat. A witch-hatted girl watches. Procell looks at the people around him and means it. The townspeople say they cannot think of anything missing from Avalon. The food is good, they have everything, it feels like home. Then a man with long dark hair and a sly grin appears with a document and announces that what they need is a casino for the city's development, and now is the time to decide. Procell considers this. The women of the town immediately and collectively shut the casino idea down. They do not want the city to become unsafe, and they are thinking about the children. Procell is caught between the merchants and the mothers of Avalon. He wonders if there is a way. A pigtailed girl in the crowd looks very excited about something. Conan, the portly merchant with the monocle, approaches Procell with a wine glass and begins praising the city's development and Procell's humility. He mentions that the city's growth rate is unparalleled for 6 months old. Procell looks sideways at the ongoing argument about the casino and thinks that Conan has probably already figured out what is happening with the Rigdog cult. Conan suggests that good recreational facilities could even dazzle Rigdog believers, pulling them toward Avalon's way of life instead. He adds that from a merchant's perspective, he may introduce Avalon to other countries during his travels. Procell's expression shifts. This is actually a useful piece of the plan he has been building. Conan explains the basic truth of commerce. No matter how good the product, if people do not know about it, it does not matter. His business takes him to many countries. He may introduce Avalon at some point. Procell goes wide-eyed. A person in a fur-collared cloak stands before a snow-capped mountain with a bird creature beside them. 2 people share tea by a traditional hearth. The world is bigger than the dungeon. Conan acknowledges that most people would call a city with 0 taxes, goods from everywhere, and humans living alongside demons complete nonsense. He admits he might have said the same if he had not seen it himself. Procell calls those people a bunch of douchebags. Conan tells him that is very rude. Procell does not apologize. Procell thinks about the difficulty of reaching Avalon. Unless you are a merchant, it is not easy to visit. The city is a frontier. He watches a fox-eared maid serve a knight in full plate armor at a table, and the knight eats peacefully, and that is the whole argument for what Avalon is. The problem is getting people close enough to see it. Relia, a tattooed woman with a wine bottle labeled Dead Drunk, flops onto a large four-poster bed and tells Procell she heard him. He is going to counter the Black Demon Lord by building a city. She calls that rough and explains what he is actually up against, making Avalon more powerful and more developed than the Black Demon Lord's entire religion. Procell thinks that is his bed. Relia sits up and gets serious. The Rigdold cult controls 3 kingdoms, including the kingdom of Axela. Most of the people who travel to Avalon come from those countries, because of geography. The cult has a structural advantage that has nothing to do with faith. Relia lays out the worst case. If the Black Demon Lord seriously antagonizes Avalon, the cult could label it a devil's den. The true believers would attack. Everyone else would avoid the hassle and stay away. Procell thinks that would be bad. Then he says, no, he has an idea. Relia offers her solution, make a new religion. She says it plainly, lying on the bed, wine bottle in hand. Procell looks at her. She has done this before, she admits, but it was not any fun. This city, though, is a place she could truly fall in love with. If being a dirtbag can protect it, she is willing. Relia introduces herself properly. Relia Diva, singer of Blue Ruin, from the deep sea. Her songs, if she chose, could drag listeners deep into the ocean and apply powerful brainwashing. She mentions that Procell could build a sound system, and the ocean singers under his command could deploy it. A Procell cult, she says, could swallow even the Rigdold religion. Relia describes the scale of what she is offering. The world's largest Procell cult, complete. She smiles widely and asks if it is easy enough. Procell looks at her with a suspicious, sweating expression. She is calling him patron in a very familiar tone. Relia clarifies she is not an evil priestess, though she has the experience. The religion she was part of before was not any fun. But this city is different. She would do this to protect it, not to control anyone. Procell refuses. This battle is between his belief and the Black Demon Lord's. Using brainwashing would make him no different from an enemy who sees people as livestock. He stands at the window looking out over Avalon and says it plainly. Relia watches him. Procell tells Relia that what he is trying to build is a town where both humans and demons can live with a genuine smile. He asks her directly, is it any fun singing a song that brings someone down? Relia goes still. Then she looks surprised. Relia grabs Procell's arm and announces that he is the demon lord she has been waiting for. She admits that if he had taken her up on the brainwashing offer, she would have been disappointed. Procell asks if she was testing him. She says she wonders. She is smiling. Procell tells Relia that she gave him a clue, even if she did not mean to. He is thinking about brainwashing, but differently. They walk together through a hallway. The scene shifts to a hospital, where an elderly woman lies unconscious in a bed, and an older man with glasses looks on grimly. She was brainwashed. Procell and Duke stand at the bedside of the old woman, and Duke confirms what Procell suspected. She was under a brainwashing curse, likely the Black Demon Lord's work. Aura's apple wine, carrying a blessing, purified her. She wakes up confused, asking where she is. Duke notes the curse was removed. The old woman who attacked Procell in the street was not acting on her own. Duke lays it out. The Black Demon Lord hates humans and plans to corrupt them into livestock. Yet he built a religion supported by humans, manipulating their minds with his power to make the cult spread efficiently. The contradiction is the point. A massive hand stretches out over the city, shadow falling across every rooftop. Procell's expression hardens with resolve. There is a way to cut through it. Procell produces a letter from the kingdom of Axela, one of the 3 kingdoms under Rigdold control. Duke is surprised. Then Procell points to the date on the signature. This letter was sent before Procell met the Black Demon Lord. The kingdom of Axela reached out independently. That is the opening. Procell clenches his fist. The kingdom of Axela acted on its own, outside the Black Demon Lord's direct control. There is no way not to take advantage of this. He can see the move now. He announces it. The next step for Avalon is a casino and television. Rorono, sitting on a ladder in her workshop surrounded by mechanical parts, stares at Procell and says, TV? She has never heard of it. She wonders if it is another memory from the stars, like the gun. Procell explains it in plain terms, a device that delivers images and sound across a distance. Rorono processes this with focused intensity. Rorono says she is not an expert in anything but weapons and golems, but she will do her best. Procell looks at the process chart on the wall. She has almost no days off. He tells her she has always supported him and the city, and asks her not to rush and to take care of herself. Rorono looks back at him without much expression. She will probably be working tomorrow. Rorono, now identified as the elf-eared girl with the hat, asks what the TV is actually for so she can adjust the design. Procell smiles and tells her it is a countermeasure against the Black Demon Lord, and that he has many ideas for how to use it. He sounds like someone who has been thinking about this for longer than he let on. Procell explains that maximizing the TV will require human power alongside demon power. Together, the people of Avalon will chip away at the Black Demon Lord's influence. The sky above the city is wide and clear, and the plan is already in motion. Procell arrives at the new headquarters of the Curtudo Chamber of Commerce in Avalon's suburbs, a massive neoclassical building with columns and grand doors that open to reveal the stout Conan and the long-haired merchant, both delighted to see him. The hope-eating eccentric has come to make a deal. Inside the lavishly decorated room, Procell sits on a sofa and tells them he is thinking of building a casino. Then he clarifies, a huge entertainment complex that includes a casino. His eyes reflect the light. He has been thinking about this for a while. Procell proposes that the Curtudo Chamber of Commerce run the operation, staffing, management, contacts. He and his demons lack the expertise. He asks if they want to be part of it, arms spread wide. He has two conditions. The long-haired merchant immediately shakes Procell's hand and declares this is the day he has been waiting for. Conan, slightly behind him, whispers that he would have appreciated being consulted before the handshake. The long-haired man's expression shifts to something more calculating when Procell mentions the conditions. Procell smiles. Procell presents the document. The first condition, which he requires absolutely, it must be a healthy and safe place. Even a child from the town could visit it alone. The merchants stare at the clipboard. The word casino and the phrase child visiting alone are doing a lot of work in the same sentence. The long-haired merchant leans in sweating and explains that casinos are fundamentally about money, and a slight deterioration in security is inevitable. Procell announces the second condition, a 90% return rate to customers. The merchants go pale. The long-haired merchant slumps over. The highest casino return rate in the world is around 60%. 90% means massive deficits. He cannot wait for those deficits, he says, in the tone of someone who very much can wait for them. Then Procell mentions that all proceeds can belong to the Chamber of Commerce, and the city will provide support money. The long-haired man's eye goes wide. Procell explains, gold and silver from the dungeon mines leave him with more money than he needs, so supporting the casino would not hurt. The merchants calculate. Conan says they will take the opportunity. The long-haired man confirms that a 90% return rate can still be profitable under these terms. Then he asks the obvious question. If the city makes no money from this, and the first condition is what it is, what exactly is Procell trying to do here? Procell tells them, it is called an investment. The city cannot just wait to grow. Conan asks if this is about the Rigdolg. Procell says something like that. The view of the city's stone towers and clock spires sits in the background, patient and real. Procell tells them what he wants to pass on, a town where everyone can live with a smile. The entertainment facilities, including the casino, should be safe enough for children. Conan acknowledges that the city today only has adult entertainment like bars and brothels. This would be different. Procell snaps his fingers and announces a highlight event, something that will satisfy gamblers, non-gamblers, and even people who lose their bets. He shows them the venue. Then he shows them what is outside. Two enormous dragons land outside the building. Conan shouts. The long-haired man shouts. Conan stands before the creatures looking approximately the size of a hat. Procell remains calm inside the room while his guests have a moment. The long-haired man draws his sword to protect Conan. Then Duke appears, calm and suited, and tells them there is no need for alarm. These dragons obey him entirely. The long-haired man recognizes Duke and lowers the sword, still shaking. Duke introduces the dark dragon Grafros, rank B, created by Duke himself using his Dragon Emperor power. Procell explains the concept. Horse races are popular even among people who do not gamble. Avalon's event will surpass horse races, with flying dragons. The dragons take flight over the field as Procell spreads his arms and announces it. Flying great races over the skies of the Avalon region. The long-haired man shouts racing. Conan looks at the dragons in the sky and starts doing math in his head. Procell says that is not all. Musical notes fill the air. The dragons sing. Conan goes blissful. The long-haired man shouts that they can sing. 3 small glowing orbs float in the air. Procell tells them he would like to introduce someone. Relia steps forward, reaching toward them, 2 water spirits floating around her in a spiral of droplets. She is the proud singing voice of Avalon, and she leads the ocean singers. The dungeon mayor supreme has a diva. Relia laughs and says she never thought she would see the day she could sing the way she truly wants to. She tells Procell to stay tuned. Conan watches her with admiration and calls her dainty. The long-haired man notes, with the weariness of someone who has seen her schedule, that she is also in the bar in the middle of the day. Both things are true. Conan clasps his hands and says it is wonderful. Duke tells Procell that a diva and a race of flying dragons is exactly what Avalon is. An aerial view of the circular city appears, a dragon soaring over it, Relia in the foreground. Once the recreational facilities are complete, Avalon will be a city unlike any other in the world. Conan offers his help again with merchant sincerity. The long-haired man raises the practical problem. Avalon is remote, the event is unprecedented, and how do you get people to believe it is real before they see it? Procell tells them they will do it at the same time as everything else. Procell reaches toward the sky and declares the goal: direct the eyes and feet of people from across the world to this city. A silhouette of the Black Demon Lord grins in the dark. Procell stands before Avalon's skyline and shouts that what the city needs right now is a major makeover. At the Beast Dungeon, a woman with long light hair covering one eye smiles and tells Procell he is thinking of something interesting again. Around them, a courtyard filled with hippogriffs stretches in every direction. The fox-eared woman, Marco, asks if the casino has something to do with the vast number of hippogriffs she just produced. Procell tells Marco he wants these hippogriffs to connect Avalon with the world. She asks what he means. He explains, the Hippogriff Postal Service already moves goods across the world. He is going to make a passenger version. They have tested it. It is safe and fairly comfortable. The Curtudo merchants are already laying foundations in various locations for the Hippogriff flight network, and it is going smoother than expected. Marco connects the pieces. Avalon's land routes are controlled by the 3 kingdoms under the Black Demon Lord. An air route bypasses all of that. Until this moment, that lock was total. Procell explains that there are many people outside the Black Demon Lord's 3-kingdom influence. Once the Hippogriff flight is established, people who could not travel by land will come to Avalon through the air, and one visit is worth 100 words. They will go home and tell everyone. A group of men in traditional Japanese-style robes shout the word Avalon, like it is already a destination. Procell throws his arms wide and declares that people will turn their eyes to Avalon. Then he admits, with a sweat drop, that he does not have enough magic power right now because he prioritized casino production over hippogriff creation. Marco looks at him. He apologizes for the burden. Marco tells him not to sweat it. The reborn version of her is part of Procell's army. She laughs and says producing 100 hippogriffs is nothing at all. Procell thinks quietly that a demon lord who has lived 300 years is built very differently from him. He is right. Marco tells Procell that connecting humans to Avalon via air route is something only he could think of. He is different from demon lords who stay deep in their dungeons. Procell tells her he cannot take the credit. It was her and Stolas who gave him the opportunity to build a city in the first place. Marco tells him there he goes being humble again. Marco admits she has not visited Avalon yet, unlike Stolas. She says she is envious and wants to walk around the city with Procell. He starts to explain why that is complicated. She cuts him off. She knows. She is supposed to stay dead to deceive the Black Demon Lord. Marco describes her current life, reconstructing her tattered dungeon in seclusion, connected to Procell's mansion only by a secret teleportation circle. She is bored, but they cannot be too cautious against the Black Demon Lord. She turns to Procell and says his name quietly. He turns to face her. Marco tells him he must win. Procell smiles at her, a single sweat drop on his face, and says, of course, it is not bravado, he means it. Back at his desk, Procell reviews the casino proposal from Conan's team. The merchants caught important details he missed. Expanded accommodations, expanded services. He is impressed. He is also now staring at a timeline and a staffing requirement that exceeds everything he currently has available. The city planning Dark Lord looks at the stack of papers and thinks, not enough time, not enough manpower. He has built a plan that is bigger than his current capacity. Time to figure out how to grow into it. Procell, the city planning Dark Lord, sits alone with his documents, mapping out how the new casino will cut the legs out from under the Black Demon Lord's three-kingdom empire. The plan is solid in theory. The problem is the gaps, and there are too many of them. He covers his face with the papers and stares at the ceiling, small ghost-like worries drifting around him. The Black Demon Lord will not sit still while Procell takes his time. The door bangs open, and Fel, the fox-eared daughter of the Time Demon Lord, is already shouting before Procell can register she is there. He nearly falls out of his chair. She stands with her hands on her hips, deeply unimpressed, while Procell tries to remember how to breathe. He had been so deep in his planning spiral that he missed her knocking entirely, multiple times. Fel delivers a gift and a warning from her father Dantalion. Do not let your guard down against the Black Demon Lord. She produces an ornate pocket watch, its gears visible through the open face, and explains that Dantalion has filled it with his own magic power for use in an emergency. The fact that Dantalion, one of the shrewdest operators in the Demon Lord world, felt the need to send this says everything about how dangerous the situation actually is. Procell accepts the watch as it drops into his palm on its chain, and a mental image of Dantalion surfaces, elegant and calculating. An unexpected act of concern from that particular Demon Lord means the Black Demon Lord is a genuine threat by any measure. Procell thanks Fel sincerely, then asks whether Quina is around. Fel's ears perk up immediately. Fel crosses her arms and declares she wants to spar with Quina before heading home, a competitive fire burning in her eyes. Procell quietly notes that the two of them bonded during the mission to rescue Marco, and that Fel wants Quina to acknowledge her strength. He knows Quina is the single most powerful combatant in his army, built from the original creation metal. He also has to break the bad news. Quina is buried in casino construction work. Fel's jaw drops like a trapdoor. Procell tells her the build will take at least 10 more days, and Fel vibrates with frustration before bolting out the door, ignoring his shout after her. She arrives at the construction site moments later, where Quina is hauling a massive beam alongside a mechanical golem while workers swarm the scaffolding above. The two fox-eared girls spot each other across the noise and dust. Fel's expression shifts from frustration to determination. Fel rises into the air, and beneath her a massive magic circle blooms across the ground, its rings and markings shaped like a clock face. She demands they finish the building and then fight her. A translucent clock face shimmers in the air beside her as the magic activates. Quina and the workers stare upward, stunned. Procell, arriving at a run from across the field, stops dead when he sees what she has done. Procell looks toward the construction site, and the structures have simply appeared, days of work compressed into moments. Fel lands with a grin and points at Quina, declaring that she helped and now they fight. Quina, completely unbothered, shrugs and says a workout sounds perfect after all that labor. Procell stands off to the side, trying to figure out what just happened to his project timeline. The realization lands. Fel's time ability sped up every worker on site simultaneously, burning through days of labor in one burst. A confused worker nearby mutters that he seems to have finished several days' worth of tasks. Behind Procell, Fel and Quina are already trading blows, shockwaves rolling across the field. Procell pumps his fist. The casino construction can now be completed. After that, Avalon's residents and demons worked side by side. Golems hauled beams, bricks flew into place on magic circles, and a fox-eared girl in a kimono brought tea to a sweating worker with a mallet. The despair buffet gone wrong was becoming something else entirely. A city that ran on cooperation. When it was finally done, Procell exhaled for the first time in what felt like weeks. The Avalon casino, named Fafnir, stands complete. Procell throws his arms wide before its grand entrance, glass dome catching the light above classical columns. Beside it, the aerial map of Avalon shows the full shape of what he has built. A circular city, a dungeon of time nearby, the city of Aklaba in the distance, and now Fafnir anchoring the south. The hope-eating eccentric has given his dungeon a zoning permit, and it looks magnificent. The construction crew is wrecked and proud of it. The man with the monocle, Konana, laughs and privately marvels that such a grand building rose in such a short time. Procell cuts through the exhaustion in the room with a single line. It is too early to be impressed. He turns to face them all, hand outstretched, and calls for the opening ceremony. The casino's exterior fills the street, crowds already pressing toward the entrance. Procell steps forward, arm raised, and with fireworks exploding behind him, announces that Fafnir is officially open. The booms roll across the city. Whatever the Black Demon Lord had planned, this was not it. Opening day is a flood. People pour toward the entrance in a constant stream, and Kanana tells Procell the turnout has already exceeded expectations. Procell smiles and credits Kanana's advance advertising, then turns to look at the crew who built the place. A muscular man, a hooded girl with a hammer, the golem standing behind them all. He cannot thank them enough, and he knows it. Not everything is finished yet, but the unbuilt facilities near the inn will be ready soon. What surprises Kanana is the orphanage. He had withdrawn that proposal himself, arguing it had nothing to do with the casino. Procell disagrees. The concept of Avalon is a city where everyone can live with a smile, and that line has no asterisks. Procell explains simply that as a lord of a city visited by countless adventurers, he would be ashamed to forget those left behind. Kanana laughs and admits he was surprised Procell cared about orphans, then pivots to the practical angle. Educated children become workforce. In the background, a man with glasses and a fox-eared girl are whispering about Kanana's past in slavery and why he cannot look away from misfortunate children. Kanana hears every word and shouts at them to stop. Procell watches Kanana and the others drift off in good spirits, then turns to his companions and suggests they take a look around. They step into Fafnir's first floor, and it is a shopping mall. Stores from across the world line the open space, chosen by lottery, and the crowd inside already feels like a festival. The mall is livelier than Procell expected, even having seen the preview. He had designed this floor as a small world expo, a place where people with no interest in gambling could still find something worth the trip. A diagram of the building shows 3 distinct zones: the shopping mall on the first floor, the casino above it, and an attic warehouse at the top. Near one stall, a sign reading simply Ninja A catches the eye. Procell notes that the rental spaces operate on a competitive system. Low rent, but the worst performing store every 6 months gets replaced. One stall has drawn a thick crowd, excited voices spilling out into the corridor. He moves toward it, curious. A familiar voice calls out from inside, welcoming people in and offering a taste. A large bald man in an apron holds up 2 bags of frog-shaped cakes and announces the fortune-bringer golden frog cake to the crowd. Procell stares. The fox-eared girl beside him screams, because the man behind the counter is Ronov, the demon lord of viscosity, and he is running a food stall. Ronov greets Procell warmly and explains that after leaving demon lord life behind, he opened a food shop. 2 girls are already eating his custard-filled cakes with visible joy. Ronov tells Procell that he wanted to be part of his strength in some small way, so he applied for a stall space. He adds, almost as an aside, that winning the lottery slot was a miracle given how few spaces there were. Ronov does not seem to mind that part. 2 women at the stall recognize the frog cake from its reputation in cities to the south, delighted to find it here. Procell watches and privately admits he had worried about how Ronov was doing after stepping away from Demon Lord life. He looks genuinely well. Procell accepts a paper bag from him and thinks, "You have changed for the better." Then he asks why frog. Ronov explains, without shame, that the Steel Demon Lord Zagan always called him the man who looks like a frog. Procell did not expect a self-deprecating origin story. Procell climbs to the 2nd floor and enters the casino proper. Chandeliers hang over rows of gaming tables, and patrons are already seated. This is the main attraction. Roulette, cards, dice, all of it running at full capacity. Procell walks past a roulette wheel and notes, almost as a reminder to himself, that he is not holding anything back on the content. The dealers Kanana sourced are first class, all charisma and precision. Every table game imaginable is available. At the bar, bottles from across the world line the shelves behind a bartender who knows exactly what he is doing. Somewhere in the room, a fist slams down on a table. Everyone who walks through that door is going to want to stay. Something is wrong at one of the tables. A man with long hair and glasses is sweating through his collar, teeth grinding, pushing a mountain of chips forward with shaking hands. The dealer behind the table looks panicked. Beside the man, a young girl with cat ears, pleads with her father to stop, telling him they have already lost too much. The man says her name quietly and keeps pushing. The man's face is all twitching rage. He is convinced Procell took Marco from him, and now he will win it all back this round, and the round after that. Fell shouts for him, and the crowd around the table roars with the energy of someone else's disaster. Procell, watching from a distance, makes the practical decision to walk in the other direction. From outside the stadium, a different kind of roar reaches him, and this one sounds like excitement. The stadium is enormous, and dragons are already circling the arena above a packed crowd. Procell stands at the entrance and takes it in. This is the highlight of Fafnir. At the announcer's booth, a pointed-eared caster is already at full volume, declaring the opening day of the world's first flying dragon race. Beside her, a fox-eared girl with glasses serves as the analyst, composed where the caster is electric. The course is the sky above Avalon itself, marked by floating balloons in a circuit over the city. 6 dragons in different colors wait at the starting line, their rumbling audible from the stands. An elf girl in a starter's outfit raises a signal gun toward the sky and waits. The gun fires and the dragons launch with a force that shakes the air. The crowd surges to its feet, shouting. A worried spectator near the front points out that if the dragons fly too high, no one will be able to see the race. His neighbor tells him not to worry. Above the center of the stadium, a massive projection appears in the sky, showing the race from a camera mounted on one of the dragons themselves. The crowd loses their minds. Procell stands with arms crossed, satisfied, and gives Rorono a thumbs up. Rorono, standing beside her device with a military-style hat and a very short expression, returns the gesture. Her television technology is projecting live dragon footage directly onto the sky. Someone is riding on the back of a dragon with a camera, capturing the race from behind at full speed. Procell recalls that when the first movie was shown in his world's history, people panicked at the image of an oncoming train. The footage here is higher resolution and far more immediate. Spectators watching the aerial camera feed are gripping their seats as if they are the ones flying. In the final stretch, 2 dragons race neck and neck, rouge in the lead, sky closing fast from behind. The crowd is on its feet, some shouting, one man clutching his head. The dragons cross the finish line through the metal lattice structure, and the announcer calls the goal. The crowd buzzes with the kind of energy that makes people want to tell everyone they know. Procell watches them and thinks, time to take it up a notch. The announcer invites everyone into the arena floor as the front row barrier descends into the ground. Spectators look around in confusion, and then something begins rising from the center of the arena in a column of dust. A stage rises from the arena floor, and on it stands a singer with long hair and a microphone, flanked by lights and a guitarist behind her on the screens. She reaches toward the crowd and announces that things are just getting started. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme has turned his dragon racing stadium into a concert venue between events, because of course he has. The crowd recognizes Avalon's esteemed diva immediately, and the atmosphere shifts from sports excitement to something else entirely. Men in the stands look stunned, wide-eyed, sweating. The singing voice is not just good, it is overwhelming. Spectators describe it as being drowned. They are not wrong. Procell watches from the side with his arms crossed, fully aware of what he is hearing. This is an S-rank demon singing at full intent, supported by magic sound equipment built by his unique skill of creation and stage lighting designed for maximum impact. He notes privately that even he would get swept up in it if he let his guard down. He calls her name quietly, Rely. Relia performs with her eyes closed and a blissful expression, thinking that for a demon born into this world, this is the day she makes everyone happy with her song. She thinks of Aura, who created special makeup to cover the marks on her skin so she could stand under the bright stage lights. She owes Procell for this, and she knows it. Relia blows a kiss toward the crowd, and the reaction is immediate and total. 2 men in the stands go completely unhinged. Procell, caught in the edge of it, looks down at his own hands as light swirls around him. He shouts in surprise. Relia is doing her job a little too well. Duke, Procell's horned advisor, is in the crowd eating a donut from a bag, absolutely having the time of his life. Procell spots him and smiles. The joy and excitement and raw human emotion filling this stadium are converting into magical power at a scale never seen before, because this city was built to run on hope instead of despair. Procell clenches his fist and addresses the Black Demon Lord directly. In his own mind, this is Avalon. The casino is a success, and the rumors spread fast. Visitors from across the world arrive for consecutive days. On one of those days, a special guest appears, a young man with spiky blonde hair standing just off to the side of Procell's view. The chapter moves forward. The guest is Leonard, 3rd Prince of the Axila Kingdom, one of the 3 kingdoms under the influence of the Black Demon Lord's Rigdolg religion. He is visibly amazed by what he is seeing, eyes wide, a slight flush on his face. Procell notes he seems to be enjoying himself a great deal, which is useful information. At dinner, Leonard is practically vibrating with enthusiasm about Avalon, calling it a place where products and people from beyond this world gather. He raises a glass of apple wine and shouts that it feels like waking from a long sleep. Behind him, a shadowy figure with spiral eyes dissolves screaming into nothing. The Black Demon Lord's brainwashing magic purified the moment the wine touched his lips. Procell watches calmly. He will send barrels of it to Axela later to clean house properly. Leonard had sent a letter days earlier, and what surprised Procell was that it was not written under the Black Demon Lord's direction. Leonard was acting on his own. That distinction matters, because if Leonard can be won over, he becomes a crack in the enemy's foundation. Procell sets the letter on the table and gets to the point. Leonard wants Avalon to become part of the Axela kingdom. Procell does not wait for Leonard to finish his pitch. He names the real request. Leonard wants Avalon's forces to defeat the Dragon Demon Lord. Leonard's composure shatters. He demands to know how Procell could possibly have known that. Procell smiles and says they have ears everywhere through their trading network. Then, just quietly enough to be audible, he adds that they should go with that explanation. Leonard drops the pretense and lays out the disaster. The Dragon Demon Lord's army burned the Rigdolg religion's holy city, and Axela was forced by the religion to retaliate. The losses have been catastrophic, the treasury is at its limit, and if... Procell closes his eyes and delivers a flat refusal. He will not march against the Dragon Demon Lord because the Dragon Demon Lord is a personal acquaintance. Leonard's jaw drops. The fox-eared girl beside him fills in the gap, explaining that the Rigdolg religion builds its power by making humans feel superior to every other race, while Avalon is a place where humans, demi-humans, and demons share the same streets. That difference is exactly why Procell has relationships that no kingdom-bound king ever could. Procell extends his hand and offers something Leonard never expected: a way to end the Dragon Demon Lord conflict without a single battle. He knows the Dragon Demon Lord well enough to broker peace, provided Leonard accepts one condition. Leonard nearly knocks over his chair, jumping up. The Dragon Demon Lord himself, glimpsed in Procell's thoughts, confirms the read. He has no interest in revenge against people too small to bother with. Procell is not done. He offers Avalon's hospital to treat Leonard's wounded soldiers. Then a white sheet drops, and behind it stands a wall of gold bars stacked floor to ceiling. Leonard stares at it like a man who just forgot how to breathe. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme did not come to negotiate small. Procell explains the gold was mined from Avalon's own tunnels, surplus material that golems have no use for. Leonard quietly does the math and realizes he is looking at something close to his kingdom's entire annual budget. Procell turns and tells him plainly, this is his chance to save Axela Kingdom. The clock is running. Procell walks Leonard through the withdrawal argument. Telling the citizens they have suffered enough is a message people will accept. Leonard's real hesitation is the Rigdolg religion, not the citizens. He pulls himself together and asks what Procell's condition actually is. Procell smiles broadly. He is glad, Leonard asked. Procell names the root cause without ceremony. Axela's misery exists because it harbors the Rigdolg religion. A dark, tentacled silhouette looms over Leonard's kingdom in his mind, and Leonard can only stammer agreement. Procell's solution is 2 words: ditch it. Leonard lists every reason that is impossible. Overseer Bahram will not stay quiet, and the kingdom will lose public support overnight. Procell is unmoved. He tells Leonard that Bahram should already know his armed forces are no match for Avalon, and that his own existence will settle that question. Then he holds up a small device and says he also knows a way to break Rigdolg's grip on the citizens from the inside. Procell's condition: install Avalon-made televisions in every major city across Axela Kingdom. The screens go up and the streets transform. Dragons soar across the displays, crowds cheer at casino broadcasts, and an idol winks at an audience that has never seen anything like it. The city-planning Dark Lord is running a culture war, and he came prepared. Weeks later, Leonard reports back. The citizens are glued to the screens. The collective obsession that had held them in the Rigdolg religion's grip is lifting, replaced by curiosity and energy. Devout believers still exist, but the kingdom's grip on Rigdolg is loosening fast. Leonard commits to convincing his father and the royal family to make it official. Procell confirms what he suspected all along. The Black Demon Lord had laced the Rigdolg religion's expansion with brainwashing magic. The cure was Relia's magical song, broadcast through every television set in the kingdom. Once the brainwashing dissolves, people stop clinging to the religion on their own. With the holy city already rubble and Overseer Bahram nowhere to be seen, Rigdolg has nothing left to sell. People who spent years under an ascetic religious doctrine are now discovering Avalon, and they are not going back. Procell clenches his fist and stares into the middle distance. This is his answer to the Black Demon Lord. Not armies, not dungeons of despair. Hope as nourishment, broadcast at scale. The hope-eating eccentric has weaponized entertainment. In a dark stone chamber, Lord Baram receives the news that Axela Kingdom has dropped the Rigdolg religion. He does not take it well. He leans forward from his throne, fists clenched, flanked by two silent shadows, and says Procell's name like a curse. Baram issues orders immediately. Issue new bans on the remaining two kingdoms and stop Procell from advancing any further. Across the world, a man with a monocle watches the Rigdolg religion's response grow more extreme by the day, and notes that the texts coming out of their centers read less like scripture and more like incitement. Procell sits with the older man in a well-furnished lounge, reviewing the propaganda. The texts are designed to turn people against Avalon. The two remaining kingdoms will not fold as easily as Axela. Procell warns that the Rigdolg religion may resort to the same tactic as the grandmother who once attacked him directly. The older man pauses, then mentions that the Relic Kingdom is actually a relief right now because contact with it is impossible. The reason? The Relic Kingdom is being consumed by a plague called White Death. The older man describes streets full of bodies. Procell absorbs this grimly, relieved they have no direct contact. Then the fox-eared girl and an elf-like woman burst through the door, and the fox-eared girl is screaming that something is very wrong. Procell and the fox-eared girl step outside and stop. The city square of Avalon is covered in collapsed bodies. Dozens of people lie motionless on the cobblestones. The plague is already here. Procell and the older man stare at the scene in disbelief. A victim's face tells the story. White mold-like patches spreading across the skin, eyes wide and glassy. White Death. In Avalon, Procell's mind catches up fast. The hippogriff flight connects the city to the whole world, and the whole world includes infected regions. He brought the plague in himself. Procell grits his teeth. Avalon exists because people come here from everywhere. If rumors of a plague spread, that flow of visitors stops, and the city collapses before any demon lord can touch it. He turns to face his companions, the horned man, the elf-like woman, and the fox-eared girl. He tells them all, they are going to eradicate the plague from this city. Somewhere outside the city, a group of adventurers is celebrating a haul from the dungeon and planning to head back to Avalon for expensive wine. A knight in full plate armor stops them mid-celebration and asks if they are heading there. The knight warns them to stay away. White Death has appeared in Avalon. The adventurers recognize the name immediately. The plague that kills with white mold spreading across the body, the one that has already wiped out villages and small cities. According to rumor, even the Prince of the Relic Kingdom is infected and near death. Going to Avalon right now, the knight says, is suicide. The four adventurers stand in stunned silence. The White Death in Avalon. The muscular one among them stares at the ground and wonders quietly whether everything is going to be okay. The city sits in the distance behind its walls, and nobody has an answer. Inside the city, Procell is already moving. He shouts orders down the hallways, directing nurses to isolate every White Death patient immediately. Gurneys roll through the corridors. The unfinished inn rooms near the casino become isolation wards within the hour. His elderly demon assistant snaps to attention and demands the next instruction before Procell has finished giving the first. Procell knows his limits here. His memory of the stars gave him guns that changed warfare, but medicine in this world is a different problem entirely. The information his assistant Konana gathered from infected regions turned out to be nearly useless. The gap between what Procell remembers and what this world can actually produce is widest in the field of medicine. The situation in other regions is not encouraging. Some places are sending out frauds who claim they can cure the plague with a lick to the cheek, calling it a kiss of divine love. Other regions have banned bathing on the theory that polluted air causes the disease. The fox-eared girl covers her nose at the thought. This world runs on magic, and magic has made everyone lazy about everything else. Magic heals injuries, poisons, and minor illness on demand, so medical science never had a reason to develop. Procell does not have the knowledge to cure White Death from scratch. He knows that. What he has is what he can build right now, and that will have to be enough. Procell activates his unique skill and calls boxes of face masks and bottles of hand sanitizer into existence. He hands them out immediately and gives a direct order. Nobody touches patients directly, demon or not, because infection risk is unknown. The nurses pull on their masks without argument. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme is running a field hospital, and he is not losing staff to avoidable exposure. Procell and his assistant walk the stone paths of the city, piecing together the transmission route. The plague came in from outside, which means the hippogriff flight has to stop. The assistant mourns the casino traffic. Procell calls out for Aura. Procell asks Aura to mass-produce the medicine she created during the crisis with Marco. Golden apple cures enhanced by her blessing. Potions that dramatically boost the body's strength and regenerative power. Aura grasps the plan immediately. They cannot cure White Death directly yet, so they will boost the patient's vitality until their own bodies can fight it off. She accepts the order with a cheerful salute. The elderly demon assistant and the masked nurses pledge everything they have. Procell steps forward and makes it plain. This is a fight for Avalon's survival. Aura stands behind him, ready. The assistant adjusts his mask and nods. Everyone gives it everything. Aura's medicine works. Patients begin recovering one by one. For the most critical cases, the horned Elder Duke steps in personally, drawing the shadow of death away from those on the edge and buying them the time they need. Nobody dies. Then a nurse sprints down the hallway shouting that an emergency patient has just arrived. Even with the hippogriff flight suspended, new cases keep appearing. Procell watches another gurney roll past and realizes the source of the plague has already made a home inside the city walls. Stopping arrivals is not enough. Duke approaches from behind and holds out a petri dish. The petri dish holds fleas. Duke found them on a patient's body, and their species does not belong anywhere near this region. Their bodies are covered in the same white mold-like patches as the human victims. Procell stares at the dish, and the answer arrives before Duke finishes speaking. Duke confirms it. The fleas are the plague source. They hitched rides on visitors from infected regions and built breeding grounds throughout Avalon and the casino. The city's greatest strength, its openness to the whole world, became its vulnerability. Procell looks at the dish in his hands and says they have been had. Aura and a small elf girl respond to the news like they have been waiting for exactly this problem. Aura holds up a flask, applies a test formula to the petri dish, and the fleas vanish in a puff of smoke. She will engineer a compound lethal only to this specific flea species. The small elf girl steps aside to reveal a large industrial spraying machine she already built. They have a delivery system ready. Aura raises her arms and calls on her wind magic, wrapping the entire city in a sustained current of air. The plague-warding barrier seals over Avalon like a dome of light. The formula will circulate through every corner of the city. The fleas have nowhere left to go. A few days later, the adventurers who had been sheltering in a nearby city finally work up the nerve to come back. They sprint toward Procell, shouting about the White Death, clutching a misfortune-warding totem, and looking like they have not slept. Procell turns to face them and laughs. Procell stands in a sunny city square and tells them simply, Avalon has exterminated the White Death. The bald adventurer's grin takes up his entire face. His companion's eyes go wide and sparkle. The city-planning Dark Lord, apparently, just did what entire kingdoms could not. Procell and Duke walk together, already planning the next step. It is time to reopen the hippogriff flight. Duke agrees. Any fleas that ride in on future visitors will be neutralized the moment they enter the barrier, and if any patient arrives already infected, the medical team now knows exactly how to treat them. Duke says it plainly. They can save everyone. The elderly demon assistant sees the political angle immediately. A city that can cure the White Death will attract allies the way gold attracts merchants. Procell agrees and takes it further. Broadcast a recovered patient's story on the TV network, and Avalon's reputation as a safe haven spreads to every kingdom watching. The casino traffic will not just return, it will multiply. The first unexpected visitor after the plague crisis is not a diplomat or a merchant. It is King Relic VIII, ruler of the Relic Kingdom, one of the 3 kingdoms under Rigdolg's control. He walks in with 2 armored guards and a small hooded figure held against his chest. His face is the face of a man who has run out of options. Procell and his advisor stare. A king from a Rigdolg-controlled kingdom traveling in secret to Avalon is the last thing either of them expected. King Relic leans forward, sweating, and begs Procell to save his child, who is infected with White Death. His other children are already dead. The Rigdolg religion has forbidden contact with this city, and it still did nothing to help them. King Relic kneels. He will abandon the Rigdolg religion entirely if it means saving his last child. Procell and his advisor exchange a look. Then Procell steps into the light, faces the king, and gives his answer without hesitation. They will save the prince. Somewhere in a dark cavern, the Black Demon Lord receives word that Procell has cured the White Death. He repeats the word impossible 3 times, his voice rising each time. White Death does not infect demons. He chose it specifically because it was a disease that even he found troublesome, a death sentence for any human it touched. Procell just crossed it off the list. The Black Demon Lord's fist closes. He sent infected Rigdolg followers to Avalon deliberately, a biological strike designed to destroy the city from within. Not only did Procell survive it, he turned the cure into a political weapon and pulled the Relic Kingdom to his side. The Black Demon Lord stares at the wreckage of his plan and asks why. The answer is the memory of the stars. Procell carries knowledge from a more advanced civilization, and it is clearly ahead of anything the Black Demon Lord has. The Black Demon Lord had been building his human empire piece by piece, religion by religion, and Procell has been quietly dismantling it. He rises from his throne, and the conclusion is simple. Procell must die. The problem is that no single Demon Lord can fight Procell head-on anymore, not with Astaroth and Dantalion standing beside him. The Black Demon Lord grins instead. A new plan. He will not attack the fortress. He will pull out the foundation. His gaze settles on a young girl viewed through a lens of dark intent. In the Black Demon Lord's hideout, a gathering around a long stone table turns tense. Several figures seated in the shadows announce that they can no longer obey. The Black Demon Lord looks up from his throne and asks them to repeat themselves. The Anti-Procell Alliance was formed because the evening party left every Demon Lord in the room terrified of what Procell could do. But the previous campaign against the Beast Demon Lord cut the alliance in half, and then the Time and Dragon Demon Lords defected to Procell's side entirely. The alliance is bleeding members and everyone can see it. Someone at the table says it out loud. Procell of Creation is undefeatable. Bahram sits with his teeth clenched and says nothing. A hooded youth named Agarez mentions that according to his oath demon Kohaku, Procell is focused entirely on city development and has no interest in starting wars. He is not coming for them. That realization ripples through the room. Procell has overwhelming power and has only ever used it to protect people close to him. The skull-headed member points out they might actually gain his protection by switching sides. The vote is quick. The Anti-Procell Alliance disbands, and the room erupts. Bahram stands with his back to all of them. Bahram slams his fist on the table. He calls them fools. He insists that defeating Procell is the only path to true peace for Demon Lords, and he is not done. Agarez steps forward and puts a hand on his shoulder. Enough. Agarez speaks plainly. They all shared Bahram's goal once, but Procell is beyond their reach now, and Bahram's Rigdolg religion is losing influence by the day. It is time to change direction. Bahram looks at him with flat, dangerous eyes and says, "Is that so?" Bahram moves without warning. He lunges across the table and seizes Agarez by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The other alliance members scramble back. Bahram's eyes fix on the medal at Agarez's chest, and he identifies it. Rank A, the luxury medal. Bahram's face has gone somewhere else entirely, skin darkening into a void with cracked, glowing eyes. He tells Agarez that someone born with everything to have can afford to talk about changing direction. Agarez struggles against the grip, gasping. Bahram declares that Agarez will die for his sake and for the sake of all Demon Lords. He names him fully, Demon Lord of Luxury, Agarez. Then the darkness swallows the room. Back in Avalon, Rorono is buried. A broken gun, a casino slot machine consultation, and a downed mithril golem all land on her desk at the same time. She picks up a wrench and announces she will handle all of it. The city's foundation does not take days off. Procell walks into Rorono's workshop and finds the usual organized chaos. A golem under maintenance, a technical chart covered in sticky notes, a worker on a ladder. He tells her she looks busy as always. Rorono glances back and says it is just the same as usual. Procell quietly notes that her usual is incredible. Rorono smiles and tells him she will not disappoint someone who acknowledged her work and gave her a name. Procell watches the human and demon workers outside building a stone wall together, a golem assisting in the background, and thinks about how the city grows through all of them. Rorono is at the center of it. Then she stops and turns her head, alert. Procell reminds her that without her golems, the city might not even be open yet. He rests a hand on her head and tells her not to push too hard, then produces a plate of fluffy potatoes. Rorono reassures him she has a proper plan for managing her workload. She always does. Rorono lays out her succession plan. The dwarf smiths who built the casino are ready to take on the water supply and sewage project next. She has been preparing for the day she cannot carry everything alone. Then she leads Procell to a covered object in the back of the workshop. He takes one look and his eyes go wide. A bang from the direction of the city cuts the moment short. Rorono shouts, asking what that sound is. Procell is already moving. He tells her it came from the city and sprints out. Two monstrous demons with horns and sharp teeth are the first thing he sees. The city is under attack. Demons of every shape pour through the streets, and civilians are running in every direction. Procell stops in the middle of the chaos and takes it in. This is not a random monster surge. There is a chain of command. Rank of demons are present and coordinated. These are minions led by a demon lord. Procell fires a blast of energy at the nearest beast and curses under his breath. The rules of war have been broken again, and now a pig-faced demon is looming up behind him. A woman in a revealing outfit and a large bald man drop into the fight from nowhere and cut the demons down before they can close on Procell. They land over the fallen monsters and greet him like they just ran into him at the market. The woman asks what is happening. The bald man says it was close. Across the city, adventurers and merchants are already fighting back. A mage with long hair clears a group of demons with a magic circle and notes he has never seen an attack of this scale. A knight in full armor holds the line near a merchant who is screaming in pure terror. Procell watches the adventurers work and recognizes the payoff of years spent in the time dungeon. They are not helpless. The fox-eared girl and the elderly demon lord in his suit arrive at the city entrance and throw themselves into the remaining fight. When the dust settles, Procell and his companions stand in the town square under a full moon, surrounded by the bodies of enormous reptilian monsters. The city held. Procell surveys the aftermath. Townspeople are already looting the monster corpses with enthusiasm, and a maid is directing the wounded to treatment. But something is wrong. There is a demon lord's army here, and no demon lord. The black demon lord would not send a raid this crude without a deeper purpose. Procell stares at the bodies and the unease sharpens. A girl in a red hat finds Procell and her voice cracks when she says Rorono's name. Procell follows her back to the workshop. The door opens onto a room full of wreckage, destroyed golems, scattered machinery, wires everywhere, and Rorono is gone. The fox-eared girl holds up a small hat she found on the ground. Rorono's hat. Procell's expression changes. The raid was a diversion. Every demon, every attack on the city entrance was cover for one objective. Rorono, the foundation of Avalon, the engineer who makes everything run. They walked right into it. Under a full moon, a hooded figure flies across a dark sky carrying a limp body. The figure laughs and announces that Procell has lost his city's foundation. No more golems, no more guns. The figure calls it a win. The hooded figure stands over the unconscious girl and lays out what they have taken. The city, the golem army, the guns, the elder dwarf, the demon at the core of Procell's power. All of it now in their hands. The laughter echoes in the dark building. The figure reaches out a hand dripping with dark energy, ready to puppet the girl into service. Then the hand stops. Something is wrong. The figure leans closer, expression shifting from triumph to confusion. In the wreckage of Rorono's workshop, Procell stands in the middle of the debris and screams her name at the ceiling. The fox-eared girl stands behind him, holding the hat, saying nothing. There is nothing to say. A small sound behind them. Procell and the fox-eared girl spin around with expressions that could stop a clock. Rorono is standing there, calm, looking at them like she stepped out for a moment. She says yes as if answering a routine question. After the enemies approached and her golems and guns were down for maintenance, she hid in the underground storage until things settled. She says it like she took a nap. Procell exhales relief, while the fox-eared girl tries to figure out what just happened. Rorono points to the destroyed golems and notes that one is missing from the wreckage. Procell looks at the gap in the debris and his eyes go wide. Rorono introduces Rorono number 1, an automatic golem built in her exact likeness, created to double her work efficiency. The fox-eared girl's reaction is audible from across the room. The enemy saw the golem, grabbed it, and left. The real Rorono watched from underground as they carried her copy out the door. The city planning Dark Lord's engineer accidentally ran a decoy operation without trying. A large white tiger steps into the room, claws clicking on the stone floor. Kohaku announces he has an idea about who ordered the raid. Procell and the fox-eared girl stare. Kohaku has intel. Kohaku identifies the demons who attacked. They are the army of his former master, the noble demon Lord Aguirre's. He fought back alongside Aura at Apple Hill, but was overwhelmed. There is no mistake. He recognizes his old comrades. even twisted into what they have become. Kohaku stands over the bodies of the fallen demons and says they were once his comrades. Then he snarls and lifts his head. He can sense the residue of Aguer's magic power in the air. Aguer himself came to Avalon. Procell pieces together what he knows. Aguer's the old demon lord who pulled strings behind the steel demon lord Zagan in the last war. The fox-eared girl points out the obvious. Aguer's attacked to kidnap Rorono because Procell was in his way. Kohaku is not convinced. The Aguers he knew held war in high regard and would never resort to a kidnapping operation. Something does not add up. Then Stolas, the elderly demon lord in his suit, walks in and agrees with Kohaku. Stolas reveals that Kohaku has been exchanging letters with Agarez regularly, and that he has been reviewing everyone. Not only had Agarez given up on opposing Procell, he appeared to be actively restraining the anti-Procell alliance from moving against him. This raid does not match. Procell absorbs this, and then reacts to the news that an anti-Procell alliance existed at all with the energy of someone finding out there was a group chat he was not in. Procell makes the call. They need to go to Aguer's dungeon and find out what is actually happening. He asks Kohaku to guide him. Kohaku agrees immediately. Stolas suggests bringing a proper force. Kohaku says it will not be necessary. Kohaku explains why. Aguer's deployed almost his entire army for the raid, and Procell's forces eliminated all of it. The dungeon is running on near empty. Procell keeps the team small. Himself, Kohaku, and the fox-eared girl. Stolas and Rorono stay behind to hold the city. They fly in on a creation dragon, fast enough that Procell is genuinely surprised by the speed. The fox-eared girl grins on Kohaku's back as the full moon rises. Below them, a stone fortress comes into view. Aguer's dungeon. The dungeon hall is wrecked, but not by a demon lord. Adventurers have been picking it clean while the guards were away. Kohaku explains it plainly. A dungeon with no army is an open buffet. One soldier is already laughing about how easy it was. Procell looks at the damage and thinks about the source. A wounded orc sitting against the wall recognizes Kohaku and asks why he is here with the demon lord of creation. Then the orc sets the question aside and says what he actually needs to say. Their lord has gone insane. Demons cannot disobey their demon lord. They have no way to stop what is happening. The deepest part of Aguer's dungeon. Procell, the fox-eared girl, and Kohaku step into the mist-filled chamber and find a hooded figure waiting. The figure says simply, "You are here." Procell faces the figure and names him, Aguer's. He wants answers about the raid, and he makes the stakes clear. Depending on what Aguer's says, war may be unavoidable. Kohaku steps forward and says something feels deeply wrong. The man in front of them does not feel like the Aguer's he knew. The figure's mouth curves into a grin. The hooded figure throws back his cloak and drops a limp, bound girl onto the floor. He tells Procell he has been tricked. The fox-eared girl shouts back immediately. The only person who got tricked was the one who grabbed a golem by mistake. The figure dismisses the mention of war with contempt. He drops the golem body and turns to face them with a face that has gone fully dark, eyes reduced to glowing white voids. His great self, he announces, has no obligation to play by the creator's rules. Kohaku's fur stands up. Procell feels it too, the same magical signature as the black demon lord radiating off this figure. A spectral image of a long-haired man rises behind the hooded form. Procell's thought arrives fast and cold. Then the figure smiles and says there is no need for war. The figure shouts awakening, and wings tear out from his back in a burst of light that throws everyone back. He commands the remnants of Aguer's demons to assemble. Procell watches the demons pour in, and his expression settles into something hard and focused. Aguer's rises above the arena on dark wings and declares he will kill Procell right here. Kohaku roars at him, asking what happened to the man he knew. Procell keeps his voice level and tells Kohaku he will handle the demons. As for Aguer's himself, someone else has that. Aguer's lunges at Procell with terrifying speed. Procell barely clears the path and reaches for his handgun. Aguer's grins and dares him to try. The fox-eared girl drops from above in a single clean arc, transformed, and drives a kick into Aguer's with enough force to shake the floor. She announces herself. Quina is his opponent now. Aguer's stares up at her from the ground, and the rage in his face is immediate. Quina launches forward and tells him she will not fall behind anymore. Aguer's screams that he will not be looked down on by the demon lord of creation's minion. Their fists collide, and the shockwave blows out in a circle. Aguer's lands a hit. Quina reels, and Procell shouts her name. He wonders if even Quina is not enough against an awakened Aguer's. Then Aguer's drives a dark claw through what he thinks is her chest. The body dissolves into fire. Aguer's hand passes through nothing. He looks up to find 3 copies of Quina floating around him, and one of them is bleeding from the impact he just delivered. He realizes too late. Fire illusions. All 3 illusions close in and hit simultaneously. Aguer's takes the blows from every direction, staggering, gritting his teeth. He is bleeding. He is still standing. Aguer's releases a wave of dark energy and blows every illusion apart in one pulse. He scans the room and points at the real Quina standing at a distance. The clones were destroyed in a single strike. Quina feels the weight of his magic power and knows she is looking at something genuinely dangerous. Kohaku steps in, apologizes to his former master under his breath, and fires the Tiger God's Thunder Needle, a concentrated beam of lightning that once dropped Duke in a single hit. Aguer's takes the full beam and stays upright, smoking, bleeding, barely standing but upright. Procell stares. Quina reaches into herself and pulls out everything she has left, a glowing orb forming in her palm. She says this ends now. Quina calls the attack, Scarlet Gold Dance. She throws herself forward and brings it down. Quina lands and turns to face what is left. Aguer's is still there. Then the cracks begin. His body starts to break apart from within, piece by piece, like porcelain giving out under pressure. Procell says simply, "It is over." Aguer's falls. He hits the stone floor and looks up at Procell and Kohaku with what is left of his eyes. He says this is as far as he goes, and that next time, surely. Then he says their names, both of them. The dark aura is gone. Aguer's face, cracked and leaking, is the face of someone who came back to himself too late. He apologizes. He says all of this happened because of his incompetence. Then he looks at Procell and says the thing he has been carrying. He was terrified of him. Demon Lords are pieces created by the Creator to develop humanity through conflict. It is a functional system, but it has cost countless lives on both sides. From birth, every Demon Lord lives under the constant threat of being destroyed by another. That fear is not a weakness. It is the condition of their existence. Aguer's describes watching Procell's power on display at the evening party and not being able to shake the image of that power turning against him. Kohaku, in a small chibi moment, insists Procell never bullies the weak. Aguer smiles at that, even as his face continues to crack. He says yes, that is true. But many Demon Lords, including himself, could not shake the fear, and that is how the Black Demon Lord got involved. Procell confirms it quietly. The Black Demon Lord is the mastermind. Aguer's, crumbling, asks Procell to laugh at him. He calls himself a fool. Procell does not laugh. He thinks about the pain of loss that drove him to build a city in the first place, and about the woman whose memory sits at the center of that decision. Procell looks Aguer's in the eye and tells him there is no way he would laugh. They are cut from the same cloth. Aguer's face shatters. The pieces rise and scatter. His last words drift through the room. Kohaku has chosen a wise master. Procell tells the empty air to rest in peace. Kohaku stands beside the dungeon crystal, the last remnant of Aguer's existence, and asks what to do with it. Procell's answer is immediate: destroy it. Kohaku does not want his former master's grave picked apart by adventurers. Procell understands. Procell returns to Avalon and is welcomed by Aura and the elderly demon lord in his suit. He tells them it was all thanks to Quina. Quina pumps her fist and announces she worked hard. Aura smiles and says she has some good news waiting. The good news. Stolas is awake. She sits outside under a fruit tree, looking up with quiet surprise as Procell approaches. She is not fully recovered yet, but she is conscious and present. Stolas thanks Procell for everything that happened while she was out. Procell tells her he looks forward to being repaid, and she laughs and promises she will. Then he turns back to the harder subject. Today's incident had a puppeteer, and the puppeteer was the Black Demon Lord, Baram. The elderly demon lord reacts with a sharp intake of breath. Procell lays it out. Baram will not stop. He will come again with new tactics, new demon lords to manipulate. They cannot keep waiting for the next move. Procell's fist closes. They will go on offense. First target, the Chris Kingdom, the last territory still under Rigdolg's influence. Quina takes a fighting stance and points forward, announcing herself as the opponent. A hooded figure in the shadows shouts back, ordering her out of the way. The hooded figure strikes the ground and the stone shatters. Quina leaps back from the shockwave. Procell watches the impact and calls out the ability, physical power enhancement, amplified by awakening. He warns Quina that taking that attack head-on will leave nothing. Quina catches the next punch in her open palm. The impact bursts between their hands and the hooded figure stares up at her in shock. She tells him it was not as big a deal as she expected. Queena's kick connects, and the hooded figure goes airborne. Procell watches Queena completely dominate an awakened opponent and realizes he would only get in the way. She was born from an original A-rank metal, an S-rank among S-ranks, but even he did not expect this level. He also remembers with a slightly blank expression that the only reason he survived her own awakening was the rule that a demon cannot act against their demon lord. Kohaku explains what Procell could not have known. Queena spent years wondering what her purpose was in a city full of indispensable people. Duke managed the dungeon. Rorono built its foundation. Aura grew its medicine. Queena decided she would become the one who protects Procell when everything else fails. She trained for it in every spare hour. Sparring sessions with Kohaku, Aura, and Fell, every day she was not needed elsewhere. That is where the strength came from. Procell looks at the cheerful face he has seen every day and realizes how much was hidden behind it. Queena shouts that this is the end and closes in. Queena fires Scarlet Jewel at point-blank range. The opponent is caught in the blast and screaming. Queena stands over the fallen Ageres and declares victory. Ageres disagrees. Dark energy begins rising from his body, and Queena's expression shifts as she senses something she was not expecting. If Ageres puts his life on the line, the power available to him changes entirely. Ageres himself shouts for them to run. His body is no longer responding to his own will. The dark energy tears outward in a shockwave that staggers Procell, Queena, and Kohaku across the chamber. Something has gone badly wrong. Procell shouts as Ageres' magic power spikes beyond anything awakening should allow. The power is destroying his body to fuel itself. Kohaku stares at the dark, disintegrating figure, and his voice drops. He says Ageres' name like he already knows what comes next. Ageres stands in the chamber as something no longer entirely himself. Hollow eyes, a void in his chest, dark tendrils rising from his back. The power of the Demon Lord has gone berserk. Kohaku explains the difference. Awakening pulls out a Demon Lord's true strength at a cost. Berserk is what happens when the Demon Lord loses control entirely and the magic power starts consuming their own life force. Once it starts, there is no coming back. Procell asks if Ageres can be saved. Kohaku says once they go berserk, no. Procell understands now why Marco warned him against overusing his own awakening. Kohaku's fury is not directed at Ageres. Ageres mastered awakening years ago. He would never have let it slip into berserk on his own. Someone forced this. Kohaku does not know who or where, but his roar shakes the stone walls. A voice cuts through the chaos. Ageres' berserk will only last a few minutes, but the power gap between this and awakening is not comparable. Procell and Kohaku face a timer and a threat that has stopped distinguishing between friend and enemy. Kohaku names the second ability of luxury, the power to absorb and steal strength from those he devours. In Berserk, Ageres does not even need to devour them. He is draining their power from a distance. Procell kneels between two dissolving demons and watches his own strength being pulled away. At this rate, their life force runs out before Ageres does. The Berserk figure says one word, kill. Queena attacks anyway. Ageres catches her, calls her struggle unsightly, and hits her before she can complete the motion. He grabs her by the throat, lifts her, and announces he will kill her first. Then he drives her into the stone wall hard enough to crack it. Queena's face is pressed against the stone, and the sound that comes out of her is not a word. Procell screams her name. Kohaku turns to Procell and tells him he has to use awakening, now. Procell hesitates, doubting whether his own power in a fight like this would do anything useful. The realization arrives. Procell does not need to fight. He drops to one knee, electricity crackling around him, and activates awakening. Not to fight, to give. A sphere of light detonates outward from Procell's position. Ageres is thrown back. At the center of the blast, Queena rises, suspended in the energy, absorbing everything Procell is pouring into her. Queena is his contracted demon. The connection between them bypasses every barrier. Procell's awakening does not make him stronger. It makes her stronger. He was never the weapon here. He was the power source. Queena blazes. She thanks Procell and activates Transform and Awakening simultaneously. She is done falling behind. Marco's dungeon, bottom level. Procell and Marco sit at a long dining table under the high ceilings of a formal hall. A winged maid moving quietly in the background. The fight with the Black Demon Lord is coming, and they both know it. Of the three kingdoms under Rigdol's influence, only the Chris Kingdom remains. Procell explains the situation. Cutting that kingdom free cuts off Baram's last source of human power. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme is not just building a city anymore. He is dismantling an empire. Marco stretches and gives her read on the situation. If Bahram tries to stop them by force, they respond with force. She spent years faking her death and hiding in seclusion to stay off his radar. Now she is done hiding. She is in Procell's army, and she is ready. Procell asks her to tell him everything she knows about Bahram. There is a clear power gap between Procell's forces and Bahram's, but he does not want to be caught off guard. Marco picks up a piece of meat from her plate and begins with the basics. How demon lords feed. Most demon lords use gold and treasure as bait to draw humans into their dungeons. Their demons fight the humans, and the demon lord feeds on the resulting pain and despair. Marco notes that even Procell's city fits this framework, just with hope as the nourishment instead of suffering. He acknowledges it. He can do what he wants, but only within the bounds of his territory. Bahram broke that boundary. His power extends outside his dungeon through the Rigdolg religion, giving him control over kingdoms and armies. Procell's eye goes wide. Marco confirms it. Bahram is the only demon lord operating fully outside the framework the creator established, using human believers as an extension of his own will. The religion sends brainwashed pilgrims to his dungeon to harvest their magic power. It sends human armies against other demon lords to bypass the rules of war entirely. Procell stares at the table and says what he thinks. Bahram must have loved it, manipulating the humans he despises into doing his work and calling it faith. Marco laughs and says it is like watching someone rebel against God. She admits she is a little nervous now that she has framed it that way. Then she asks Procell why he thinks Bahram would go this far. Procell wonders aloud. Marco suggests it might be for the sake of weaker demon lords, which is the part that does not quite fit. Procell and Marco compare notes on Dantalion, the time demon lord, and his unusual distance from Bahram. Procell initially assumed they were aligned. Marco points out that Dantalion appears to be actively avoiding the Black Demon Lord. That changes the picture. Marco remembers something Dantalion mentioned. Bahram's trump card. Procell's expression tightens. He realizes Agares was a victim of exactly that trump card. Whatever it is more dangerous than he had estimated. Procell turns the silver pocket watch over in his hand, the one Dantalion gave him. A single use, capable of stopping time. He understands now why Dantalion gave away something so valuable. Bahram's trump card can overturn any advantage. The watch was insurance against a moment where nothing else works. Procell sits on his throne and thinks it through. The Chris Kingdom is Bahram's last lifeline. Losing it means losing the religion's last stronghold, and Bahram knows it. He will not let it go without showing up personally. That is when the battle between creation and black finally happens. Procell returns to Avalon. The elderly demon lord and Aura are waiting outside the main building to welcome him back. He asks for the current situation. The Chris Kingdom has cut off all contact with Avalon since Bahram's new ban, but Procell's team worked around it through the Axilla and Relic Kingdoms as intermediaries, and sent purifying apple wine along with the message. Aura stands beside a row of barrels with a satisfied smile. The wine that broke Rigdolg's grip on Axilla is heading for the last kingdom. The approach worked. An invitation for discussions arrived through Axilla Kingdom. Procell and the elderly demon lord review the details. The meeting place is Chris Kingdom itself. Procell pauses on that. Going to the enemy's base is a different calculation than the previous two kingdoms. Procell thinks through the risks. He cannot tell which citizens are still under Bahram's brainwashing, and the demons could come from any direction. The elderly demon lord notes they had it easy with Axilla and Relic. This time, the trap could be anywhere. Procell builds his plan, Quina for protection, Relia's song and Aura's wine to purify the citizens during the visit. He will also ask Rorono to engineer a device that can seal Bahram's abilities. The watch from Dantalion sits in the back of his mind as a last resort. Bahram's trump card is the one variable he cannot plan around completely. Procell finds Stolas waiting by a window, floating lightly as she notices him return. He asks after Marcosius, the woman he loves who is still confined and bored. He hopes to end this battle quickly so he can finally walk the city with her. Stolas tells him Marcosius looked fine, just restless. The elderly demon lord nearby makes a quiet remark about insensitivity being a sin, which Procell does not fully register. Stolas goes bright red when Procell asks directly how she is feeling. She recovers enough to report that she is almost fully healed. Then she clenches her fist and tells him she is fighting alongside him against Bahram. He ruined her first war. She intends to collect. Procell acknowledges her wind ability has already been invaluable. Then he grabs her hands and tells her he needs her right now, for the upcoming discussion. Stolas goes completely still. Her face does something complicated. The word right now is doing a lot of work in that sentence, and she is not sure she is processing it correctly. Chris Kingdom. The city is large, clean, and buzzing with life in a way that even impresses Procell. The fox-eared girl beside him stares at the architecture and calls it beautiful. Procell admits it is livelier than Avalon. The biggest of the three kingdoms earned that reputation. A magical communication bubble opens near Procell's face. The girl inside it, watching from a different dimension, reports that suspicious figures have already formed a perimeter around him in the streets. Aura and the others stationed throughout the city are sending the same report. Procell acknowledges it and keeps walking. The throne room of Chris Kingdom. Procell and the fox-eared girl sit before the king, flanked by guards along the walls. Procell keeps his reed to himself. The Chris Kingdom is Bahram's final fortress, and whatever is set up here was planned in advance. The king smiles and says it is a pleasure to meet them. At the banquet table, Procell works through the timing. The royalty are useful to Bahram as pieces on the board. He will not risk them during the meeting itself. The attack, if it comes, will be after. The fox-eared girl leans over and reports quietly that the brainwashing on everyone present has already been cleared by the apple wine. Procell nods. The king is genuinely grateful. The mediation with the Dragon Demon Lord and the financial support have been lifelines. But he explains that the Rigdolg religion has deep roots in Chris Kingdom, deeper than in Axela or Relic. He does not think they can simply abandon it the way the other kingdoms did. Procell tells him it will be fine with television. The citizens will choose Avalon over Rigdolg on their own, given time and access. The king says he is very confident. Then the king's eyes go dark and hollow, and something that is not the king says, "How disgusting." A hooded shadow rises behind the throne. The king's hand closes around Procell's throat. Procell grabs at the arm and looks into those eyes, the same vacant, shattered darkness he saw in Agar's at the end. Quina shouts his name. Procell's mind lands on the conclusion. Bahram's trump card is already active. A pillar of light detonates from the dome of the great cathedral at the center of the city, punching straight into the sky. Concentric rings of energy expand outward. Quina stares at it and her face goes pale. Ritual magic. Over 100 participants. The magic circle fills the sky above Chris Kingdom, massive and complex, surrounded by flying demons. Procell shouts in disbelief. Bahram is going to eliminate the royalty too. To Bahram, humans are livestock. The royalty are no different. He will burn down his own pieces if the board requires it. Quina makes her decision. Even if it costs her everything, she will protect Procell. The blast comes down. The city takes the hit. Columns of light and black smoke rise above the rooftops of Chris Kingdom. Procell wakes up in the rubble. Blood runs from his eye and from his mouth. He looks at his hands and asks himself how he is still alive. Quina is face down in a pool of dark blood, cracks spreading across her skin. She turns her head and tells him she is glad she managed to protect him. Then she says it seems like this is the end for her. Quina shatters. Her body breaks into glowing shards that scatter on the wind. The last thing she says is goodbye. Procell sits in the rubble and screams. Shadow demons close in from every direction and pin Procell to the ground, one hand pressing his head into the stone. A figure in a long black cloak emerges from a dark pool and tells him to behave. He is in the presence of the king. Bahram stands over Procell and calls him pitiful. Procell looks up through blood and tears and says his name like an accusation. Procell screams at Bahram for what he did to Quina, to his companion. Bahram's mouth curves into a smile. He crouches over Procell and asks him a single question. Do you hate me right now? Procell's eye goes wide with the realization. Marco's warning comes back to him. Never show dark emotions in front of Bahram. The trump card activates on hatred, on fear, on any dark emotion directed at him. Procell just handed it over. Bahram spreads his arms in the dark and explains it plainly. Once the requirements are met, even a demon lord cannot escape. Procell reaches for the silver watch. Bahram kicks it out of his hand before it opens. It spins across the stone floor and a heavy boot comes down on it, shattering the glass. The last resort is gone. Bahram walks away and informs Procell that his companions are occupied with the demons he seeded throughout all three kingdoms. There is no rescue coming. He turns back and says it is over. Procell reaches out and screams Bahram's name. A shadow hand descends. Procell falls face down and Bahram stands over him in the ruins. Procell kneels with empty black eyes and addresses Bahram as master. He asks for his command. Bahram looks down at him and smiles. The Black Demon Lord's trump card. domination through dark emotions. It requires animosity directed at Bahram to activate, but once it locks in, not even a demon lord can break free. The face on the ground is not Procell anymore. It is a puppet. Bahram laughs until he runs out of breath. He won. Procell, the demon lord of creation, is completely under his control. He says it out loud because he needs to hear it. Bahram makes Procell raise his hand, do a handstand, and bark like a dog on all fours. He says this feels good. Then he gets to the point. Summon every demon you brought to Chris Kingdom. The controlled Procell calls out two names. Aura and Relia materialize. Aura and Relia appear and immediately see what has happened to Procell. Bahram notes there are only two and moves past it. His next order: have your demons obey me. The controlled Procell answers yes. Relia grimaces as a dark mark spreads across her face. Aura sweats and fights it, calling out to her master. Bahram explains the logic. A demon cannot disobey their demon lord, and the demon lord now answers to him. He spreads his arms over the three of them and announces he holds the strongest power of creation and all his demons. Bahram is already planning the next move. He will have Procell summon the rest of Avalon's demons, then use that combined force to defeat the Time and Dragon demon lords. The entire faction that stood between him and dominance turned against itself. Aura says you wish and launches herself at Bahram before the sentence is finished. The strike connects before he can process that it happened. Bahram looks at the stump where his left arm used to be. He has time to say what before a massive cube of water erupts from the ground and encases him completely. He floats inside it, screaming. Bahram shouts through the water, demanding to know why Aura and Relia are not under his control. He looks at the blank-faced figure he thought was Procell and realizes the answer is already wrong. The controlled Procell stands still and says nothing. Bahram's certainty begins to crack. The figure that looks like Procell begins to shift, surrounded by liquid energy. Bahram stares through the water and the thought arrives. That is not Procell. Footsteps on stone. The real Procell walks toward the cage from behind Bahram, calm and unhurried. He asks if Bahram had a nice dream. Bahram turns and his eye goes wide. Procell tells him he made a good move. Everything up to this moment went exactly as Bahram planned. It is just that Procell was one step ahead. Procell stands with Stolas and the fox-eared girl beside him, facing the trapped Bahram. 3 against 1, and the one is in a water prison. Stolas explains the trick. The Procell that Bahram dominated was a copy she created with her wind ability. Bahram grits his teeth. He had put Stolas out of commission during the last war, specifically to prevent something like this. Stolas smiles and tells him too bad. Procell's treatment got her back on her feet. Stolas winks and tells Bahram this is payback for ruining her first war. Bahram's composure shatters. Procell acknowledges that he could not save the royalty, and that the trap was better than he expected. But the insurance held. Procell asks Bahram why he involved the royalty and then sacrificed them. They believed in him. They did everything he asked. Bahram laughs and calls them livestock. Followers of Rigdolg are still livestock. That fact does not change based on their devotion. Bahram reveals what Procell suspected. The Rigdolg religion is a hoax he invented. He built it to make humans worship a demon lord as their god. He calls his followers fools, calls the royalty sacrificial pieces, and spreads his arms like he is accepting applause. Procell, Stolas, and the fox-eared girl watch him in silence. Procell says, "I see." Procell holds up a video camera. Bahram has no idea what it is. Procell tells him it has recorded everything he just said, and simultaneously it has been broadcasting. Bahram's confession plays on screens across the world. People in town squares, in taverns, in the streets of Chris Kingdom, all staring up at a man calling them livestock and admitting the religion they built their lives around was a lie he made up. The faces in the crowd go through several stages, none of them calm. The roar of human anger reaches the cage. The fox-eared girl covers her ears and says it is incredible. Procell tells her what it is. Every person who just learned the truth about Rigdolg, all at once. Bahram's water prison shakes with the sound. The Avalon Broadcast Center keeps the confession on repeat. Reports come in that Rigdolg churches are being burned down by their own former followers. Procell turns to Bahram and delivers the verdict. The Rigdolg religion is finished. Procell walks Bahram through the inventory. The Holy City dungeon crystal is intact, but everything around it was razed by the Dragon Demon Lord's invasion. The old demon lords who allied with him have walked away. The ritual magic demons were the last of his combat power. Procell pauses and looks up. The ritual demons are already down. The elderly demon lord in his suit reports that all of them have been eliminated, with the dragons handling the aerial units. Bahram stares at the fallen bird demons around his cage and his face goes to pieces. Procell tells Bahram he is out of moves. The people he tricked, laughed at, and whose king he killed are on their way. He is handing Bahram over to them. The crowd of common people roaring in the distance confirms the timeline. Bahram's face contorts with rage at the idea of being destroyed by livestock. Procell looks down and says it plainly. This is the end. Bahram screams his name. Procell repeats it, word for word. The people you tricked and whose king you killed are coming, and he is handing Bahram over to them. Bahram stands in his cage of liquid bars and stares through them at the man who just dismantled everything he built. Bahram is not done. He is not ending up as livestock justice. He needs a shadow to dive into, the same escape he used when the dragon demon lord attacked. He scans the cage and his stomach drops. The water prison is transparent. There is no shadow anywhere close enough to reach. Bahram clutches his head and runs through options. The nearest shadow is too far. Then a voice from outside shouts, "There he is." The angry crowd arrives with torches. A man at the front identifies Bahram as the leader of Rigdolg, and the shouting turns into something else entirely. Procell and the fox-eared girl watch from the foreground as the crowd surges. Bahram clicks his teeth. Bahram punches the liquid bars and sends water spraying. He shouts through the cage at Procell. A battle between demon lords does not end like this. He declares war, an official war by the rules. Procell refuses. Old demon lords cannot force new demon lords into a war before their first year has passed. Bahram has broken every rule available to him, and now he wants to invoke the ones that benefit him. Procell turns away and says he refuses the war. Procell starts to tell Bahram this is the end. Then something in the air shifts, and Procell stops mid-sentence. He recognizes the feeling. A dark explosion erupts between them. The creator's voice announces that the declaration of war from the Black Demon Lord has been confirmed. Procell shouts that it is impossible. The prohibition still applies. Bahram, kneeling in the rubble, grins and explains the loophole. The moment a new demon lord injures an old demon lord or his demons, the prohibition lifts. Bahram lists the evidence. Procell's forces defeated his minions repeatedly, and Aura just took his arm. Every one of those actions contributed to lifting the prohibition. Procell stares at the ground and absorbs the reality. Bahram engineered the entire chain of events to reach this exact moment. Procell points at Bahram and accepts. If Bahram wants a war that badly, he will end him personally. Bahram kneels in the rubble and smiles, reminding Procell that once a war starts, there is no canceling it, no surrendering halfway. This time, Procell cannot walk away. The war between Black and Creation is confirmed. 9 days from now, the Creator's voice adds one last line. "Show me how bright you shine, children of the stars." Bahram vows to win this time. He will take Procell's power and his demons. Then he dissolves into shadow and vanishes, leaving a swirl of dark energy where he stood. The fox-eared girl shouts, asking where he went. Nobody has an answer. Bahram runs through a dark forest, laughing. He survived. He has insurance. A contract with Belial, the demon lord of despair, signed years ago when Bahram saved Belial's life. The terms were simple. In an emergency, Belial gives Bahram his body. Bahram activates possession, his original ability, and prepares to abandon his current body. Procell's opponent in the war will be an empty shell with no soul inside it. The real Bahram will disappear into Belial's body, hide his identity, and spend whatever time he needs, gathering enough power to finish what he started. He throws his head back and laughs. A man with long dark hair and solid black eyes stands in a desolate swamp, surrounded by bleached dead trees. He looks out over the stagnant water and realizes something is missing. The dungeon of despair should be here. An adventurer walking the path explains it to him. A famous adventurer just defeated the demon lord of despair and destroyed the crystal. The dungeon is gone. The black-eyed man's eye goes wide. A flashback shows the armored adventurer standing over the shattered crystal in the collapsing dungeon. Belial is dead. The adventurer waves goodbye and walks off, lamenting the lost scavenging opportunity. The black-eyed man stands alone in the swamp and says the words slowly. Despair is dead. Then his face does everything at once. Bahram, now in the black-eyed body, runs through the situation. His combat power is gone. The other demon lords who allied with him have been keeping their distance since he took Agara's ability by force. Building a new army from his remaining magic power is not viable. He is going to have to fight a war against Procell with nothing. He kneels in the swamp, his ambition, his salvation. A vision of a woman in a nun's habit, blonde hair falling past her veil, looks back at him over her shoulder with a gentle expression. Whatever she represents to him, it is already gone. The bitterness turns into something else. The strong ones always accept the system because it benefits them, and they step on everyone else. Bahram kneels under the full moon, and the word kill repeats in his head until it becomes a rhythm. He is not done. Back in Avalon, the city is humming. Rorono reports that golem and gun production rates are up. Aura holds a box of potions and announces the same. The fox-eared girl punches the air and announces they are ready to go. The elderly demon lord notes that everyone is in high spirits. The final battle is coming. Procell is ready. His city has been growing since day one, and the casino accelerated the magic power accumulation beyond anything he originally projected. Marco, he thinks, will be surprised by the number. He clenches his fist. Then Rorono stares at him with wide eyes and asks if he really earned that much. Procell is mid-sentence about defeating Bahram when the creator's voice cuts in. A notification. The war between Black and Creation has been cancelled. Procell looks up. The reason is simple. It is no longer possible to hold the event, which means the Black Demon Lord is dead. A body lies face down on a pale, desolate shore under a gray sky, long hair spread around it, cloak tattered and still. The war will not happen. It already ended. A week has passed since the Black Demon Lord died. Procell stands on a cliff overlooking Avalon and confirms what the creator's notification told him. He suspected a trick at first. It was not. Bahram is gone. The city-planning Dark Lord is still here. The fox-eared girl staggers in under a tower of rolled scrolls. Every one of them is a letter from a different demon lord asking to join Procell's faction. Procell's face is the face of a man who did not ask for this. He says, "Again, huh?" The elderly demon lord explains it with visible pride. The other demon lords have done the math and realized that compliance is safer than opposition. Procell stares at the phrase Procell faction and notes he does not remember founding one. A white-haired woman places a hand on his shoulder and tells him the answer is simple. Nobody could beat him, so they stopped trying. Marco has arrived via the teleportation circle connected to her dungeon. She spent years faking her death to stay off Bahram's radar. Now that he is gone, she is done hiding. She mentions that she came to collect on a promise. Marco touches the necklace Procell gave her and reminds him of the promise attached to it. He would invite her to his city. She asks if now is a good time. Procell, caught off guard, says, "Right now?" Marco looks at him and says yes. A date, Procell. Procell's face goes somewhere it has not been before. They walk the city streets together. Marco looks at everything with genuine delight. They visit shops, browse goods, and the hope-eating eccentric plays tour guide through his own modern city dungeon. The casino. Marco sits down at the card table and proceeds to win an amount that requires a sheet to cover. She sits on top of the pile with her arm raised in triumph, while Procell and the man with the monocle stare at her with expressions of professional concern. Relia performs on stage under bright lights, and the crowd presses forward with glow sticks raised. The fox-eared girl is in the front row shouting loud enough for everyone around her to hear. Avalon at full capacity sounds like this. Marco drains her glass and announces she enjoyed it thoroughly. The city is clean, the security is real, and humans and demons share the same streets without incident. A fox-eared waitress carries mugs through a crowd of laughing customers. This is what the Dungeon Mayor Supreme actually built. Procell raises a glass at a table full of people who are not supposed to coexist and tells them this city only works because of all of them. He means it. He wants to repay that by running the city well for as long as he can. The night air smells like food and lamp oil and something that might be hope. Marco watches him from across the table and thinks about the first time she heard him talk about feeding on hope and smiles. She thought it was an interesting thing to say. Looking at the city now, she understands it was a blueprint. Marco stretches and admits she feels like an idiot for running a blood-soaked dungeon all these years. Procell asks if other demon lords might imitate his approach eventually. Marco says probably, but none of them will be as good at it. Procell says that is fine. Everyone living together with a smile is what matters. Marco thinks quietly that a faction built around that principle might not be such a bad idea. Procell explains the current city layout over wine. Above ground holds the mine, the city, and reserved flatland. Underground holds the interception floor, the factories, and more reserve space. Marco listens and nods. The city planning Dark Lord is never off the clock. The population is growing faster than the current footprint can handle. Procell plans to expand into the reserved lands, increase farm and factory staff, and open a new theater with performances from troops all over the world. Skeleton chefs are already running the underground kitchens at scale. Procell floats his long-term vision, building outside the crystal's reach entirely. Marco confirms it is theoretically possible, since the city's buildings were not made with magic to begin with. Procell lights up like someone just told him he can keep going. He announces he is doing all the expansion he can. Procell starts talking about public transportation, and then remembers the water and sewer system has been in the plan for ages and pivots mid-sentence. He is gesturing with both hands now. Marco watches him with a warm expression and does not interrupt. The night has gotten late without either of them noticing. Procell apologizes for getting carried away. Marco tells him she enjoyed it. Then she pauses and asks if he will go out with her again tomorrow. Procell asks where they are going. The next day, the Dungeon of Time. A man with long hair and a monocle, wearing a white cloak with clock ornaments, meets them at the entrance. He tells Marco it has been a while since her last visit, and that he knows what she wants. A hidden path opens in the stone wall. They descend a wide spiral staircase into the dark. The man with the monocle asks Procell what he knows about the Flame Demon Lord. He describes Ammon as someone who stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Generation, close to the current strongest trio, and a genuine rival. Then he adds, he had a conflict with him over Marco, and left him for dead. A massive ornate door stands at the bottom of the stairs. The man with the monocle explains that Ammon's grave lies beyond it, and that he used his power of time to preserve Ammon's form after death. He admits that his ego did not want to lose him. The door grinds open. Inside, a muscular man with long hair and a scar lies on a stone slab as if sleeping. The man with the monocle names him Ammon, the Flame Demon Lord. Marco turns to Procell and tells him she wants him to know what happened between them. Procell looks at the sleeping figure and, with a completely flat expression, says he does not really want to hear stories about her ex. Marco's reaction is immediate and loud. He was not her ex. The man with the monocle observes this exchange and keeps his thoughts to himself. Procell admits he was joking and agrees to listen. A flashback opens. Ammon standing in a sea of fire, arms out, a cape with flame designs billowing behind him. Marco describes him as a man feared across the Demon Lord world for waging war after war. One day, Ammon came for Marco. The war ran for 72 hours and ended in a draw under the old time limit rules. Ammon stood over the aftermath and told her she had done well, surviving his army without a faction behind her. The man with the monocle notes that the time limit was later abolished because demon lords kept stalling for draws. The story of Ammon is just beginning. The memory surfaces without warning. Ammon, grinning wide enough to split the room, reaching out and declaring he would make Marco his wife on the spot. Back in the present, Procell's face does several things at once, none of them dignified. Marco buries her face while the man with the monocle delivers the verdict with the flat calm of someone reading a weather report. Ammon could always turn a defeated enemy into a best friend, and today was no different. That is how the 4 strongest pillars was born. Ammon was the sun they all orbited, loud and magnetic and impossible to ignore. He gathered them one by one, the man with the monocle included, each one caught by that same irresistible force. Ammon slams a mug down and calls another victory, and for a while the table is full. Ammon's ambition was never small. He looked at a world full of demon lords and saw a problem. Too many crowns, not enough greatness. He pointed upward and announced his solution. He would devour every demon lord in existence and become the single greatest demon lord the world had ever known. He clenched his fist like a man who had already won. The dragon-headed member of their circle shook at the implications, demanding to know if Ammon planned to replace the creator himself. Ammon snapped his fingers and laughed it off. He had not forgotten their duty as children of the stars. The problem, he explained, was that his flame was simply too much for humans to handle on their own. And here was the rule Procell had not known. Destroy a demon lord's crystal, and you inherit their unique ability. Procell turns that rule over in his mind. He knows it firsthand. The abilities he carries now, steel, evil, viscosity, noble, all came from crystals he shattered. The ones he obliterated with a bomb to save Marco left nothing to inherit. Astaroth confirms the rest. Ammon was collecting abilities the same way, one defeated lord at a time. Then a fist slams down, and Ammon's voice echoes across the memory. With every ability he claims, he is one step closer to omnipotence. The dragon character accuses Ammon of wanting to become a god. Ammon laughs hard enough to shake the hall. That is not the goal at all. His logic is simpler and stranger. If one demon lord shoulders the duty of guiding all humanity instead of leaving it to chance encounters, is that not just more efficient? He wants to be a better child of the stars. The dragon stares at him, completely lost. Astaroth cuts through the laughter with the obvious question. If they are best friends now, does Aemon plan to fight them eventually? Aemon does not deny it. He just pivots to the subject of excellent aids, which Astaroth finds insulting, and the dragon tries to calm everyone down. Then Aemon spots the fox-eared woman drinking from her mug and announces, with absolute certainty, that a king also needs a wife. He does not just say it. He produces a jeweled hair ornament set with a massive ruby, pressing Marco to give him a good answer today. Astaroth and the dragon nearly choke. Aemon explains the logic cheerfully. He defeated the stone demon lord this morning, took the gem-shaping ability, and made this for her. Astaroth points out, with visible pain, that it is essentially a stolen gift. Aemon does not see the problem. Then Astaroth drops the other fact on the table. Dan also has feelings for Marco. The dragon, Dan, immediately panics at being outed. Aemon's response is to burst into laughter and declare them rivals. Dan slumps. The chaos settles into something that looks almost like camaraderie, and Procell watches from the edge of it all, bewildered by every single person in this memory. Standing beside Aemon's coffin now, Procell admits he could not always keep up with the man. Marco smiles at that, soft and a little sad. She calls Aemon straightforward, and then she calls Procell the same, straightforward about his city. She touches her hair and says she may simply be weak to that type. Procell declines to comment. Aemon is included in that category, and that makes the sentence complicated. Marco never gave Aemon an answer. She never gave Dan one either. She held the question at arm's length for years, because answering it meant breaking something she did not want to lose. The four of them walked together through rowdy, irreplaceable days, and then, without warning, everything shattered. A moonlit beach, a letter in hand, Marco walking toward Aemon's silhouette. She teased him about proposing again. She was smiling when she said it. Then a hand came out of nowhere and struck her across the face, and the smile was gone. The blast sent Marco flying through the forest clearing, and the ruby hair ornament shattered against the ground. She hit the earth bleeding, and looked up at Aemon's arm already drawing back for another strike. The flame he was using was not his own. He was serious. He was not waging a formal war. He genuinely wanted her dead. The explosion tore a crater into the stone. Aemon reached into the smoke and found nothing. Dan had already moved, pulling Marco out of the blast radius, holding her while she caught her breath. Aemon looked at the empty space and said only that she was not there. Dan had been watching Aemon for weeks, tracking something wrong in his behavior. This confirmed it. Aemon was under someone's control. Procell goes cold at the name Marco speaks next, the Black Demon Lord, whose ability could completely dominate any demon lord it caught. Procell cannot believe someone strong enough to control Aemon even existed. The Black Demon Lord turned Aemon into a puppet. Why, nobody knows. Both Aemon and Black are dead now, and the truth went with them. The flashback lands on its hardest image. Aemon face down in the clearing, Dan standing over him, Marco further back. Marco's narration does not soften it. They defeated Aemon. No, they killed him. He could not be stopped any other way. Marco screamed at Dan to use his time-rewinding ability to bring Aemon back before the corruption ever took hold. Dan's glasses were cracked, blood on his mouth, and he looked at her with something that was not grief. He said no, he would not bring Aemon back to life. Dan's first reason was practical. Black had corrupted Aemon too long for any rewind to reach. His second reason was not. Even if he could, he still would not. He hated him. Marco's face went from shock to fury, and her hand came up to strike. The thing Dan said next cost him something, and he said it anyway. The four strongest pillars became three, and then less than that. Black had quietly seized control of Marco's and Dan's factions before either of them noticed, and his religion gave him human armies on top of that. The dragon faction was deliberately left alone. Astaroth, without a faction, could have moved against Black, but the creator's absolute surveillance forced him into formal war. Black had walled in every exit. Marco turns from the memory of all of it and looks at Procell directly. She tells him everything she has said is everything there is to say about Aemon and the others. Their fate was bound to Black's from the beginning. There was always a rift. She clasps her hands near her heart, and her voice goes quiet. Procell ended it. Thank you. Procell turns over everything he has just heard. The monocled figure notes that Dentalion is probably still hiding something, and Procell privately agrees but sees no way to reach it. In the large hall, the question of Astaroth's absence comes up. Procell invited him. No reply came. He tells them not to worry about it. Somewhere else, a monstrous figure is staring at something that should not be possible. The human army did not retreat. Worse, they are not fighting like soldiers anymore. Their eyes are wrong, their movements are wrong, and they are not stopping. The monstrous figure shouts the question into the chaos. What are these people? Then the figure's own dragons turn on it. Two massive beasts, glowing-eyed and feral, loom overhead with their mouths open. The figure stumbles back. Its own monsters. The question it screams into the air is the one nobody in this chapter has been able to answer yet. What in the world is happening? Procell stands before his growing city and lets the full picture settle. By defeating the Black Demon Lord, he accidentally closed a decades-old wound between Aemon, Marco, and the others. The threat that bound them all in grief is gone. That means only one thing. He returns to the work. The Demon Lord's city building continues. Construction scaffolding climbs the sides of new multi-story buildings while workers swarm every level. Wheat fields stretch to the horizon under a clear sky. In the streets, mechanical golems haul pipe sections into freshly dug trenches, while human workers direct the work around them. Procell reviews blueprints with a young elf-eared girl, and both of them like what they see. The Horned Advisor admits he did not expect the city to grow this fast. Procell is already moving to the next problem. The ledger shows a drop in golems and hippogriffs, and the advisor delivers the reason. More and more of them are getting caught in human conflicts during transport runs. The city's lifelines are taking casualties. The conflict is spreading south from the north, where the Rigdolg religion and the Chris Kingdom used to stand. Both have collapsed, and the power vacuum left behind is violent and spreading. The advisor points to the map. The arrows all move in the same direction, toward Procell's city. Procell considers pulling his transport services entirely, then immediately rules it out. Cutting the city's connection to the outside world would hurt everyone inside it more than the conflict hurts anyone outside. He decides to send a messenger bird instead, asking Stolas whether she has heard anything from her dungeon in the north. The bird launches over the rooftops and disappears. Relia arrives the way she always does, sliding down a translucent water tentacle in the middle of a city square while bystanders scatter. She cuts Procell off before he can speak. She was already on her way to investigate. The ocean singers she had stationed near the Chris Kingdom have gone silent, and they are like sisters to her. Procell tells his horned advisor he is going, and will report back, then departs. Meanwhile, a light-haired woman with a bow flies through a dark portal toward the Chris Kingdom, a place she last visited when they cornered the Black Demon Lord. She descends toward the stone towers, and her expression shifts the moment she clears the gate. The courtyard is full of bodies, men and women in simple clothes, swords lying near their hands. The woman kneels beside one and reads the wounds. The dead attacked each other. The townspeople killed each other. She stays crouched over the corpse and cannot find a single explanation that makes sense. Something black and jagged drops out of the sky toward her. She has a fraction of a second to recognize it as water magic before the explosion tears through the courtyard. She throws herself sideways as the blast swallows the spot where she was standing. 3 figures stand in the smoke. They look like women, long-haired and pale, but their eyes are hollow black and their skin has the wet sheen of something pulled from deep water. Ocean singers. They repeat the same word in unison, flat and endless: kill. The woman scrambles to her feet and tries to reach the portal home. One of them is already blocking the way. Back in Avalon, a massive bald man staggers through the gates carrying 2 unconscious companions, blood streaming down his face, screaming for Procell to save them. The Horned Advisor takes one look and orders them to the ICU. Procell turns to the man, who is barely standing, and asks what kind of monster they were fighting. The man's answer stops everything. The man confesses through tears. He was the one who cut them down, his own party. Procell and the advisor stare at him. The flashback shows 4 adventurers celebrating around an open treasure chest, laughing, and then the man's face as something changed inside him. He could not explain it. One moment he was celebrating with the person in front of him, and the next he hated everything about them. He attacked. The others tried to stop him. He attacked them too. Now he grabs Procell by the shoulders and begs, offering his own life in exchange for theirs. Procell tells him to calm down. He is injured too. The light-haired woman crashes back through the portal, soaking wet and torn up, landing on the floor with a laugh that has no humor in it. Procell stares at her injuries. She reports the situation in 2 sentences. The ocean singers have lost their minds, and she had to fight them to get out. She opens her hand and shows 3 small black spheres. She did not kill the singers. Their cores are intact, which means they can be revived. But look at what she pulled from them. Something pitch black is spreading through the cores, and that corruption is what drove everyone mad. The corruption is not complete yet. The Horned Advisor moves immediately to prepare Aura's purification potion. Procell stares at the black corruption, and the pieces click into a shape he does not want to see. This is spreading faster than he thought. The person responsible should be dead. He is certain of that. Then the ground shakes, and a massive white armored dragon lands in the city square, its wings blotting out the sky. A female figure lies collapsed near Procell's feet. Stolas appears, clutching Procell's arm, her voice cracking. She cannot reach Astaroth. She does not know where he is. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Procell looks up and his eyes go wide. Above them, enormous claws descend. The world goes white. Procell and Stolas find themselves standing in an empty void, and then footsteps approach from the distance. An old man with a long white beard and dark robes walks toward them. Procell recognizes him immediately, the Creator. Procell asks the obvious question, was the Creator behind the chaos? The old man says no, and looks genuinely downcast about it. He was too slow to recognize what was happening. By the time he did, a disease had already spread across the entire world. He says it plainly, without softening it. It is already too late. The Creator turns, and behind him floats the earth, a whole planet suspended in darkness. He states his decision without ceremony. He will cut off this world. Procell's pupils go wide and stop moving. Procell and Stolas stand on a grid overlaid across the surface of the world itself, and Procell demands an explanation in plain language. The Creator turns the question back on him. Someone as smart as creation must already have a guess. Procell shouts that he does not understand what is happening and needs the Creator to explain it. Procell says the name out loud, the Black Demon Lord. The Creator confirms it immediately. Stolas cannot believe it. Black is dead. Procell says so himself. The Creator told them so. The Creator does not deny any of that. The Creator watched Black closely from the moment he declared war, because Black had always found ways to slip through the rules. His plan was to transfer his soul into the Despair Demon Lord's body and reincarnate into someone else entirely. But the Despair Demon Lord died first, and the plan collapsed. Black died in rage, spitting resentment at Procell until the end. The Creator stopped watching at that point. That was the mistake. The fury that killed Black did not die with him. It woke everything he had ever been, and without a body to destroy, that power had nowhere to go except outward. Black's ability was always control through dark emotion. Now it runs without a mind behind it, spreading north to south, turning every person and creature it touches against everyone around them. A dark wall of energy rolls across the horizon toward a city by a river. The despair buffet gone wrong is now feeding itself. The Creator confirms it simply. Black is taking control of the world. There is no will directing it anymore. Everyone consumed by the power kills everything in sight, and then the next wave takes them, and the cycle continues. A field of bodies stretches in every direction. The world ends by arithmetic. Everyone kills everyone until there is no one left. Procell pushes back on the logic. A berserk awakening should burn itself out in minutes. It destroys the host body and ends. The Creator raises a skull-like image to answer. This berserk had no body to destroy. It started as a soul, and now it spreads freely, madness without a container, growing instead of burning out. Even the Creator cannot stop it now. The Creator has 11 other worlds. He cannot allow this one's madness to reach them. He holds the world like a small glowing sphere in his palm, his eyes going white, and announces his solution. He will erase this world. A giant hand reaches toward the sphere. The Creator tells Procell to consider this warning a reward for the entertainment he has provided. Make the final moments count. Stolas says no way. Procell clenches his jaw and says something that is not a prayer. Procell sees his city, the monsters and humans building it together, the coexistence that actually works, the enemies finally gone, all of it. He looks at the Creator and says no, he will not let it end this way. Procell shouts it directly at the Creator. He will not let this world be erased. The Creator's shadow expands across the ground, a dark mass spreading beneath Procell and Stolas, and the old man watches with something that looks like amusement. He asks if Procell really dares to bare his fangs at his own Creator. He says it entertains him. A massive multi-limbed monster erupts from the darkness, towering over everything. Stolas shouts that this is impossible. The creator announces he will accelerate the world's end with Procell's defeat. Procell looks up at the thing and tells the creator calmly that he is mistaken. Nobody said anything about fighting. Procell stands in front of the monster and announces his actual plan. He will remove the Black Demon Lord's madness from the world entirely. If he does that, the creator has no reason to erase anything. The creator goes silent. The creator asks if Procell is genuinely claiming he can do something even the creator himself considers impossible. Procell says he will do anything to protect the people precious to him. The creator grins, amused past the point of contempt, and points one enormous finger. He gives Procell one last chance. One day. That is the deadline the creator sets, arms wide in the city square as if presenting a gift. Procell stands in the plaza beside a red-haired woman, both of them looking out at a city that has 24 hours left to exist. The red-haired woman, Stolas, asks the immediate question. Astaroth's dungeon is in the north. Is he already lost to the madness? Procell tells her not to worry. Astaroth will not fall to Black's power. Then he turns to her and asks for her strength. His teeth are showing when he says the last part. Black's madness and the creator both. He will protect the world from them. Procell gathers his allies and lays it out. The Black Demon Lord's ability went berserk at the moment of his death, and if nothing changes in 24 hours, the world ends. The invisible threat is Black's power itself. The problem is not stopping it from spreading. The problem is finding something to stop it at the source. Duke, the horned elder with glasses, has already done the groundwork. He unrolls a map on the table and marks the affected areas, cross-referencing reports from merchant contacts and city visitors. The madness came from the north. It is moving. He does not think it is moving randomly. Duke confirms what the map suggests. The spread has a direction, and it is heading toward Avalon. The adventurers who arrived earlier, the ones who attacked their own party, were already caught in Black's reach. Procell studies the pattern and names it before Duke finishes the sentence. The creator said the berserk was mindless, but the map shows a bias, a lean, a direction. Mindless things do not aim. Procell says it slowly, then faster. Could Black still be alive? The realization hits like a physical thing. Black's body is dead. That is confirmed. But his soul is a different matter. Black's original plan was to transfer his soul into the Despair Demon Lord's body as a form of reincarnation. The plan failed because Despair died first. What if the soul is still looking for a new host? The red-haired woman stares. Stolas stares. Procell keeps going. Black's ability always included separating his body and soul. The red-haired woman calls that an entirely different power, something beyond what any one ability should do. Procell agrees it is strange, but the evidence points one direction. Black can do it, and he did. Quina points out that spiritual monsters exist, and so does the Spirit Demon Lord. Black's current state is not unprecedented. It is just rare. Procell pivots immediately. If he is a spirit, there is a way to fight him. He turns to Marco and asks how you defeat one. The horned elder Duke steps in with the expertise of a former undead. Souls cannot survive long without a body, and they cannot simply take any body they want. Possession requires conditions. The target must be brought under control first, through magic or ritual, before the soul can complete a takeover. Procell asks the follow-up. Can Black just grab another body and repeat? Duke explains the conditions for Black specifically. Using his control power on someone is likely the requirement for complete possession. Procell thinks of Aegers, the people Black controlled who became extensions of himself. It fits. Black is not just spreading madness. He is shopping for a body. The elf woman puts it together. Black is spreading his influence, hopping between hosts, surviving by taking over the bodies of those he corrupts. The fox girl at the table calls him a nuisance with the energy of someone who has dealt with too many of these. The key question lands. Where is he right now? The blonde woman is ready to charge in the moment they have a location. The elf woman points out they do not have one yet. Then a crow lands on the table and announces it has already figured it out. The fox girl remembers this bird, Dantalion's monitoring creature. The crow, speaking with the voice of the monocled woman behind it, corrects Procell's question. The right question is not which body Black currently occupies. It is which body he is ultimately aiming for. The monocled woman explains, Black's current possession is incomplete, temporary. His berserk power cannot hold a host for long. He needs a body that allows complete possession, a permanent reincarnation. Both of Black's original bodies are gone, but one body remains in the world, still under his old influence, still controlled from before his death. Black's soul is following survival instinct, jumping host to host, moving closer to that one remaining target. The direction of the madness on the map is not random, it is a trail. Procell points at the map and says what it is not heading toward. The monocled woman says the name, the Flame Demon Lord, Ammon. His body is what Black is moving toward. Procell goes still. The blonde woman's face does not recover quickly. The blonde woman shouts the objection. Ammon is dead, she was there. The crow answers without flinching. Yes, Ammon died. But during his life, Ammon defeated and absorbed the power of the revival demon lord, and that ability did not stop working just because Ammon did. His body came back. The body revived. The soul did not. Ammon's soul is gone. What remains is an empty vessel with the power of the strongest demon lord who ever lived, and Black, a soul without a body, is moving toward it like a compass finding north. Procell thinks about what that means. A body without a soul, and a soul without a body. The crow announces there is one more piece of proof. Right now, the monocled man's dungeon is under attack. The clock tower dungeon is surrounded. Winged skeletal monsters, horned demons, corrupted humans, all of them pressing against its walls from every direction. The four women in the room go pale at once. The voice over the image is calm and precise. Every creature consumed by Black's power that gathers here is not killing each other. They are all moving toward one thing, Ammon's body. The monocled man explains through the crow. The corrupted masses kill everything they see, but those who reach his dungeon prioritize the body above all else. Black's survival instinct overrides the berserk. Inside the dungeon, a woman lies unconscious, and the monocled man stands before a massive time magic circle, arms outstretched and straining. He cannot move. Stopping time across the entire dungeon is all he can do. The monocled man leaves it in Procell's hands. Come to the dungeon. The plan is brutal and simple. Let Black possess Ammon's body, and in that instant kill it. A dark mass with two white eyes looms over a figure in a doorway. The plan requires someone to be in the room when it happens. Ammon's body becomes the trap. Black enters it, and that is the moment to strike. The physical body of flame will be the end of Black. The light-haired girl beside Procell stares at what that means and cannot find a comfortable place to put it. At dawn, the city-planning Dark Lord leads his forces toward the Time Dungeon. Marco and Stolas command their own troops alongside him. The city does not go undefended. Stolas creates copies of the strike team to hold Avalon while the originals move out. The Time Dungeon comes into view, and the scale of the problem becomes visible all at once. The tower is black against the sky, and surrounding it is a swarm so dense it looks like weather. Humans, monsters, demon lords, all of them corrupted, all of them pressing inward. Every creature Black ever touched is converging on this single point. Stolas commands the golden mist to maximum spread. The ocean singers who were corrupted by Black's reach can be purified with Avalon's herbal potion, and two of them stand nearby, embarrassed and relieved in equal measure. Stolas shouts the next order. The golden apple potion should hold the corruption back from spreading further. Rosalite amplifies the potion's effect with strengthening magic, while the light-haired girl and the ocean singers layer their songs over it. The crow lands on the table near Procell and announces it has been waiting. The split image shows the crow's beak and the monocled man's strained face on the other side of the connection. He is holding the dungeon's time still by sheer force, and he needs Procell at the entrance now. The plan is precise. The monocled man will release the time stop for 1 instant, long enough for Procell and whoever Black is currently riding to enter the dungeon together. They do not know which host Black occupies right now, but Black wants Ammon's body more than anything, so he will be at the front of the horde. Procell calls it a brute force method. The crow agrees and points out they have no other option. Procell fixes his eyes on the entrance and thinks only about reaching it. Behind him, the full strike force charges. The fox-eared girl, the blonde woman with her tiger, the elder, Stolas above them all. The ground shakes under their momentum. The fox-eared girl transforms without hesitation, no holding back, full power from the first step. The blonde girl in the white bodysuit is already moving, her armored companion rising behind her. They are not holding back either. None of them have room to. The corrupted armies are formidable, drawn from the forces of old demon lords, but they are leaderless. Madness stripped out the chain of command, and Duke notes that with visible relief. A disorganized army is still dangerous, but it can be pushed through. Stolas cuts a wide arc through a cluster of monsters and asks the question that has been sitting at the back of everyone's mind. If they defeat Black, do the corrupted return to normal? Procell shouts back that he hopes so, but the goal comes first. The fox-eared woman sees the entrance ahead and starts to say they might actually make it. Then someone tells her to hold on. The corrupted masses stop fighting each other and start focusing on Procell's group. Duke identifies it immediately. They are not corrupted, which makes them stand out as foreign elements. The blonde woman shouts the implication before he finishes. The entire horde is now targeting them specifically. The entrance is visible. Procell can see it. Then a black dragon drops out of the sky and lands directly in front of the doors, its wings spreading to fill the corridor. Procell and Stolas stop. The dragon is the size of a building. A figure stands on the dragon's head in ornate robes. Astaroth. Stolas calls out his name with relief, already moving forward. Procell shouts at her to wait. Something is wrong with Astaroth's eyes. They are white and blank and completely empty. The black dragon fires. The beam tears up the ground, and the shockwave throws the fox-eared woman off her feet. Procell and Stolas hit the cracked earth and shield themselves. Procell had been afraid of this. He says so under his breath. Astaroth stands on the dragon's head with hollow white eyes and no expression, already under Black's control. Stolas stares up at the figure who raised her, and the fox-eared woman stares at the man who was one of the four pillars, and neither of them can speak. The elder moves first. He tells Procell and Marco to go. He will create the opening. The fox-eared woman Marco is told to go with Procell because Amon was her old friend and she should be there at the end. Marco's face goes through several things. She says she understands. The elder and the blonde woman hold the line as an explosion tears through the space around them. Someone shouts not to die. The blast swallows the instruction. Procell and Marco reach the massive stone doors. He is breathing hard. He pushes through the last of his focus and gets the doors open. Something on the other side stops him cold. Amon's body lies in the stone coffin, and dark energy is already seeping into it. Black got there first. Procell's thought is immediate and sharp. The crow on the ledge above calls down and throws something toward him. Use this. A dagger infused with the monocled man's time magic. The crow explains fast. Amon's magic power is too vast for a standard time stop to hold him once he revives. This dagger can pierce through the time-bound body and end it. Black's possession is almost complete. Procell grabs the dagger and moves. He is hit before he reaches the coffin. The body Black was using until moments ago is still moving, still controlled, and it knocks the dagger out of Procell's hand and puts him on the floor. He reaches for the weapon and cannot close the distance. The crow watches the dark energy around Amon intensify and thinks, they are running out of time. The crow calls to Marco. She is the only one who can reach the coffin now. Give Amon the finishing blow in Procell's place. Marco looks at the dagger. She looks at Amon's face. Her eyes go wide and she does not move. Marco stands over Amon with the dagger, and her hands are shaking. He looks peaceful. Her eye fills with tears and she cannot make herself do it. Then a gunshot. Marco staggers forward, blood on her back. Procell is on the ground holding the gun, and his face says he hated doing that. Marco cries out that she cannot. Amon still exists in her heart. She cannot be the one. The apology comes out broken. Behind her, a massive creature made of fire and shadow tears itself out of Amon's body and erupts upward, and the room is suddenly very small. The grin is the first thing visible, wide and sharp, and completely wrong. The voice that follows is not Amon's, not really, though it wears his face and his body. It calls Marco naive for mistaking him for her beloved. Then it announces, with the satisfaction of someone who has been waiting a long time, he is back. Outside, the battle is still burning. A skeletal dragon looms over a kneeling figure in a dark coat, and the ground is cracked and barren beneath them. The sound the dragon makes is not a roar. It is something worse. The elder with glasses looks up at Astaroth and Caesar, the emperor dragon, and thinks one word: strong. Even after his own rebirth pushed him past S rank, he cannot reach them. He watches Caesar's movements and feels the unease building. Something about that power is not right. Stolas is on her knees, panting, and the elder can see it plainly. She has lost her will to fight. The parent who raised her is standing across the field as her enemy, and that weight is too much to carry mid-battle. A skeletal creature spots the opening and lunges. The elder shouts her name. Astaroth's dragon form fires a beam, not at Stolas, but at the creature attacking her. The blast destroys it cleanly. Then Astaroth clutches his own head, shaking and speaks through the pain. Do not lay a hand on Stolas. Stolas looks up at him. His sanity is back, however briefly. Astaroth tells her it is hopeless. Black's madness has been in him too long. He will lose himself again soon. Stolas' face breaks. The elder watches Astaroth's silhouette begin to wobble and says nothing because there is nothing useful to say. Astaroth shifts to his humanoid form, a skull-headed figure in ornate robes, and points at Stolas. Kill me. Become the successor of the Dragon Emperor. Stolas stares at the finger pointing at her and cannot speak. Stolas knows what the Dragon Emperor is, the power to rule all dragons, and it cannot be inherited until the previous holder dies. She asks if there is any other way. She tells him he raised her and protected her. She tells him Procell might defeat Black in time and restore his sanity. Astaroth's eye looks down. He says 2 words, won't make it. Before Procell can win, Astaroth's fangs will crush Stolas and the Elder first. That is the math, and Astaroth is not pretending otherwise. He tells her to fight him and kill him. His voice carries no cruelty, it carries the opposite. Astaroth explains that his lifespan was already ending. He had always planned to pass the Dragon Emperor to Stolas at the end of his life. This is just earlier than planned, and more violent. He clenches his fist against his chest and shouts the last part. Dying while feeling his child's power up close is the true wish of a parent. The red-haired girl watches Stolas struggle under the weight of that request. Duke steps forward and asks one question. Would Astaroth mind if he helped? The red-haired girl looks at him. Duke's face is set. Responding to Astaroth's wish with everything they have, he says, is the least they can do. The red-haired girl finds her resolve. She shouts Astaroth's title and her own intention in the same breath. She will defeat the Dragon Demon Lord and become the successor of the Dragon Emperor. Duke adjusts his glasses. The armored dragon behind them both spreads its wings. Inside the dungeon, the laughter echoes off the stone. The figure wearing Amon's body turns toward the light where something winged hangs suspended, and Marco stands nearby, and Procell is somewhere in the wreckage. The face that turns to look straight ahead is enjoying every second of this. The crow cuts through the air toward the confrontation while Dantalion, through the connection, shouts at Marco to see clearly. The figure wearing Amon's body lifts Marco's chin with one hand and tells her she helped in his resurrection. Marco looks up at the face and asks, voice barely holding, "Is that you, Amon?" The figure smiles and says yes. Well done. Marco apologizes. She could not save him. She has been carrying that for years, and she says it all at once. The face that answers her smiles wide and calm and tells her not to worry. They can start over right now. Marco says his name like a question. Procell shouts from across the room, "That is not Amon. That is the Black Demon Lord. Do not be deceived." He adds the weight behind the warning, "If they do not defeat Black, the Creator will erase the world." The figure holding Marco's attention turns toward Procell and tells him to shut up for a second. A sphere of energy begins to glow in his hand. The blast tears through the room. Marco watches the explosion swallow the space where Procell was standing. Her eye goes wide. Procell lands in a crater of smoke and rubble, and someone screams his name. Procell is bleeding from his mouth and his clothes are shredded, but he is alive. The defensive suit held. He looks up at the figure and names what he is feeling. That is Amon's flame. The figure acknowledges him. It notes, with something like respect, that Procell is the demon lord who killed the most other demon lords and came closest to the Creator. Then it raises its hand again. Black, wearing Amon's face and Amon's power, looks at Procell with contempt. The flame at its peak, the awakening running without strain in this body, and the path to the Creator itself within reach. All it needs is one more thing, the power of creation. Procell's power. Black tells him it is over. He cannot survive the next attack. A hand reaches toward Procell, kneeling in the rubble. Black tells him to rest easy. It will not let the Creator destroy this world. It has outwitted the Creator before. It will do so again. Procell should become the foundation of the new world Black intends to build. The eyes in that shadowed face glow white. Marco steps between them. She catches the arm and holds it back, and Black says her name like a question. Marco spreads her arms wide. "The fight is decided," she says. "Leave it." Black tells Marco she chose him over Procell when she could not strike the killing blow. She helped him resurrect. She should stay out of this. Marco's face goes through shock and then something worse as Black frames it. She chose him. She cannot lose Procell too. She cannot choose. Procell kneels in the rubble with his head down and blood on his face, and Marco's thought is the thing she cannot say out loud. The crow watches from above and reads the situation clearly. Marco's heart is shaking, and this moment can go either way. Black frames the choice simply, her or Procell. Marco stands between them with her arms wide, and neither man moves. Procell says it plainly. He wants to live with Marco. If that cannot happen, dying here is not an option either, because there are people who need protecting. He looks at the faces of the women who fight alongside him and makes his decision. If Marco does not choose him, he will fight anyway, with everything he has. Black laughs at the declaration and tries to use it as a wedge, telling Marco that Procell does not need her. The crow cuts through the noise and shouts at Marco to open her eyes. Dentalion's voice, sharp and urgent, from somewhere above the whole scene. Dentalion tells Marco that what she feels for Amon is not love anymore. It is obsession, built from a happy memory and years of guilt over not saving him. He asks her directly, right now, in this moment, who is she actually thinking about? Then he answers the question himself by naming Procell. Procell, who risked his life for her. Procell, who walked every step of this with her. Dentalion pleads with her to choose correctly, the person she should walk toward the future with. Do not mistake it. Marco's face is wet and her hair covers one eye and she opens her mouth. The word that comes out is just the beginning of a sentence. Outside, Caesar stands before the next generation of dragons and issues his challenge. Defeat him and the Emperor Dragon, and inherit the Dragon Emperor. Stola steadies herself. Astaroth calls on Enril, and the dragon answers. Enril's wind breath hits Caesar's barrier of light and disperses. Caesar is not impressed. Duke shouts that they are not done. A darkness breath follows immediately from a different angle, and Caesar has to react to both. Caesar releases the barrier and deploys his wings of light to counter the darkness, and the speed of the transition is almost too fast to follow. Duke loses track of the movement entirely. Then Caesar's voice comes from directly behind him. Stolas pulls Duke and Astaroth out of the path of Caesar's breath of light. Duke looks at the creation metals used in their rebirth and knows the honest truth. 3 metals of power, and they still cannot reach Caesar's level. But something about the way Caesar is fighting is making Duke uneasy. The unease has a shape, and he is starting to name it. Astaroth confirms it. Caesar is always in a berserk state. Duke's mouth falls open. Berserk destroys sanity. Caesar is fully rational. Astaroth explains the Dragon Emperor ability cancels that demerit entirely. Caesar fights at peak power without losing himself. That is what they are up against. Astaroth does not want Enril to go through berserk suffering again. A dragon without sanity is a sitting target for Caesar anyway, so tactics are the only path forward. She identifies Caesar's other source of strength, the aura of light, which can strengthen attack, defense, or movement, but only one at a time. Astaroth lays out the opening. Her darkness attack can pierce Caesar's barrier when the aura is set to defense, and Enril's speed can match Caesar's wings of light when the aura shifts to movement. Duke sees it. He asks for the full strategy. The battle resumes in the sky. Caesar taunts them, asking if they have hit their limit. Duke's eye is strained behind his glasses. He has not hit his limit yet. He will not, he decides, until this fight is finished. Enril and Duke attack simultaneously. Caesar processes the logic in real time. If the aura goes to defense, Duke pierces it. If the aura goes to dodge, Enril strikes. There is no safe option. Caesar looks at the coordinated assault and, for the first time, looks caught. Caesar decides to end it with raw power and calls the breath of light. Duke shouts for Enril and charges the gap. The two forces collide and the explosion is total. A small figure falls from the edge of the blast. Caesar realizes the close-range clash closed off both defense and dodge. He looks down at the falling figure and declares victory. Duke has fallen. Then a voice from somewhere tells him he is wrong. That fall was the plan. Enril was already moving. While Caesar processed Duke's fall, Enril closed the distance and locked on at 0 range. Caesar shouts the command to deploy the barrier of light, and Enril's mouth is already open. Caesar understands the plan too late. Slam both of them into the ground. The barrier can survive the impact, he tells himself. Then he looks down and sees Duke standing on the ground below, not fallen at all, looking up. The fall was a distraction. Stola shouts the command the moment Caesar's barrier drops. Enril fires a wind breath at point-blank range, and Caesar is caught in the vortex, unable to maneuver. Stolas calls Duke's name. Duke answers. Duke's darkness breath tears through the wind and into Caesar, who has no barrier left and no escape angle. Caesar takes the hit, and the hit lands hard. Stolas and Duke hold the line. Caesar laughs. He is genuinely impressed. He did not expect to be cornered like this. He tells them it is marvelous, and then he activates Awakening, and the energy that surges out of him pushes everything back. Caesar's boosted power begins to push Stolas and Duke back. Stolas reads the situation. If this fails, there is no second attempt. Duke tells her to leave the rest to her. He says Stolas' name twice. Then he activates double berserk. Duke transforms. The humanoid dragon form that emerges is massive, dark-winged, and kneeling, and the sphere of energy it fires upward is the largest thing anyone in this fight has produced. It rises towards Caesar like a second sun. Caesar is struck, and the body that held him begins to come apart into dark particles. He laughs through it. Full defeat, he says. Their combined power surpassed his and Caesar's both. He dissolves while saying the last thing he wants to say. They are fit to be the next dragon emperor. Farewell. Stolas watches the energy sphere hang over the horizon and says Astaroth's name quietly. She is grateful he was the one who raised her. Then something enters her, a current of power she has never felt before, and she opens her eye to find a dragon looking back at her from inside her own pupil. The Dragon Emperor. Stolas turns away from where Astaroth was and makes a promise to his memory. She will not shame his name. The dragon silhouette rises behind her, enormous and dark, and her left eye crackles with the new power. She turns to Duke and Enril and thanks them, and tells them she will return their sanity using the Dragon Emperor now. Duke is already clapping. His sanity returned on its own, and he is delighted to explain why. Because they defeated Astaroth together, they both inherited the Dragon Emperor. Stolas stares at him. Duke laughs. Astaroth did say you both, after all. The fox-eared girl points out that the battle is still going around them. Duke tells Stolas to leave Black to Procell and come help the others. Stolas agrees, turns to go, and then looks back toward where Procell is fighting. She does not say anything. She just hopes. A white-haired woman stands in a stone archway, with Procell visible in the distance. She says she is sorry. She says it again in the dark, to no one in particular. Her face is sad and decided at the same time. Chapter 72. Funeral of Flame. Procell's face is marked with dirt and determination. The face wearing Ammon's body is marked with something older and darker. Marco stands between them and says the things she has been unable to say for the entire chapter. She cannot choose between them, and she cannot bear to lose either. Procell looks surprised to hear it said out loud. Marco tells him she has been acting as a mother figure to him, and when the moment came, she froze between the man from her past and the man who touched her heart. She clenches her fist and says he must be disappointed. The fist is shaking. Black drops the pretense. He calls Marco stupid and announces he will take her by force and destroy Procell's dignity in the process. If she will not be his, she should be gone. Marco looks at the eye that says this and something in her face goes quiet. Procell fires. The bullet hits the shoulder of the body Black is wearing, and the figure staggers and shouts his name in fury. Marco stands between them, and the fox-eared woman watches Procell hold the gun steady. Procell tells Marco to stop calling herself a disappointment. He told her he would make her forget Flame, and if the image of Ammon is still in her mind, that is his failure, not hers. This time, he says, he will make sure. He will make her forget. Marco says she cannot. She killed Ammon with her own hands, and she used to have feelings for him, and she has to pay for that. Procell asks her one question in profile: does she really still love Ammon? Her eye goes wide at the directness of it. Procell names what Dantalion already said. She is forcing herself to yearn for Ammon because of the guilt. It is not love anymore. It is obligation dressed as grief, and as long as she carries it that way, she will never move on. Marco stares at him. Her eye is very wide and very still. Procell tells her she kept Ammon in her mind until the last moment and accepted death. That was the price, and she paid it. She redeemed herself. Then she chose rebirth. She chose to live with them. Procell reaches his hand out toward her as light surrounds her. He tells her it is time to move on. He said it once before, and he will say it again. Please live, Marco. Let go of the painful past. Live a happy new life with him. Behind Procell, the city of Avalon spreads wide and lit. He tells her plainly, him and the city both will make sure she smiles. Marco's eye fills. Then the tears come. Marco wonders, quietly, if she can keep moving forward. Before the answer finishes forming, the figure wearing Ammon's body lunges and shouts that she is betraying him after all these years. The grin that follows is full of teeth and nothing else. Procell cuts the figure off. That is not Flame. That is Black. Black is the root of Marco's suffering, and nothing it says is worth hearing. Marco looks at the figure and says Procell is right. She realizes it now. Flame does not exist anymore. Even apologizing to this body would be an insult to who Ammon actually was. Marco kneels in the hall and says she will keep moving forward, but moving forward is not enough. She has to end this. She has to defeat Black, the cause of all of it, and give Flame his final rest. Her hand closes around something, and the ring on her finger catches the light. Black stands in the hall with dark splatters on the floor around it, looking down. Marco calls out to Procell. Procell answers. Marco says, "This will be the end of everything." Black looks up with small white pupils and tells them they continued to be in the way. Black rises into the air on dark wings and announces it will send them both to hell with Amon's flames. Then from somewhere below, a voice says, "If that is the case." The word awakening tears through the room like a physical force, and dark pillars erupt from the ground. A giant white wolf erupts into the space, enormous enough to make the winged figure look like a sparrow beside it. Black stares, a giant beast. The word that follows is disbelief. Marco has awakened? Black's fire strikes the wolf, and the wolf takes it and keeps standing. Procell stares. Marco awakened and still could not win? Black laughs and declares victory, telling them to suffer as the cursed fire consumes them. Then Procell realizes what the fire is. It contains every element. This is Amon's true nature, the power at the absolute peak of a demon lord. The wolf answers, "That will not happen." Black looks at the fire and finds it gone. Marco's power is fluctuating, and Procell is kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a faint glow that was not there before. Black's thought arrives as a question it does not want answered. Procell's awakening? Procell explains it quickly. Marco was reborn with demon lord attributes, but she also carries the attributes of one of his monsters. His awakening can feed directly into hers. He calls it a double awakening. The wolf's mouth opens wider than the room seems able to contain, and Black screams. The wolf is now taller than the clock tower. 3 women in the distance stare up at it with their mouths open. One of them recognizes the shape and cannot believe it. That is Marco. The disbelief comes out as a sound. Black is panting now. The wolf draws in a great breath, mana building behind it, and Black reads that power and knows exactly what it means. When a demon lord's lifespan ends, they turn to ash and dust. That is how they depart this world. Black screams at the wolf to stop. The wolf howls and fires, and the dark mass that was Black is expelled upward in a violent arc, a small figure caught in a burst of white and black ink. The sound it makes on the way out is not a word. Procell looks down into the crater and sees the aftermath. Amon's body could not contain that power. The next thought arrives before he finishes the first. Black's soul needs a new host, and it is not done. A dark claw-like shadow reaches toward him from behind, and he turns too slowly. Marco shouts the warning. That is Black's soul. Move. The stream of black energy hits Procell in the chest before either of them can finish a sentence. Marco's eye goes wide with terror. Procell freezes in shock as the soul enters him. The moment Black's soul touches his body, Procell sees something that is not his own memory. A woman in a nun's habit, looking over her shoulder with a gentle smile. It is Black's memory, not his own. The memory begins at the beginning. A woman named Forus, demon lord of gems, greets a young boy sitting on the floor. She introduces herself as his mother figure, his guide. She calls him by name Baram, demon lord of possession. Baram recounts his own origins without self-pity. Possession, a power that lets him infiltrate and control weaker monsters and demon lords. Extraordinary in theory, useless in practice, because his rank was C. The ability only worked on the weak. He refused to accept that as a permanent condition. He heard about the dinner party and what could be exchanged there, and he did not give up. Forus watched Baram build a dungeon from almost nothing, and cheered loud enough to embarrass him. He told her it was because she was a good teacher. She told him she could not have built anything half as impressive herself. They were close enough that their faces nearly touched, and neither of them moved away. Baram fell for Forus the way anyone falls for someone who believes in them before they believe in themselves. She was always there, always smiling, always celebrating even the small victories. He did not stand a chance. She threw another celebration the day after the last one, and he was too flustered to object. Forus was also C rank, and that shared ground comforted him. Then the dinner party happened, and Baram learned the truth in the worst possible way. He fell backward off his chair in the middle of the hall. An A-rank demon lord with a skull face and a fur cloak stood over Baram and told him to know his place. Exchange medals with a C? His medal was A rank. He would not touch a C. He told the weak to huddle together and stay down. Baram sat in the debris of the interaction and understood the system for the first time. Weak demon lords would never get stronger, because the strong would never give them the means. Forus and a nun-like companion sat by a fountain afterward and talked about what the Creator's system had become. Beginner demon lords existed to feed humans, to be the stepping stones. The A ranks had simply found a way to steal even that purpose, building easy floors to poach the adventurers meant for the weaker lords. The gap only grew. The weak stayed weak. Foras laid out the injustice with quiet fury. The system had diverted from its intended purpose, and the weak were being trampled for it. Then a dark-haired man walked up from behind them and said the thing that started everything. That is unacceptable. Flutie of Cloud and Rebisol of Fog introduced themselves as fellow C-ranks who had walked out of the hall because it was no place for them. Agares of Grand was kind, but he was the exception. They were all in the same sinking boat. Flutie clasped her hands and proposed the obvious answer: work together. The four of them declared an alliance under a full moon, and for one moment it felt like enough. Then the world closed the door on that moment. Rebisol was killed by an adventurer. Flutie was betrayed, her crystal destroyed, and she vanished. The alliance lasted as long as it took the world to remind them what they were. Barris, A-rank demon lord of abuse, found out about the C-rank alliance and arrived to end it personally. He stood on a stone wall with an axe over his shoulder and announced he would murder them all to teach garbage that garbage stays garbage. Foras and the nun-like girl looked at each other and said what they both knew. This is impossible. Barum stopped. He did not have to fight Barris himself. That was the realization. He did not have to be stronger. He just had to be smarter. The flashback shows Barris riddled with arrows and slumped against a wall, killed by humans before the war even formally began. Possession works especially well against humans. Baram planted hatred for Barris in the right minds and let the military do what militaries do. Not just adventurers, the armies themselves. The war ended before it started. He stood in the aftermath and told himself he would never be anyone's food again. The creator appeared and Baram braced for punishment. The creator praised him instead. A C-rank demon lord finding gaps in the rules to defeat someone significantly stronger? Excellent. He would grant a reward. Baram stared up at the old man and did not know what to say. The reward was rebirth, a new power, a new rank. The boy with light hair stood in the surge of energy and came out the other side as Baram, a rank demon lord of black. The creator named him. Baram looked at his hands. Black could control everything connected to darkness, and he could still use possession. Combined, the two abilities opened a door he had not imagined. With enough darkness, he might be able to possess A-rank demon lords and their monsters. He thought of Foras. He thought of protecting her. He ran to find her and announce it. He found Amon instead, a muscular man with long hair walking through Foras's dungeon, barely acknowledging Baram as he passed. He was there to destroy the crystal and take the gem-shaping ability. He told Baram to move aside. The smoke of the explosion was still settling. Amon explained his reason with a laugh. He wanted to create a gem as a gift for Marco, and taking Foras's power was simply the fastest way to get the material. Baram's eyes went dark. Amon did not notice. Baram asked why Amon could not just ask Foras directly. Amon found the question funny. Breaking the crystal was faster. He did not see the point of wasting time on C-ranks. The rule of this world, he announced, was simple. The weak get consumed. That is just life. He said it like a fact of weather. Baram's face was covered in blood. The thought that formed behind it was not grief, it was geometry. If the world produced this, the world must be destroyed. Everything that caused the suffering traced back to humans. The role of demon lords as food for humanity. The rank gaps that made weak lords stepping stones for strong ones. All of it had to end. Baram imagined ruling over humans, releasing demon lords from the cycle, building an army to stop the trampling of the weak. He saw the world Foras had wanted and believed he was walking toward it. He smiled in the dark and called it karma. A few months later, Baram met Amon in a stone courtyard and proposed an alliance. Amon had already figured out who he was. The terms were simple. Baram would use Black's power to immobilize Astaroth and Dantalion, and in exchange, Marco would finally be free to be Amon's. Amon smiled the smile of someone keeping a second plan in reserve. Baram asked if Amon was sure about moving against his friends. Amon clarified. He used the friendship to monitor them. People stronger than him getting stronger was not something he could allow. Baram agreed to the terms. Amon appreciated it. Neither of them trusted the other. Amon's private plan was always to consume everything and become the next god. Astaroth almost saw through it. Marco kept saying maybe next time with a smile that never quite committed. Amon's patience ran out. The gem was not enough. He would take her by force. The memory ends mid-sentence. Baram finds himself inside a glowing magic circle, caught. Procell stands over him and says what the memory taught him. He cannot protect the weak alone. The system itself has to be destroyed from the roots. Bahram shouts to know what Procell is doing. Procell looks down at him without anger. Procell names his targets, strong people who feed off the system. Bahram is first, then the one who holds Forez's stolen power, and the one who holds the gem made from it. Marco of Beast will be next. He tells Bahram to save his apologies for Forez when he gets to hell. Procell holds a dark, wispy fragment of something in his palm and identifies it. The memories of Bahram of Black. The soul touched him, and the memories came with it. He looks at the thing in his hand and asks if that is how it works. Procell holds up a pocket watch. Dantalion's mana, enough to freeze time and prevent Black's soul from entering his body. He tells Black plainly that a soul cannot exist without a body, and this is the end. A small flashback shows something Procell thought he had destroyed, and then he decides it must have been an illusion. Procell tells Bahram that he is a different version of himself, both born weak, both given a role they did not choose. If someone had stolen what Procell loved, he might have walked the same road. He hated Bahram during the fight, for what happened to Marco and Stolas, but after the memories, he understands him. Procell's dungeon is a city where everyone lives together happily, weak and strong without stigma. Their goals were the same, their methods were not. He asks Bahram to leave the rest to him. The wispy fragment begins to dissolve. Bahram calls Procell insufferable until the end. As he says, if the path Procell is walking aligns with the world that Bahram and Forez wish to see, then he would like to see him try. The particles scatter. Procell stands alone in the white space, and the silence is complete. Marco asks if Black is gone. Procell turns toward the question. Behind him, the canyon opens wide under a sky that is finally getting lighter. 2 words appear over the image. It's over. The city-planning Dark Lord looks up at the sun and lets himself believe it. The Demon King's palace stands under a full moon, Gothic spires against a dark sky. Inside, the dinner party is in full swing. Suits, horns, pointed ears, plates of food, the low hum of 100 conversations. Then a pillar of white light erupts from the center of the hall and the conversations stop. Procell materializes on the stage and the crowd below him erupts. Demons and subordinates and allies from every corner of the world are cheering his name, calling him Great Demon Lord, and Procell stands in the middle of it all looking like a man who did not expect this level of reception. The hope-eating eccentric has apparently become a legend while he was busy saving the world. Procell points out that he is not even 2 years old, which is factually correct and completely ignored. The fox-eared woman tells him to drop the humility. Someone else says it plainly. He just became the god of this world. Procell looks like he needs a moment. The elderly bearded man, laughing heartily, manifests a glowing object and praises Procell for saving a world that even the creator could not protect from Black's invasion. He announces a special present. The object in his hands is large, ornate, and clearly significant. The Book of God. Whoever holds it can control the world the way the creator does. Procell takes it in both hands and looks at it with the expression of someone who just accepted a responsibility they cannot put down. The creator grins with glowing white eyes and names what Procell is now, the great demon lord who rules the world. A woman with long hair reclines in the background and says she threw this world away once, so watching something new happen to it should be entertaining. Procell tells her he cannot promise she will like what he builds. The creator reveals he has 11 other worlds to retire to if he gets bored. The rest, he says, is up to Procell. Procell accepts the book. Procell addresses the crowd and tells them what he decided after last year's dinner party, after watching people lose the ones they loved. He wanted to build a city where everyone could live together with a smile. The elf-eared girl in the front row is already smiling. The requests to join what everyone is already calling Procell's alliance have been arriving in stacks, enough to bury the fox-eared woman and the elf-eared girl under envelopes. Procell notes there is no such thing yet. That does not stop the letters. Nobody wants to watch their loved ones die. Procell shouts his goal at the crowd, a world where everyone can live happily. Wars can continue, but the rules change. Fair and balanced, with Dantalion's time power restoring normalcy when each war ends. No more bullying tool. A spar, a test, a way to grow. Procell looks out at the hall full of demon lords and means every word. The rank gaps are real, and Procell does not pretend otherwise. Each rank has a role, and sudden changes create new problems. But the lower ranks are being mistreated, and that stops. More dungeon slots for weaker lords, more original medals per month. A rabbit-headed butler in a tuxedo serves drinks nearby, identified as being in service to Zagan of Steel, which is apparently already working. Procell lays out every path: rank up through rebirth, rank down if that fits better, or quit entirely and come work in the city. He holds up the offer with a slight smile, and somewhere nearby a round-faced man in an apron holds out a bag of food, a hiring sign displayed beside him. The Dungeon Mayor Supreme is apparently also running a job placement service. Procell raises his fist and tells the crowd, "Lend him their minds and their strength. He is going to change the rules of the world itself." The hall waits. The crowd answers. Every fist in the room goes up. A lion-headed man in a tuxedo cheers alongside humans and demi-humans and creatures of every shape. Procell shouts the declaration over all of them. "Let us create a brave new world." The hall roars back. After the speech, Procell admits he was shaking the whole time. The monocled man calls it a great speech. The elf-like girl pats him on the head and tells him it is going to be tough. Somewhere in the quiet after, a man with long dark hair looks out at a starry sky and wonders if Baram is watching. A new world is starting. It should make him proud. Stolas winks and promises to keep supporting him. She now holds the Dragon Emperor alongside her wind power, making her one of the strongest demon lords in the world. Dentalian says he is not particularly keen on helping friends, which is as close to a yes as he gets. His time is running out, but his power keeps him standing. Procell is already walking away before anyone can stop him. There are things to do back in the city. Quina meets him at the door in a maid outfit with a bright smile, still training in whatever spare moments the shop allows. Rorono looks up from her blueprints and says "Master" with the flat warmth of someone who has been waiting and is glad he is back. The small robot behind her blinks. Aura sits with Kohaku, the white tiger, and observes that it has been a busy day for the master. Duke suggests a walk through the city with Marco before anything else, which is the most thoughtful thing anyone has said all chapter. His firstborn just arrived, and he is, by all accounts, completely devoted to his family. Relia arrives with new songs and an invitation to her concert that very night. She is a renowned diva now, celebrated by fans across the world, and it suits her perfectly. Procell walks through the city, turning his thoughts over in his mind, the relationships he has forged, the responsibilities he carries, the future he has chosen and intends to see through to its end. Procell asks Marco if she will help him. She tells him of course, and calls him her life partner. They walk through the streets of Avalon together, the city alive around them, monsters and humans and creatures of every kind going about their day under a sky that is not ending after all. Procell looks up, something mischievous glinting in his eyes, and announces that they will build a city worthy of the great demon lord. Behind him, Avalon already stretches toward the horizon, a stadium, a plaza, rows of buildings, and distant mountains marking the edge of a settlement that has long since outgrown the crystal's original boundary. The city is growing fast, spreading outward, becoming the center of the world. The demon lord, with a zoning permit, is just getting started.